8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. Kickoff hour is live, and we thank all of you for being with us. We'll take you how we can get you. You know, I know a lot of you, some of the greatest radio stations and really the boldest in this country saying, yes, we will be the home of Rick and Bubba. Terrestrial radio. We thank all of the radio stations for carrying the show. So some of you are listening that way. Some of you are streaming. Some of you are watching on YouTube. Whatever the case, thank you so much for listening and watching the Rick and Bubba Show. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Yo.
Pretty good. Everybody fired up, ready to go for another day?
Absolutely.
Let's get this out of the way right quick.
It's my honor to present the National Championship Trophy once again to Coach Kirby Smart and the Georgia Bulldogs.
Go Dogs!
Boy, let me tell you something. That was a beatdown. College football playoff last night was, hey, wow. If you're listening live, it's the day after.
Helms got caught up in the hype.
You did.
No,
You did.
I was hoping for a good game.
Right.
You know,
right.
and hey, it tells you, I'll never look at Michigan as a measuring stick ever again. They ain't nothing but a paper tiger. They always are.
If you want to know what an emotion-based irrational thought is, go look at my prediction from yesterday.
Right. Yeah. That was, hey, wow.
I'm going to be
that
honest.
was something
After
else.
the very first series, I said, uh-oh.
I did too.
Oh,
I mean,
you could tell.
just looking at them,
you could just
like
tell.
you talk about when Alabama beat Notre Dame that time you were there.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing. When they were standing on the field, I was like, oh.
Yeah, this is not good.
Even when TCU responded with that their only touchdown.
Yeah.
I thought the same thing.
I thought, you know what I thought
Because they had
of?
blown covers to even get them down the field.
I thought about, bless all of TCU fans'
I know.
hearts. So
Well,
they
they
think,
back
hey,
at it.
we're coming. Here we come.
Oh, I've
it's
never
10-7 now. Woo!
You
know.
can just see it.
Oh, man.
The
Now, look,
domination.
I will say this. TCU was picked to finish 7th in the Big 12, was not preseason ranked. What they were able to accomplish to get to this point, they should be commended, and they had a great year. But even their own coach last night after the game said they were not at the level of Georgia and were just outmatched in every facet of the game.
And me included, but people pushed. We say, hey, man, we gave them more credit than they really deserve, I guess. Well, how would you know? But, yeah, a lot of people expected them. They're not quite, like he said, where they can compete with teams like this. But
and you know what else is impressive? And I heard some different stats that we'll share. But, you know, TCU, I mean, Sonny Dykes, he brings over his center from SMU. They had, I think, 8 starters on defense that they got from the portal and stuff. Georgia did this without taking one player from the portal this year. Now, that doesn't mean they won't in the future. Yeah. But it's just really – and as Kirby said, this is not surprising to us because we're built for this. We're built for the future. This is not let's just win right now.
Got a lot of talent.
Yeah.
And now with the NIL, you can get them to stay.
Yeah.
Longer than they normally would.
TCU held to under 200 yards, 188 total yards.
Hey, they just couldn't give him any time.
No.
I mean, the defensive front just dominated.
And so there was about 7,500, I think. I think it was around 75. Anyway, it was in the 70s that were there at SoFi last night. And as the game ended,
75,000?
75,000. What did I say, 100? I'm sorry. I meant 75,600 is what I meant.
Looking stadium.
It is.
It was something else. So there was a terrible storm that hit that area as it was. You could tell it was raining at some point, but at the end of the game, they got in a flash flood watch, and everybody's trying to leave and everything, and they were talking about how the ramps to go down, they were all just flooding. It was just streams of water, and the rain was coming all in from the sides and all this kind of stuff. And what if you're a TCU fan and you made that trip and then you got to leave in that?
You got to walk out with the water over your shoes.
Oh, man.
I said, hey, great year. Wow.
Yeah.
Expectations, but they ain't quite there yet.
No, you're not. You're not.
But
Stetson Bennett, he had 6 total touchdowns, 2 on the ground. He was the offensive MVP of the game.
Oh, gutsy.
Oh, good.
And I tell you what, we were talking about it because we were critical of, hey, why didn't y'all use 19 against Ohio State? And Ohio State had a great plan, I guess, for Brock Bowers or whatever.
Did.
But right out of the gate, Georgia said, I'll tell you what we're doing tonight.
Oh, they went to him how many times in a row?
I don't know, but
now correct me if I'm wrong. He can't declare. It's only his second year.
He's back again.
So he's got to come back.
He's
he
back
has no
again.
Choice.
He is back again. And this is the first team in the college football playoff era to win back-to-back. I know they're the first team since Alabama actually did it, but this is the first team in the new system that has won back-to-back. And we can enjoy it right now because, coming up, was it year after next, is the
playoffs.
The playoffs.
I think 12 teams will play.
It'll be all kinds of crazy then.
I like 8 better, but I'll take 12.
So let me ask you about the playoffs.
I wish
when
we
they
should get over that. You say it
too
every
many.
time we talk about the
It's too
playoffs.
many.
Right. When would they start that? Would it be like, December, I think 17th
right
was the first bowl game this year?
Yeah, we figured
Is
it
that
out.
what they're going to be doing?
They're going to have to come right after the season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess like any other playoff, you got a week, unless you get a bye.
think there's a
Championship
week.
weekend is normally like around the December 5th, 6th, 7th. That's normally when there's championship games.
Yeah, they're gonna do
and then the next
logistics.
week, then there's 2 weeks, and then the bowls start. So I guess they're just going to go
I think everybody will have 1 week off, and the bye teams will have 2.
Yeah, but see, like FCS,
And it may be
Division
2 and
2, and all
3,
them,
but-
they start playing immediately.
Yeah.
Right? After their last regular season game, they're playing playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they got
FCS has 25
That's
teams.
what I was
in there.
about to say.
Yeah.
But Division 2, they don't. But who knows? I'm like you; they'll at least get a week off. But they're going to have to get back a little quicker if we're going to play all these games.
Yeah. And you might extend it a week.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That may be it
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
Interesting
But
how
yeah,
they're gonna do the bowls.
at times it was like Georgia was just moving at a different speed, and
Oh,
it
you're talking about
just
from the get-go.
yeah,
Wow.
it literally, no disrespect to TCU, but it literally looked like they were just a JV team playing the varsity
They're
team
outclassed. I mean,
at one time.
In our
and-
team text, and it was early. It was first, second quarter. You said if Georgia keeps this up, they'll cover by themselves.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they did.
they did.
God, did they?
Did y'all see?
I think the over-under, and that's what we were talking about, was 63.5, and they scored 65
sure
by
did.
themselves.
and let's don't even talk about Corso. Bless his heart.
Y'all,
I didn't
Guys-
see any of it. I
guys,
just saw y'all's text. I
Listen,
missed all
He
that.
picked the Horned Frogs and then yelled "Go Dogs."
I did see that part, but the part earlier in the show that when y'all started texting, I didn't see any of that.
well,
I mean,
Kirk,
I'm not making fun. It's just sad.
it is.
It's like
sad.
our president. It's the
It
same
is, same
situation.
thing.
It's
Yeah.
sad.
Right.
But it was funny, how he faked like he was going to put the dog's head on, and then he put a TCU hat, and he was doing like his little horn, and he was screaming "Go Dogs."
Right. It's just bless him, Lord. And you know me, I'm a nervous
I
wreck.
rewound
Almost
it. I said,
turned
was
it.
he saying "Go Dogs"?
I almost turned it early on. I said I can't watch this. And we've talked about how Kirk Herbstreit, he'll take care of him, and he had to leave early to get to the booth, and so he was left by himself to make the pick.
And
Lee
Pat
was.
McAfee, I think, scares him. half
I
the
thought
time.
he scared him the whole time.
Yeah,
he was screaming like that. He was
and
getting on
Saban, too.
Saban's nerves.
You could
and
tell
he was
every-
scaring Corso.
Every now and then, Saban would kind of smile, but most of the time he was glaring at him like, "You need to
He did
calm
crack
down."
Saban up one time. Saban was laughing. He was cackling.
I'm still not sure where I'm at on McAfee.
I'm
It
not
just
either.
depends on what
when he
what mood I'm in.
when he's serious.
That's me.
When he's serious
That's good.
and he actually brings it and knows the facts
he's
and has a very
knowledgeable.
very good insight. But when he tries
had
to
it cranked up a little too high
Yeah,
last night.
when
I've
he
seen him
does
during the
that.
season. The first week he came out cranked up too high, and then he backed off a little. And I said, okay, he did it again.
Did
he
you
got
jump
excited.
Did you jump over to ESPN too, Annie?
No, I did not.
I never do all
They
that.
they broadcast standing on the sideline, split screen. There's like 6 guys.
Let's say I can't. Even
I don't
Yeah.
like any of that. I'm straight up want the
Yeah, I
main
agree.
announcers.
Yes.
And
I've never, and because to your point, Helmsy, that's not new.
yeah.
But I've never gone to those broadcasts. I just like
No.
let me just
Give
see
me
the
the
main.
He
straight
can be
up
the
president.
personalities that I absolutely love, and I don't like.
I
that.
remember you were excited that Pentatonics sang.
Yeah, they did a good national anthem. They
Because
brought
Helms
it.
loves them.
Yeah.
I missed that too. Dang.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, you didn't miss a whole lot. But
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Property crimes like burglaries and package theft spike over the winter. That's why now is the best time to secure your home with Simply Safe's award-winning home security. Make it your resolution to start the new year with greater peace of mind and safety for you and your family. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. Claim a free indoor security camera, plus get 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Simply Safe.
You'd like to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are you of all the ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you won't find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Let's get you started with 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA. As a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 is going to depend on the team members that you surround yourself with. That's why you got to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently. They make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on job qualifications all on one platform. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba. Terms and conditions apply. Looking to save time and money in the new year? Get HelloFresh and take control of the clock and your budget with delicious recipes delivered right to the door.
Spend less time in the kitchen with new, fast, and fresh recipes packed with flavor and ready in 15 minutes. And at 25% cheaper than takeout, HelloFresh is the most delicious way to save.
Save up today for 22 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code BUBBA, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2023. And for premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever. They offer optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit and a 32-hour battery life. Raycons are priced just right. You get quality audio at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Get 15% off your Raycon order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Having trouble picking a New Year's resolution? CarShield has you covered. This year, we don't have to worry about how much it's going to cost to fix our cars when they break down. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but we've locked in our price and it will never go up. This year, choose coverage through CarShield, a resolution you can easily keep. With protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before, go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 800-465-6550 or go to rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba,
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba,
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't
22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. It's the Good Time Gang, and we are settling in, and we thank all of you for being with us. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. Rick, Bubba, Adler, all join us right after top of the hour. We're kind of looking back at last night. I know we'll do a lot of this during the main show, so we won't take up too much more of the kickoff hour on looking back at last night's college football playoff national championship game where Georgia absolutely destroyed TCU 65-7 to win back-to-back championships, the first of that kind in the college football playoff era, and the first since Alabama did it in the, 2010s, early 2010s. But anyway, it was just an absolute dominant performance. The exact crowd at SoFi, 72,628 in attendance. The place was rocking last night. And I've watched some NFL games there. But I guess just maybe the drone footage or whatever they had going on, it really showed off how cool that place is. It has to be a pretty neat experience. First college football game ever played at SoFi last night.
It kind of sits down into the ground, and it's got a cover on it, but it's open also. It's just weird.
It's open, and it was raining. There was a system coming through last night, so as everybody was leaving, they were in some kind of flash flood watch. But you could tell at one time they were recognizing somebody in the end zone, and Terry said, "Is it raining?" Because you could see it looked like, sprinkles or something that was kind of getting blown in from the sides. But the staff, I don't even know who won the Sports Czar trophy with that kind of.
I think it was
score.
Rick.
I think it was Rick because he just had the highest score.
He had that. Yeah, he had the highest score of 42.
It was Rick.
And Adler had the lowest.
7.
You were the next closest.
Okay. I like the guy at the song gun.
Yeah, you two pick TCU, but I appreciate y'all doing that.
It was boring if we all
that's right.
I just got caught up in it. I told you. I'm going to be honest. It was emotional. It was irrational.
I had a feel that there might have been an upset there, but then once they kicked the ball off, I thought, well, that's not going to happen.
Stetson Bennett was getting on my nerves. I mean, I just all kinds of things.
Let me ask you a question. College football is just so weird because you can't really compare week to week because teams are just so different, and they're hot one weekend, and then in the next week they're not, and all that kind of stuff. But knowing what we know now, again, TCU picked 7th, to finish 7th in the Big 12. We weren't ranked. We've talked about all that, and they're a great year, but they just
new coach,
Sonny Dykes, and it's his first year there, and he did what he did,
and had to step into a weird situation because Gary Patterson's a legend. There's a statue of him there.
That situation.
But if and we don't know, but not every team in the SEC is Georgia. Okay, I know that for sure. If they finish, if they're in the SEC East or West, whatever, I don't care. Do they finish 8-4
this year?
I mean, where do y'all think they finish? Do y'all think they finish 8-4 and then win a bowl and they're 9-4?
They don't win the conference. I can tell you that, like they did. No, they didn't. They got beat in the conference championship game, but I don't think they made it.
It just shows. I mean, the way Georgia is, again, that program right now is at the top of college football.
You do have to think if you're there are people, and I'm not saying it's the players, coaches, and administration, but there are some people in Oklahoma and Texas going, "What on earth have we done?" To your point.
Oh, for sure. Because I tell you what, the SEC does to pretty decent teams is they make them look mediocre at times because the SEC is just so – and it's not necessarily you've got your Georgias, you've got your Alabamas. I'll give you that, okay? And then, I mean, there's a top tier in the SEC. But it's the beat down every week that gets you because even the teams that aren't just great, they still got SEC-type quality players. And it's just, oh, wow, so next Sunday, who we got? I mean, next Saturday we got so we got to play again next Saturday again. Yeah. Oh, so, okay, now – so, say what you want to about Texas A&M and where Auburn's been and all this kind of stuff, but if you've got that and then, oh, we got Ole Miss, and, oh, look, there's Mississippi State, and, oh, look at here. I mean, every single week, it just beats you down, man. Yeah. And to get to the end of that and then win the SEC championship game like Georgia did, and to be
that's what
and to be this dominant
that's
and get
what,
through Ohio State.
That's what got me last night was not necessarily that they beat TCU. Everybody really expected that. Okay, it's the way they did it.
Yeah,
that was ridiculous. I mean, I couldn't believe. I went to bed. I couldn't believe that it was as bad as it was when I woke up this morning.
Right now, TCU is no Ohio State. I'll give you that. But for 3 quarters, They had Ohio State had Georgia where they wanted them.
For sure.
So I thought,
and we talked about what Ohio State had done to Georgia. They woke a giant up, and that is they had a 25-day layoff. They kind of got back into that game, and Ohio State had a good game plan, but they got through the game, and then we were like, oh, watch out now.
But most people talked not necessarily how well Ohio State played, but how bad Georgia played.
Yeah,
they still got out of there.
Yeah.
With a W.
That's true. And Stetson Bennett goes out as a two-time national champion. There was discussion after the game about him in the NFL, and if he's going to be a good backup quarterback for somebody. Is he a 6th, 7th round guy? Do y'all see him being drafted at all and possibly getting on a roster somewhere? I mean, look at the San Francisco 49ers right now. Their quarterback, I'm sorry, I don't know his. I think he was the last one picked in the draft.
Yeah,
and look at what he's doing now.
I think you got to give him a shot. I don't know where you draft him, but I'll leave that to Mel Kiper and that bunch. But
he'll get a shot.
But he'll get a shot, and I think he's going to be an awesome leader, and he's going to be an awesome backup.
Right.
And if he gets a shot to play, he will probably prove everyone wrong yet again. That's what the guy seems to do.
Yeah, it's hard to go against him.
Pretty special.
Remarkable story. It is a Disney movie for sure.
Yeah,
Can't wait to watch it when they make it.
Right.
Yeah, they'll run it. Yeah.
This one's pretty good without having to add things to it.
You know how they do.
Oh, they'll get to going. Watch out.
Have them calling the coach on the sidelines during the game, stuff like that.
Right.
Don't bring up Blindside again, please.
Yeah. I got bad news for everybody. Georgia's picked to win again next year, and they'll lose, a lot to the NFL like they did, but they finished second in the.
It doesn't seem to hurt them.
No, I think they'll be all right.
Rick and Bubba.
Whether you're making big changes this new year or you're just settling back into a consistent routine, chances are you could use some audio accompaniment. On this journey, I know that for me, that's crucial. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2023. For premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds, they look, they feel, and they sound better than ever with optimized gel tips for that perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are so comfortable, and they will not budge. Trust me, Raycons give you 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, and they're priced just right. With Raycons, you get quality audio at half the price of the other audio brands, and it's no wonder their everyday earbuds have over 50,000 five-star reviews. Now's the time for you to check them out for yourself. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba today. We'll get you an additional 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba to score 15% off. Sure, we'd love to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are all of you, like me, seeing these ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? I've been there. I've done that. They don't work. I'll tell you what works. Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables a day. You do that, and the weight can fall off. But A, vegetables, not a huge fan. Or maybe B, who has time to prepare for that every day? Legitimate concerns. Let's talk Field of Greens. Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and you lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Yes, you'll look and feel healthier fast, but the greater proof comes at the next checkup when your doctor says, wow, you've lost weight, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Let's get you started. 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code Bubba. Have you tried an American-made Helix sleep mattress yet? Unlike a lot of other mattress companies, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility right here in the States. You order, they ship your mattress directly from their facility right to your front door for free. And if you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll come pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress, which we love, by the way, and the 12,000 five-star reviews what they're saying about Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you and your partner with a perfect mattress just for you. Plus, you've got that 100-day risk-free trial. They also have plus-size mattresses and kids' mattresses ranked best mattress winner by Parents Magazine. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba. We'll get you $350 off all mattress orders. That's the best offer yet. helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Folks, do you need to hire new people? Well, as a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 all depends on team members you surround yourself with. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently by matching open roles with people who have the skills, values, and experiences to help you achieve your goals. And they go beyond resume data by using insights from your job post, company, and their 875 million member profiles to put your post in front of the most qualified candidates, and they make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on your job qualifications all on one platform. And that's just part of why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus the other leading competitors. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. And right now you can post your job for free at LinkedInBubba.com. That's LinkedInBubba.com. Terms and conditions apply.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour. We're rolling back, enjoying some time with you today. Rick and Bubba Adler all join us right after top of the hour for the main show. So we don't want to continue really any more of the national championship talk. Leave that for them and jump back on that after top of the hour. But we do have a quick update on Damar Hamlin. They released him yesterday. UC Medical Center officials say he was released yesterday morning. He has since made it back to Buffalo and will continue to be monitored and tested by medical professionals at Buffalo General Hospital. This comes a week after he collapsed on the field in Cincinnati during the Week 17 Monday Night Football game against the Bengals. But that's great news that he's already been discharged from the hospital and is back in Buffalo.
How about that? A week after it happened.
Yeah. That's really something else. And I guess we were talking off air that we're all landing here to where they I guess the medical professionals say that traumatic blunt hit to heart caused the problem, because you really don't hear any talk about
if he has a damaged heart.
Yeah, a damaged heart or anything like that. I know the AED was used and they had to do CPR on him, and the medical staff was recognized for that this past weekend and should be. The trainer for the Buffalo Bills, they say, acted so professionally and was just phenomenal in the whole response, and they owe his life to him. And the way he acted and the quick response they had, and everybody that was involved. But you just don't hear a whole lot about, I feel like I wish that somebody would say, okay,
his heart's okay.
His heart's okay.
This was like,
we can confirm this is what happened. What you don't really hear, you hear more about, the ventilator and he was breathing on his own. It was more about him breathing than anything. And maybe there's stories out there I just haven't heard, but it'd be nice to hear.
Obviously, we're not
going
to rush him back on the field, and I don't know his mindset on that. But we were also talking in the break is, are you done with football or something like that?
I don't think I would play.
Isn't this a retirement injury?
Right? Well, can you not be cleared medically?
But you got to think of it.
They're going to have to clear you.
Here's the thing, and that's one thing I want to know if the doctor has said, "Hey, look, this is like getting struck by lightning. Probably not going to happen again." That's the chances of this. Very rare that this is happening or happened. But his mindset may be different than ours. Obviously, he's probably seen the footage by now. But we all watched him nearly die on the field. He has no idea what happened. So to him, he may be ready to run back on the field and play the game he loves. I don't know. I don't know what his mindset is. I'll be anxious to hear from him on that.
I would be done, but that's just me.
Yeah, I'll give you that. But those are the kind of updates. I know maybe we selfish
want
here going,
quicker.
hey, I want to know.
We want them quicker.
But just you would think that maybe they would come out and go, hey, everybody, we can confirm this is what happened. Just not hearing that. But there's your update. Damar Hamlin continues his recovery in a Buffalo hospital after being released from the University of Cincinnati Medical Center. As doctors reveal, he's doing well a week after the cardiac arrest on the field. So he's just been he's now back in Buffalo where he'll continue to be tested and monitored.
Wow.
So there's your update there. We've also got a number of different things on the table today as far as just updates and all that. We've got a Czar Trophy to hand out. Looks like Rick's going to win that one where the whole staff picked the scores of the College Football Playoff National Championship game last night where Georgia destroyed TCU 65-7, and I don't know any other word to say. Destroyed, maybe dominate. I don't know, but that happened.
It was over quick.
It happened.
It was overwhelming for the opponent.
It was
for sure.
At least I got to get in bed.
I had a weird feeling about it.
It helped me for today. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, we were all feeling a little weird going into the game. We were going to try to watch it, but it wasn't like we were just counting down the time. There was just not a whole lot of excitement about it, and I think because deep down inside we knew what was about to happen. But still a great year for TCU. So yesterday, Helmsy, you said that you were out and about and missed a whole lot as far as the pregame and Lee Corso and stuff, and I know Lee Corso loves what he's doing, and it's sad that the aging process and some stuff that he's going through. I know he's missed some action, and it's obvious that the crew loves him and they love to have him around. But I almost think it's time for him to just ride off into the sunset and enjoy life.
What's the big deal? I mean, it ain't like I'm the president. All I am is an analyst.
Well, it made me think a lot of President Biden now that you said that. But there were moments, Helmsy, that you had been. Now this one here, he's a Burgess, so he leans in.
He leans in.
For me, I had my hand on the button of the remote. I almost turned it.
Oh, I hit record, so I can watch it later. It's funny.
I got a couple questions for y'all.
Come on,
he wants to be there.
Yeah. Can we do some questions?
Sure.
Now listen, Greg, play along with these. Okay, don't have a bad attitude.
I won't.
It's 2023. New year, new you. Would you rather watch them? You only have one choice. Would you rather watch a movie with no sound or listen to a movie with no picture?
Listen. I think
it depends on the movie for me, but I don't think that's part of it.
Boy,
kind of now that I think about it,
watch a movie with no sound.
Movies now, where we go
or
back
listen
in
to a
time
movie with
and
no picture.
we can't just start a story and let it work out. We got to jump back and forth. It might be tough just listening.
Back in the old time, everybody would just get around the radio, and that's what you would do. You would listen to the.
But the people performing would perform towards. They knew they were doing radio.
Correct.
So it was kind of geared towards.
Exactly. I have to sit there sometimes because if Terry's working from home, she has to take a business call. An appointment. I have to put the mute on.
Oh, yeah.
The other day I watched a little bit of 1923. I've tried to start that.
That's good.
With no sound on, and I was like, boy, I really wish I knew what was going on. So I kind of would like to just listen to it maybe and just let your theater of the mind kind of wander.
Now when they pop stuff on the screen, it says like 10 years earlier.
That's
going to make it tough.
Right.
Maybe they can just say that.
Let's stay into the viewing habits of us. Only be allowed for the rest of your life. You're only allowed to watch one of the two things.
Oh, boy.
Disney Plus.
Oh, this is it. When I turn the TV on, this is what's
These are
on.
your two options.
Okay.
Disney Plus or the news.
I'm going Disney Plus. Because with Disney Plus, they have, it's not just kids movies.
Yeah,
or it's not just cartoons. It's like they got
I'm going to have to go with that.
Pixar,
Even though I like to
they've
watch
got
the news.
the Star Wars. Do what now?
I like watching the news, but
that's all you can watch.
No, I'm going with the Disney.
Now I'm probably going to.
I'll be watching a lot
if
of
it's the rest of my
Toy
life,
Story.
yeah, I was going to say I'm probably going to run out of some adult, movies, and go to the kid movies. But
you like it.
All right, speaking of kid, this
grown-up movies. Let's say that. Not
this will
adult
have.
movies.
You can relate to this as an adult, maybe, but more childhood. Would you rather drink melted ice cream, or a melted popsicle?
What?
I love those popsicles in the.
I'm going
popsicle. The clear long rectangle, and it would
you cut it on the end.
Yes, and it would melt, and you just drink the juice in it.
I'm going melted popsicle.
Yeah,
I'm going ice cream.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like a shake.
Yeah, that's essentially what you get.
I've asked y'all this before.
A lot
but
of
I can't
times I'll
remember.
melt ice cream anyway to get
I like
it
it a little
soft.
sometimes.
Yeah.
I can't remember your response, so I'm asking again. I'm sorry. So you finish your cereal. Do you drink the milk
Yes.
in the
No,
bowl?
absolutely not.
I pour it out.
I 100% drink
you
every
really? I
don't know why I
single
don't.
drop.
So you turn up the
Did
bowl?
it last night.
You turned the bowl up.
Absolutely.
I don't do
I've
it.
got me little bowls that have a
I've seen those.
coffee mug thing on the end of it,
Are you
like a handle.
serious?
It's a handle.
I think
house,
I have
my
one
goodness.
of those. But
And I will actually use that just zip.
I don't know. Something about it grosses me out.
I know, me too. Why we were
I
a lot
love
alike
it.
growing up, I think,
Love
when it
it.
came to food.
With food.
Yeah,
Golly.
yeah, but
Wish
I
I
don't
had
like it.
some.
Terry was had some cereal a couple of days ago, and she was finishing up, and we were talking, and she was walking over to the sink, and all of a sudden she just turns around and turns up the bowl and,
I
and
love
drinks
it.
it, and I'm like, wow,
Cereal soaked
drink it?
milk is good stuff.
is it?
Yes.
I don't know why I don't like it.
I don't.
Oh, I just maybe
Dump and rinse.
I've never really even tried it. I mean, it's like just the idea. I'm like, no, let me throw this out.
Did I ask y'all this question about only sending text messages or only receiving text messages? You can only pick. You can either send text messages
I'm
or
gonna receive
receive them.
I'm going with.
Can't do both.
I'm going
Which
with
one you
receive.
Well,
choose?
Greg does this all the time. He doesn't send back anything. He just receives
Greg,
them.
you just receive them anyway. You're already working this plan.
That's what I said.
Hey, well, my dad just said, back to your movie question,
Yeah.
he would rather listen.
Okay. Yeah,
Because that's what he does now.
That is a good one.
Yeah, that is good.
That is funny.
Strain, this is a question. This is a QFTA question from the audience. Have you ever used honey as a dipping sauce for your chicken nuggets?
No.
And I have, actually. As a kid and probably in the last 10 years.
I'm not.
I think that might be kind of good.
It is good. I've had it. It
Nope.
is good.
A little
Ain't done
sticky,
it.
but good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway.
You know, sometimes we'll go to, I'll toast a piece of bread, put a little bit of peanut butter on it, and then fill that little puppy up with some honey.
That sounds
That's a good little
That
breakfast.
ain't bad.
You want to try it?
Yeah.
We'll take a break. Now it's a mess. Yeah.
Anytime you bring honey in.
Right, yeah. We got
It's a sticky situation.
It is. It is. Oh, fake laugh.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Should Viagra really cost $90 per pill? We don't think so. RexMD has FDA-approved generic Viagra medication of that little blue pill starting at just $2. Why pay huge pharmacy prices when you can get the same results for a fraction of the cost? Give your bank account a break. Just fill out a brief survey, and if appropriate, you'll get a starter pack prescription of industry-leading generic Viagra medication. Just call 800-452-2186. We've helped over 100,000 men with their sex lives and with getting prescription medications direct. Your consultation is free, there's no doctor office visits, and your shipping is always free. Get your starter pack now. Call 800-452-2186. That's 800-452-2186. Again, 800-452-2186.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new, our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel vPro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
If you like burritos, which you do because everyone does, you should try Taco Bell's Chipotle Ranch and Salsa Verde grilled chicken burritos. These masterpieces start with a warm flour tortilla that we stuff with grilled chicken. But the real stars here are the bold sauces, Chipotle Ranch or Salsa Verde. In fact, the chicken is the stage upon which these sauces shine. Like this mic is a stage for me to spotlight my theatrical range. 2 chicken burritos, 2 bold flavors, $2 each. Order on the Taco Bell app. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only. Contact local store for prices, hours, and participation which vary. Tax extra while supplies last.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PAID for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code PAID. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PAID for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PAID.
Folks, do you need to hire new people? Well, as a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 all depends on team members you surround yourself with. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently by matching open roles with people who have the skills, values, and experiences to help you achieve your goals. And they go beyond resume data by using insights from your job post, company, and their 875 million member profiles to put your post in front of the most qualified candidates, and they make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on your job qualifications, all on one platform. And that's just part of why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus the other leading competitors. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. And right now you can post your job for free at LinkedInBubba.com. That's LinkedInBubba.com. Terms and conditions apply. Looking to save time and money in the new year? Get HelloFresh and take control of the clock and your budget with delicious recipes delivered right to the door. Spend less time in the kitchen with new fast and fresh recipes like falafel power bowls or Southwest pork and bean burritos, each packed with flavor and ready in just 15 minutes.
Over 35 weekly recipes and 70 seasonal and convenient items, there's always something new to try. And pre-portioned ingredients and step-by-step instructions make it easy to whoop up a tasty meal right at home. This year, skip that extra trip to the market, cut back on takeout, and get HelloFresh delivered instead.
At 25% cheaper than takeout, HelloFresh is the easiest and most delicious way to save. Start the year off right with a great deal on America's #1 meal kit. Sign up today for 22 free meals plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors for a link.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't stop.
9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Hanging out, having a great time with you. Enjoy hearing from all of you as you start your day with the kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba and Adler join us right after top of the hour break. This portion of the program sponsored by buyraycon.com/Bubba. Whether you're making big changes to the new year or settling back into a consistent routine, chances are you could use some audio, accommodations for whatever you're doing. Maybe it's you're trying to do a little bit better. A good pair of wireless earbuds that's a right step in the direction, right,
Yeah,
Greg,
it
that we
is.
want to be. Premium audio at the perfect price point. We've got you covered at buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Oh, they sound good, too.
Yes, Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever with optimal gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are so comfortable, and simply put, they won't budge. They're great for whatever you're doing. They also have an 8-hour playtime and a 32-hour battery life. So check them out at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. They have over 50,000 5-star reviews. If you go there right now to buyraycon.com/Bubba, you're going to save 15%. If you own a company, buy them for your employees or colleagues. Buy them for the grandparents, teachers, kids. It's a great way to get going in the new year with whatever you're doing. But let's go with those wireless earbuds. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
They have a extra the little ear gel things to get your size from small to big that you can try.
What size are you?
I'm about in the midway.
In the midway.
Yeah. So there, what do you think of that?
Yeah. Well, you got to figure out what little gel
trial in
gel
there.
cap or whatever fits your inner ear good, and get those things locked in.
That's it.
It was funny. A friend of mine I saw the other day. He is. Well, I got to be careful here. Let's just say his work situation is so that he is around some hens that like to gossip all the time.
Oh yeah.
And he said he's gone to these so he can. Noise canceling.
Oh,
you know.
I got you. So you can have a little peace and quiet.
Yeah. So they're good for whatever.
Or just I got you.
Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
I know where he's coming from.
Okay.
No.
What? I'm just saying I got to be careful.
I don't want
here.
any part of that.
I got to be careful. Got to be careful.
Yeah, you do.
All right, so Helmsy, you were saying that your family's trying to get you into some TikTok deal.
No, so over the holiday,
so
I wanted to ask y'all.
I thought you and Speedy was all about that.
No,
so you and China are tight.
Send each other pics.
My kids tried to get me, and I just wanted to see if y'all had heard of this trend or not.
Hey, gotta stay hip. You're a coach.
They
You got a hip haircut.
is this going to be the segment where we just make fun of Helms?
No, I'm just saying.
Bring it on, Bullet Head.
Huh? There is evidently a TikTok trend going around in the during the holidays, and I think it's probably still going on now. It may be going on for a year. I don't know.
Oh, you
okay,
think
out
there's
of the
a
loop.
time limit on it?
Okay.
But I know my kids tried to get me on it over the holidays. And it's this horrible thing, I think, when you tell someone that a celebrity has passed away.
I saw this.
And you record their reaction.
Okay.
And so I didn't know what was going on. Caroline kind of walked in the room and was recording it, so I couldn't see her. And Maddie came in, and, of course, her delivery was awful anyway, and I didn't believe her because I know kind of what's going on in this world especially, but she came in and she goes, "Hey, Dad, Novak Djokovic has died."
What?
And I'm like, "No, he hasn't. I just watched him play a match on TV. What are you talking about?"
She's trying to get you.
She was trying to get you.
And they were recording it, trying to get so they could post it. But I have seen this after the fact, and after they explained it to me, I went and looked, and they were showing me.
I saw something on this.
And people were, like, some of the way people were reacting to the news.
To me, I will say this, and I'm not being a cold person. And I would go, oh, man, that's bad. There's not one celebrity that if they died today that I would give you any reaction that you would think, wow, that was, wow, what a good little trick, because, man, what a reaction.
And I
go, really, man?
Well, to your point.
Did you just start that with saying, I'm not trying to sound.
Well,
he did.
So we get a little, do you know them?
No.
Well,
I'm not saying you're glad they died.
Right.
I'm just saying, but you're not like, oh, what? What?
See, I saw some of those reactions.
That's my point.
Somebody.
I'm not saying you go, I don't give a crap. I'm not saying that.
But it looked like a daughter did this to her mom and told her that Tim McGraw had passed away. And the mom went berserk. Like, I thought irrational. Like,
so that's my
what
point.
are you doing?
That's
like,
my point. Like she knew him.
I mean.
Oh, these people, when Elvis died,
I was about to say, I don't think Faith Hill would have acted the way you did. Like, serious.
Exactly.
Serious business.
What about this? What about this? Because I don't know how I would I don't know how I'd react either. But somebody that might enjoy their work, you've enjoyed their music, You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're going to start crying about it?
Well, no, I'm just saying some people might care a little bit more than
crying.
keeping my hands in my pocket.
And hollering.
Oh, I'm talking about there's your extreme. There's your extreme, and then there's the hollering extreme. Yeah. Maybe fall somewhere in the middle, like be compassionate.
No, I'd be like, well, man, how old was it when he died? Oh, hate to hear that. That's
would you keep your hand in your pocket?
I would.
Okay.
I would.
All right.
Because it's kind of chilly. But yeah, I'm just saying, I don't understand these people's. I'm not saying you should be glad, like I said, but they act like a family member died, and you've never met this person a day of your life.
It caught me off guard how they were acting about it, and
But that's the new TikTok thing is to do that to somebody
trends,
and record their reaction.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Now I will say this, and I can't stand Jimmy Kimmel.
I'd like to record Greg.
Jimmy Kimmel's would be up. But he had this thing every year on Halloween where parents would film themselves telling their kids they ate all the kids' candy while they were asleep, and the kids' reactions to it was really good. It was funny. They'd come walking in, they'd tell them, I ate all your candy last night that you got.
What? You did what? Okay.
We need to trick him.
Yes, let's do that. Oh, man, I'm going to record you now.
So what celebrity would you squall like a baby over? Because you obviously that's what you're going to do.
No, I'm not squalling. But I'm not going to keep my hands in my pocket and act like I don't care either. I might maybe just be like, wow, really?
Well,
but
but that's not a horrible.
Did you just
reaction.
hear me? Like this,
I'm talking about people screaming and crying, which is what this TikTok thing's
yes,
all about.
Yeah.
They don't want. They're not going to show the one where you go, oh man, that's
right.
Yeah.
Hate that.
For instance, I got a little bit more of a reaction out of him. You didn't really say much. And this was surprising to me. Diamond of Diamond and Silk has died.
Perfect example.
Okay. She's just 51.
You gonna cry about it? Go ahead.
She died at her home in North Carolina.
That's sad.
Well, that sounded sincere.
No, it is sad, but I mean, I'm not going to act like that.
She's real. She's a person.
I mean, I hate that she died.
Lynette Diamond Hardaway is they said in November, and I missed this. There was something sent out that said, "Hey, power of prayer, please pray for Diamond," and that was really it. So I don't know, the full story on this. I just saw the headline that she has passed away. I mentioned that in the break. Helmsy kind of perks up and goes, "Oh, really? Oh man, that's awful." Greg, huh?
Well,
and just doesn't even look up.
That's not true. Now, I will say
I'm not squalling over it, but that's surprising to me.
I'm still trying to get over Burt Reynolds going on him. But besides that, I mean,
Greg,
I miss Burt.
I'm trying to figure out who we could get Greg on. Is it a NASCAR driver or something like that?
Squalling?
I don't think you can get him.
Dang.
Rick and Bubba.
We've been chatting a little bit about some of the stories he's been tied to. We finished talking about the CMA, got that done. Next, and I'm looking at your response, yesterday we did the really tragic story, in my opinion, of Jim Carrey's attack on your daughter. And I've read your response, and I think you're not just saying, hey, this is my daughter. You're actually trying, which is difficult with the far left. Remember, when a worldview is based on emotion, we shouldn't expect it to be consistent. And his attack on your daughter, it didn't seem to jive with what we just talked about a minute ago. What would have happened if it had been another way, if he'd attacked someone who was Muslim for their faith, or attacked someone who was, maybe a Orthodox Jewish person for their faith, and the list goes on. And what would it look like if he attacked somebody for maybe their sexuality or even their gender? Mm-hmm. In the time we're living in now, they keep saying that we shouldn't have anything to say about any of that, but when it comes to your daughter, she's free game.
Look, she is free game because of the position she holds for what she says, the person she works for. I get all of that. But when they attack her because of her faith, and my daughter is a very, very devoted, devout, evangelical believer. She loves the Lord. She raises her kids that way. She's married to a delightful Christian husband. They live a normal life outside of her crazy world at the White House. And to call her a so-called Christian and to call her monstrous without knowing her is just incredibly wrong. And I'm just tired of being okay to attack Christians, but nobody else.
You develop a great term here that this may catch on. You call Jim Carrey a Christophobe.
Well, because,
Yeah, absolutely.
If you say
Absolutely.
anything about a Muslim, you're an Islamophobe. If
Right.
you say anything about same-sex marriage, then you are, a homophobe.
Right.
So what about people who say just vicious things about Christians? Aren't they Christophobes? Isn't that what they really are? So that's the term I call Jim Carrey.
Yeah, and you referred to him as a pathetic bully, sexist, hater, bigot, Christophobe, attacking her for her faith. And you were going to say that would be hypocritical Hollywood reaction if he had called someone a so-called Muslim or a so-called Jew. What would we be hearing today? And you'd be right.
Well,
So-
other than that, though, he's a great guy.
Yeah, other than
I
that.
love him to death, and I'm going to have him over for Thanksgiving.
Well, the point you're making is you're using the phrases they use on everybody else, but they don't
Exactly.
apply.
That's the point.
They don't
Yeah.
apply it to themselves.
Right. And look, we're living in a very rough and tumble world. I'm totally cool with that. But we ought to have some modicum of decency. There ought to be some lines, and one of those lines is you don't attack somebody for their faith, their looks. There's just some things that kind of ought to be off the table. If you want to go after me or anyone I know because of their views, their politics, or the application of things, that's fine. But to attack people without knowing them and attack them on a personal level rather than on a viewpoint level, I just find that bizarre.
And Governor, I know you mentioned it last night. I thought it was interesting. You ran for the White House.
Thanks for reminding me how well that turned out.
Well, we did all we could
tried.
do for you here at least one cycle ago.
Yeah, that's right.
And when you didn't win, you endorsed Trump or got supportive with him, and that surprised a lot of people. And I thought you might want to comment on that.
Well, I saw Donald Trump as a disruptive candidate, and I'm convinced we needed disruption in the political world. Democrats and Republicans had become so stale that you couldn't tell the difference as to who was in power because nothing changed. They didn't change their policies. They're still funding Planned Parenthood. They're still raising taxes. They're still spending more money than they've got. They're still underfunding the military, and they're still not doing anything about requiring people to work for the government benefits they get. There's a whole host of things that have happened, and Republicans had done no better than Democrats when it really got down to it, and they were all playing their little inside game. Donald Trump went to the White House without having hooks all in him from special interest groups. He didn't have a bunch of obligations out there. And that, to me, was very important. I'm here in Alabama this week to help a guy run for governor that I think in many ways is like that, in that he doesn't have so many obligations. He's not a politician, hasn't been elected to things before. And I believe we're at a place in our country where we need people who come totally from the outside, who do not walk into the door and get sworn in with about 200 people who have pretty much ownership. And it's like they've bought stock in him, and now they own him to the point where the people will never get the full benefit of public service out of him. And that's why I was at the rally last night for Scott Dawson.
Speaking of your daughter, too, we were talking about what a tough job she has. And what a great... I remember the first day she stepped up to the microphone. I think it was a fill-in day. And I thought, hey, she's got what it takes. And my favorite day was had to be Thanksgiving or the day before, where she made all the reporters tell something they were thankful for before they got to ask a question. And I was dying laughing, going, that is such a good...
It reminded me, and she reminds me a lot of this type of when my grandmother, that on Thanksgiving, it wasn't whether you wanted to say what you were thankful for. You better be ready to.
Yeah, you better.
Be prepared.
Yeah, but before we go any further with our dinner today, I want everybody to tell me something they're thankful for.
Or no turkey for you.
That's right.
But you said she's been prepared her whole life for this job.
Well, she has. She had two older brothers. They were mean to her. They used to feed her, they give her a glass of mud and tell her it was a milkshake. And they super glued her fingers together one time when she was little. And they talked her into riding her bicycle on the roof of the house. I mean, it's just some crazy stuff they did. But this kid grew up tough because to survive, she had to. And she's also got a lot of her mother in her.
Six minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. From the No Name Studio, a lot of email, a lot of folks, a lot of text. Hey, man, did you hear Pentatonics do the National Anthem last night? Did you hear it? And I'll tell you a funny story why I did not hear it. But I understand it was really good. So for those of you that are listening, I know on YouTube y'all won't be able to get this, but for those of you that are listening, here's our National Anthem. 8.5 minutes past the hour. The old Rick and Bubba show, we are ready to go. A brand new hour. The kickoff hour's done their job. We now join those men, and Adler settles into the YouTube channel, and we are ready to go. Your phone calls today, we're excited to chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll update you on stories from within the show, within the country, and around the world if those are available. I'm getting the reassuring look from the big boy statue. Big boy, great to see you, sir. Love the hair. All right, so let's get him in here. We're missing one. The pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama, but most of you probably know him best as the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere.
The Nazareth. Where I can raise my head. Right on me. Bubba, how are you, sir?
Well, pretty good, Rick. Got a good night's sleep. Got to go ahead and get into bed fairly early last night.
Nope,
the national championship game was over, really in the first quarter.
Well, the best thing about the game last night, unless you were pulling for Georgia, was the Pentatonics national anthem.
Yeah.
I was. I sensed this was coming. I didn't know it would be over. I won't pretend to think it was going to be over that quick. No. This was over so quick, so early. I watched the team text last night, and I joined you guys right after it was bedtime for Bonzo. I went right behind you, Bubba. I came to the same conclusion. Men, this is no time to lose sleep.
No, it's not.
So I went to bed right after you guys did. So I didn't even see. I saw the first touchdown of the second half, and I took it on in. And I think that's when Bonzo. I think that's when Bonzo went too. But anyway,
I was wanting to see the big fourth quarter comeback, but I just couldn't make it.
Yeah, how did it end? I don't even know the score.
65-7.
65 to 7.
I tried to tell you,
Greg. I know, and you and what Helmsy and you, like I said yesterday, it was cute how y'all's heart.
Yeah, and it would have been boring if we all picked Georgia.
You talking about an emotional-based, irrational thought?
Yeah, right.
You talking about that?
That's how.
And let me tell you this, Michigan, you a paper tiger. I'm never going to use you as a reference ever again.
Right.
And I try to judge who's good and who's not.
Right. I will say this, and I know that almost crept in and gave me some doubt, but I thought, Rick, don't do that. It's Michigan. Let me say this, Helmsy, what you experienced, really more so than Greg, because Greg didn't come from the place you came from.
Yeah.
He came from
my heart was involved.
Your heart was involved. This is how it feels to be the left. You know, you have all kinds of emotion, and
You're right. That's the point. Yeah.
And everything. And there's a world you want it to be,
right?
Yes. Yeah. And you just feel like it should be that way, but it just ain't.
Yeah.
Well,
hey, I tell you this, it's not a good feeling.
No, it isn't.
No,
yeah,
not sure how y'all do that every day.
I'll tell you one thing, Gutsy Little Bennett won me over.
He did.
Yes, he did.
I tell you what, he decided in the big moment is to go absolutely bonkers.
Yeah.
I mean, he went nuts.
He did.
And, of course, we all warned that if 19 gets back involved again, it's going to be problematic.
And they got him in there early, too.
By the way, he's just a sophomore. Please don't miss that.
He's got to come back.
He can't even go to the pros yet.
It's a good thing he can still get paid.
As the broadcast said, he's Sunday ready right now.
He is. Well, here's the thing about 19 that goes, and I'm talking about me as a casual viewer of football, that I always forget. I know he can catch. I know that he runs good routes. I know he's a hard-nosed player. I keep forgetting how fast he is.
Oh, yeah.
That son of a gun
and
can
say
tote it.
Back in high school?
Yeah. Hey, when he takes off, like you say, he's a running back. I mean,
he's behind that shoulder, too.
Yeah, he can go. So the whole team, I mean, if you want to say who played well for Georgia, I would just say everybody.
Yeah.
Freshman defensive linemen, they couldn't do nothing.
Starting with Kirby and going down.
Yeah, it was.
They were ready to play.
It was.
You could tell. You know when they go to each sideline with the reporter, "Hey, coach, what's your final words?" when Kirby said we're going to hunt tonight.
Oh yeah,
I was like, oh boy.
Well,
see it in his eye.
well, here's the thing too. On my pick of 42-20.
Who ended up winning that without a blowout?
I did.
You were?
Just because I had the biggest margin. I will say that 42-20, my thought was, and that apparently didn't even happen, I thought that Georgia would be up like 42-7, and then they'd start farting around, and it'd be like 42-20 by the time. I thought I would hit it right on it.
Yeah.
And but I didn't realize that, no, their domination would continue until the buzzer.
Well, several of the guys doing the game last night said Kirby will not let up.
Yeah.
He will not let up.
Nicholas Saban even said that, didn't he?
Yeah.
And Stetson Bennett, he's
now those things usually come back to haunt you. By the way, you'll have your day that somebody will go, I remember that.
That's fine. With 2 national titles, that's fine.
Sure, I'll take my medicine.
He had Stetson had 6 touchdowns and really didn't play the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they did. I mean, they did start substituting, right? It was just over, right?
Oh yeah.
They did let him do the curtain call.
As a matter of fact,
I've asked a couple of coaches kind of where they feel like the line is, and I know one high school coach, he liked to get 40 points up, and when he got 40, he would take his foot off the game.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing. Here's the thing I noticed.
That was like if you were up 42-0, he'd slow up.
And I will say I went to bed right after Bonzo, so I didn't see a lot of it. But I watched the first drive, and in all fairness, with all this, just what I saw, I didn't see all I saw was that part of the third quarter. He came out running the football and was not throwing it, and it frustrated him because they 3 and out. Okay.
Yeah.
And
they jumped the first play.
And then TCU, couldn't move it again because the athleticism on Georgia's defense overwhelmed their offensive line. Okay. And like Bubba has said, and he's correct, and we've all said, look, that's a battler back there at quarterback for TCU.
Yeah.
But there's nobody can deal if your offensive line can't handle their front. If your front can't handle their front, you got problems. I don't care how good you are.
Yeah. You know what you're doing, running for your life.
So that takes nothing away from him. He's a hard-nosed battler, great player.
Any talent you have has been erased.
I'd love to have 15. Yeah. I'd love to have 15 on my team.
Yeah.
But anyway, and I got great respect for the way he plays.
Imagine how good he would be if you flip quarterbacks. If he was the Georgia quarterback.
Yeah, he would do quite well probably on Georgia's team. But anyway, but little Gutsy, he's got some legs on him too, and he doesn't look like anything. No. He's getting interviewed by Tim Tebow. I said, I don't even think I'd let him be on my team. And they said they tried to kick him off the team all the time. He just kept.
The eye test is not good, but hey, you can't argue with the result.
He don't even have athletic legs. No. I mean, he looks like a little wormy thing.
Yeah.
But anyway, what I noticed is I think what Kirby Smart, he saw, well, here we go. Now we're getting too vanilla, and he just couldn't stand it. And he was like, I got to have one more, And then, of course, as soon as they went back to what they were doing in the first half, they scored again. Yeah. So it was, and then it was bedtime for Bonzo. So we don't know none of us know what happened after that.
And that reference is what I usually put on our group text
I love
when I'm going to bed. And it's an old Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan with a chimpanzee, right?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, we'll come back. We'll break down more of it. We'll get your feedback. The Sports Czar Trophy for the first time in the new office. I know where I want it to go, too. More Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And that means she's one tough, sassy Southern lady. And, don't mess with her. You're going to find yourself, looking around seeing where the rest of your body parts are because they're somewhere on the floor. But I've always said, and this is be very true of my daughter, that when a Southern woman starts or ends a sentence, figuratively or literally, with bless your heart, you are about to be gutted like a deer.
Oh, yeah, that's nothing worse than that.
Man, everybody, somebody from up north, they hear, oh, bless your heart.
Right.
They think, well, that's so sweet. Pal, you better step back and look what's on the floor because it's your insides.
Right, yeah. A Southern woman, she'll bless your heart right out of there.
Yeah, she'll bless your heart.
Right out of there.
Woo, that means something.
When you said that about her having the 2 brothers, my brother and I have a sister, and I thought, doggone it, our sister could have been
Press secretary.
Yeah, I never knew. She went through the same torture. So you were basically describing my sister's life.
Well, my daughter is a person who's confident and comfortable in her own skin. She knows who she is. She's not a person who goes into that room and escalates the tension, but she knows that it's not her job to make pals of the press, and she respects them. She knows they've got a job. Their job is to try to get her to say something that would embarrass the president. But I'll say this, when she walks in there, she understands that podium belongs to her, and they're not going to take it away from her.
No doubt about that. We'll come back. Do we have one more? Hey, to Mike Huckabee.
Wow, what a week.
Come on,
Hook! And there he goes.
Throws a changeup in there.
Cody calling us out. It looks like out of South Alabama there. Let's see where this lands. All right, come on.
Oh, look at the lights showing off, Rick.
Oh, my gosh. You can tell they like the Huckabee spin.
One more.
Yes. Flowers, flowers, flowers. Smell it. Well, Cody, congratulations from 1-800-Flowers.com. You have a choice to have 24 multicolored roses, 24 red roses, or 30 assorted tulips, and they'll send them wherever you want them to be sent.
We'll go with the tulips.
Tulips it is. 30 assorted tulips for you. When you go to 1-800-Flowers.com, always enter the code Bubba to see specials available to Rick and Bubba listeners. Let's go to David, back to the state of Mississippi. David, welcome to the program, buddy.
Wow, what a will.
Come on, Huckabee. It's 2 winners in a row.
I know it. He's on a roll.
He's spun nothing but winners so far.
I know his daughter would be proud.
Not everybody wins, Governor, just so you know. Here. Oh, look at now. We got it. Look at here. Yeah. Meat. Oh, meat has been spun, David. It's landed on meat, a $50 gift card to stockyards.com. The world's finest steak and chop since 1893. And you take that $50 gift card, pick out what you want, and they'll ship it right to you, okay?
Good deal. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, David. We need to get some info from you, so I'm putting you on hold, okay?
How about when you're eating a steak that you won from Mike Huckabee? Is that not funny?
Oh, when you cut that thing and it's so juicy and tender.
Oh, man.
And you think, I'll tell you one thing, this, you know, because what you don't want is for your meat to be like his daughter, because then it'll be tough. All right, so let's go now to our first lady who's going to get a spin today. Daphne is calling in. Daphne also looks like out of the southern part of Alabama down toward Montgomery way. Daphne, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Wow, what a wheel.
Come on, Huckabee. Let's see if we can keep the streak going.
He's on a roll.
He is. All right, Daphne, let's see what we got here.
Like a wheel rolling downhill.
Let's see here.
Yes,
Boy,
sir.
Yeah! Meat. Oh, Daphne. I'm going to tell you what, I don't know what you're going to go with, but whatever meat you choose, from stockyards.com, I want you to thank Governor Huckabee and say, you know what? When I needed Huckabee to put food on the table,
yep,
he delivered. So let's get some information from you, and you got a $50 gift card to go to stockyards.com, the world's finest steaks and chops, and they'll send it right to your door. Thank you for playing, Daphne. Oh, thank you. Thanks for listening to the show. All right, let's continue. Let's go to Ryan. Ryan, you all right over at Dawson? Let's go to Ryan. Ryan, how you doing, buddy?
Wow, what a will.
Oh, yeah, Ryan knew what to do. That's a veteran right there. All right.
Round and round she goes.
On the phone, brother.
Henry the horse. It's Henry the horse.
Oh, Governor. I don't know how to explain
Here
this.
he comes. Yeah, Henry the
There he is. He's doing some kind of judo move today.
All right, Henry.
All right, guys, we got to get to the polls. Saddle up, partner. Saddle up. Let's go. Oh, wait a second. That did not work out too well last time.
22 minutes past the hour, and we got some video from last night, too, we'll look at. And one of them is, I'm glad that either Speedy or Adler, whoever found this one, I saw this happen. We probably all did. The David Pollock comment with Saban sitting there on the panel. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. We'll hit all that. We got a lot to cover.
Let me tell you, that all that did was fire Nick Saban.
Oh, sure it did.
Yeah. He'll be at the office extra early today.
Well, let me tell every one of you, I watched the game last night. Bama beat both of them. Road Tide.
TCU had a great year. Their program is definitely in an uptick mode, and congratulations to them for that. But I think last night, again, and I was thinking this, I know Speedy said it earlier, they just do not play the competition that Georgia plays week in, week out. When you play in the SEC, you've got – this is what your weeks are going to look like. Georgia, Alabama, LSU, Tennessee, Florida, Auburn, every now and then. There's just no, and
Mississippi
you think,
State,
well,
Ole
look, that's
Miss.
what I was going to say. Oh, so
Arkansas.
We've been through the grinder now. Our off weeks are going to be Mississippi State, Ole Miss. I mean,
South Carolina,
Arkansas come in there.
Texas A&M. I mean, if they can get it back, they got the talent.
You don't.
And they could
you
flip
never
that
know.
switch at any moment.
Yeah, you don't know. It's just such
Oklahoma,
a grinder,
Texas.
you know.
Vanderbilt,
and you just don't play that level of talent every week. Texas, TCU, and Kansas State, the two best teams from their conference, were absolutely taken apart and demolished by Alabama and Georgia. I mean, not even it never was a game. So, how do you improve that? You got to play better competition to get better. That's the only way it can happen. That way you recruit better and all that. So, iron sharpens iron, or it destroys you. One or the other. And,
Texas, Oklahoma, go figure that out real quick.
They really are.
We'll find out, and it will be. It's going to be different than I play one big rival, maybe another one that's kinda, and everybody else is a punching bag. It's a big difference.
But to your point, it's not that TCU couldn't beat an SEC team.
No,
that's not what we're
not
saying.
on any given Saturday.
We're saying every week, if you've got to strap it on again against another SEC opponent, it wears you down after about the fourth or fifth week in a row.
You got to win the line of scrimmage, and you got to have 2s and 3s that can hold the line when somebody goes down.
Well, perfect example, Georgia, only a little over a week ago, they get in a absolute slugfest with Ohio State, but because of what
probably should have lost.
Because of what Bubba said and what Speedy said, though, instead of that being something they couldn't overcome, they couldn't rise back up and stand up again and fight. It made them stronger, and they came back and played even better their next opportunity because playing hard games is not something new to them. It makes them stronger. It doesn't demoralize them. It doesn't take everything out of them because they're in shape, because they're always carrying heavy weight.
Mm-hmm.
And so that point I think you saw. And there's that thing in football where Ohio State and Georgia matched up better than TCU and Georgia matched up. Sometimes you just don't match up good with the team. And TCU did not match up with Georgia at all, and it was so obvious so early. I've never heard, all my years of listening to and watching college football, all the years that Kirk Herbstreit has been doing it, I've heard him so many times, never once, and again, maybe I missed a game that he said this, never once have I heard him say, I really don't know what to say. I mean, he really did. He goes, I know I need to be giving you more, and I need to be commenting, and I don't know what to say about this. I mean, isn't it quite obvious? Do I need to say anything about this? Right. He literally said, I honestly don't know what to say. If you think Lee Corso hasn't lost his way, he picked TCU. We told y'all.
While yelling, go Dogs.
While yelling, go Dogs.
Listen.
Why are we doing this?
Listen,
I don't know.
I heard you touch on it.
There's a time to head off into the sunset, and please don't belay that any longer on that.
Yeah.
Listen, on the thing too, and let me ask you this: does TCU always run a 3-3-5 defense? Is that their standard
new
defense
this year?
Well,
it is their base defense.
I've heard of teams doing that in special occasions for a particular team that runs this. To me, a 3-3-5 would be the last thing you'd want to do against Georgia, because you're giving up 4 yards off the line of scrimmage without anybody even having a I mean, you're playing to their strength. It seems
well, and also the offensive coordinator for Georgia did a masterful job of confusing TCU's defense and getting people wide open. The running game, to your point, Bubba, it when it was needed, it was devastating because of what you just said. My goodness, the running backs were running downhill by the time they hit anybody.
Yeah,
and Saban in pregame,
when they were giving them motion this way, the linebackers were selling
exactly,
out, and then they were cutting back.
I saw Saban in the pregame, and I took a note of it because I respect him so much for what he knows about football, and we'll play an uncomfortable moment with him coming up in the next.
I love hearing him talk about the game while it's going on.
But Bubba, he mentioned the 3-3-5, and in his face, I could tell he didn't believe in it. Against Georgia, he goes, now if they're gonna run that 3-3-5, and he's like, if this happens, they're in trouble. And guess what? It happened.
I remember the only other time I remember somebody changing. Auburn ran it against LSU, I think, the year that they were so good, and it gave them a little bit of trouble. But, if it's almost like you're surrendering the line of scrimmage and saying we're just going to try to slow you down. And I don't feel confident in it.
Well, Kirby Smart also is doing a tremendous job of getting Georgia. I mean, I know last year's team, and I even said it during the predictions yesterday, everybody feels like was better than this team, top to bottom, and I still do, but they didn't go 15-0. So, the 15-0 is. You realize how hard that is? Back-to-back championships are hard.
Incredible.
But a 15-0.
So, who gave Georgia the best game on the field this year?
Ohio State.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then Missouri got it.
Missouri may need to
be
be in the top 5 if we rank it that way.
Kent State didn't play them bad.
No,
they didn't.
No. Well, bored.
They were bored.
Yeah,
they were.
All right, we'll come back. There's some uncomfortable moments. David Pollock, because when Saban was up there, Bubba and I talked about this in the office before we got on today. So what are the mixed emotions that this is my guy, he's doing really well, but I'm still coaching, which means he's doing really well, and I'm still here.
Yeah. But he still wants to beat him.
Oh, yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Candidate, my bad.
Oh, you're a bad horse. Bad horse.
Bad horse. A good portion of the Rick and Bubba audience, especially the southern, down the southern parts around in Alabama, and we had some other things. It came through Mississippi and went on into Georgia, and of course, one of the places dear to our heart where my family still lives, including Greg, was hit, and Greg is not here because it is impossible for him to get out from where he lives. His house is okay. They did lose power, and I think they still don't have it, but my parents, they're okay, and Speedy's son's okay because he was home in Birmingham, which did not get hit, thankfully. Did you find out still some damage up where he is, though?
We're showing that now on RBTV, some local footage there, and it's I think, a lot worse than some thought.
The track looks longer and bigger than what we thought initially, too, Rick, and I'm not even sure exactly where we're seeing right now.
It's
that
close.
204, you think?
Yeah, it looks like it's like right there around campus. I will tell you this.
I know where that is. That's
the West Point Baptist Church, close to where Greg lives, is destroyed. That's where Good Morning America is standing in front of on the reports. I know the Star Mart that's really close by where Tyler lives is destroyed, and early reports were that the reserve apartments that are really close by, that they had some major damage and some folks were trapped. Luckily spring break was in effect, but a lot of the athletes were still there because they have schedules. Now the basketball team was not, but the baseball team is, because we go to Kennesaw State tomorrow and then host a weekend tournament or series, I should say, this coming weekend. So they're all there. Luckily, everybody on the baseball team and their families that live locally, they're all okay. But it was scary for a while. And where Tyler lives, you can go by the grace of God, where Tyler, he was not supposed to come home yesterday.
Yeah.
It just so happened they're on spring break. So after practice, he said, hey, I'm going to run home and listen to this, let Mom cut my hair, which was funny, I thought.
Yep.
And then I'm going to get a good hot cooked meal, and then I'll head back in the morning. I talked to Coach. He's good with it, and I just got to be back for practice. And then this hits, and where it went down, which is looks like locally they're down Highway 204, he lives a block from that highway. I'm talking about a block.
And they're showing the side of the street that his apartment is on, Speedy. That's coming up at 204. They're almost to the old bank building on the corner of 204 and 21.
Yes.
You're going to see the drive-through come in the frame right at the end of it here, right there. Which is now the Gamecock Welcome Center where they do the tours out of. So watching that on 204 where it comes up to meet 21, that would be across the street from the Coliseum, Star Mart, West Point. That 204 connects Highway 21 to 431. 431. And it looks like it followed a track right up through there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of you, Rick's talked about it, and I have as well. It has a lot. This place has a lot of history. Not only do your parents live there and Greg, but I mean, this is where you guys are from. This area, and this is and look, the emails that I'm getting from people wanting to make sure everybody's okay is extremely humbling. I sent a tweet out. My phone blew up to about 11:30 last night, and it started back this morning. Folks like Helmsy didn't even know anything had happened. He had checked out and went to bed and got the kids down, and he didn't even know that this was going on. But
I understand there's quite a bit of damage across 21 up into the northeast part of town, what we used to call the boulevard up in that area where the avenues are, and so we'll try to get more on that. I'm sure that with daylight there's a lot more surveying going on.
Yeah, no doubt.
They'll have people in the air that'll be able to give a better indication of what the strength of the storm was.
Yeah, and JSU baseball has had a huge renovation on their stadium, and this came right past it.
Yeah.
So they're trying to assess that damage. I know Pete Matthews Coliseum lost most of its roof. So the updates now that the sun has come up are not very good.
So anyway, and what we think, we've had no report otherwise. There has been no loss of life as far
Which
as
is amazing.
As far as
Amazing
here,
in this.
and I think they're saying there's a report out of Georgia. There was loss of life there. I don't know, but so there's. I know it covered a bigger area than this, but we're talking about this because, like I say, that's where Greg is, and that's where my parents and Speedy's son and where Bubba grew up and all that, so it kind of brings it a little more into the show. We did mention that there may be another school shooting situation. Great Mills High School in Maryland, the school is confirming that it was on lockdown after a shooting this morning. It's 35 minutes past as we work our way back. I do want to point you to this, Field of Greens, fieldofgreens.com. I've already had my first Field of Greens shake today before the show. I'll have another one late afternoon, somewhere in there. But I try to get another one in because that's what the directions say before the day is done. And why am I doing that? Because I want my body. We've been talking about it. It is hilarious, and we totally acknowledge that. How much a show made up of these people talks about nutrition. Now, we're very good at talking about it, but as far as applying it, that for all of us is kind of where the rubber meets the road, and it's and it's tough to get in the recommended dosage of fruits and vegetables, and it may be that some of that may be because you don't really like vegetables or certain vegetables, and so and you find yourself drifting over more toward the carb side, which that in moderation is fine, but if you're not getting those fruits and vegetables that the body was designed to run on, think about it. If you put the wrong fuel inside a vehicle, it's not going to run. So the fuel we put in our body really does matter. So the beauty of fieldofgreens.com is they have it all formulated in the superfood. You take these shakes, you're getting this. Now, I will say this. You still want to eat healthy. You still want to have an exercise regimen and all that. But, man, this is a great supplement to a healthy lifestyle. And I just can't say enough about how it's helped me. I just love it. So go to fieldofgreens.com right now. You use the promo code Bubba, and you'll get 15% off. And don't forget this, too, as we all make all these. It's a new year. We're going to do that. I'm going to drop a little weight. I'm going to get a little healthier. Remember that when your body is operating the way it's supposed to, your metabolism also operates at highest efficiency as well, and that helps. So fieldofgreens.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't forget the promo code Bubba, and that'll get you 15% off the first order. All right, so let's play. You want to play the clip when David Pollock is sitting there next to Nicholas Saban? And
I like I want to hear Kirby's We're Gonna Hunt tonight, too. That's good.
Let me make sure I've got this right, okay? Alabama has won back-to-back. And then we had Nebraska win back-to-back.
Yeah. Tommy Frazier.
I saw Tommy. Tommy's put a little weight on.
Tommy's put a little weight on.
He looks a little more like us now. When you see his highlights and then see him and go, okay, wow, so So
and how much bigger the shoulder pads were then?
Yeah, and of course, it is funny that the more that we, for some reason, I don't know why, and this is how we are as human beings, how we will have 2 points of view that are mutually exclusive, and we'll just talk about them as if they're not. All we hear now, rightfully so, is that football is a violent, dangerous sport. And then over on the other hand, we are now watching the players dress with almost nothing.
Yeah.
I
got a pair of shorts.
Our shoulder pads are tiny. We're wearing a pair of shorts.
Do they wear shoulder pads? Knees are just left out in the open.
Can I tell football players, aspiring football players, that looks absolutely ridiculous. It looks ridiculous.
Especially if you go mid-thigh.
You look like Lance Armstrong out there. It looks absolutely ridiculous. Okay,
but they're faster that way.
Are they?
They think they
are. They?
They think they.
Hey,
well, how about this? Then you can get a little closer to you. Now.
Yeah, right. There. Work on your speed and wear your pants right. All right. So anyway, but what I'm talking about, it looks like that on one hand we're saying violent, dangerous, and then on the other hand we're going out there wearing a helmet, and then we're going to start playing in t-shirts and shorts. And just as long as we wear a helmet, our head won't be hurt. I'm even thinking about some of this stuff now where we don't know really what happened to Damar Hamlin, but if it was a blow to the chest, don't you think some of the older shoulder pads with the bigger chest plate might have been better?
Yeah, you would think so.
But anyway, I digress. So let's go to David Pollock with Saban on the panel talking about where Georgia is right now on video 3. Here we go.
And Georgia, obviously, you've seen in the past couple seasons now, really, they've taken hold of college football. And Georgia, obviously, you've seen in the past couple seasons now, really, they've taken hold of college football. They did an unbelievable job. This is a young football team. This isn't an old football team with a bunch of guys loose. Now, listen, the NFL can take its chunk out of anything.
So, Saban, I watched
now
that.
David Pollock played for Georgia.
He did.
Let's be sure everybody knows
He's
that.
still factually correct.
He is.
Doesn't look like. Remember, at Georgia, he was a different.
I don't care where he's from.
He does look a lot different, yeah. No, there's no doubt that he's factually correct. And so I think, and Bubba and I were talking about this in the office. So I know that Nicholas, I know Nicholas Saban is a fierce competitor and demands excellence. So I know that he still wants to beat Kirby. All that's a given. I'm going to take this as a challenge. We're going to get back to where we were. By the way, Alabama not being where they are, it might be a click and a half off.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not.
If that.
They're not far gone.
And they just signed the best recruiting class they've ever had.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, if they'd gotten into the 4, they would have been in that game last night. I don't know that they would have won it, but they would have been in the game last night. I did have some.
Yeah, many Alabama fans thought that too.
Well,
they were sharing that online last night.
I had a lot of Bama fans that were saying that they thought they would win it, and then they saw last night's performance of Georgia, and some of them have emailed back said maybe it's better we weren't there. I didn't. I mean, watching Georgia last night, I don't know that anybody, if they played like they did last night, I don't know that anybody wants to play them. But Bama wouldn't be afraid of them. I understand that because, like Bubba said, it's different when they're in your own conference. You see them all the time. Yeah. Even though Bama and Georgia don't play that often, they do play in the championship game from time to time. But
it seems like about every year.
Right. So let's. I wish they played each other in the regular season a little more. That's a thrilling game to watch. So if you're Saban, tell me where you land on the I really feel good for my former defensive coordinator, and I love seeing him implement the things that we implemented together and seeing them work again at another program versus we must return back to the spot that belongs to us.
Do you think he thinks at some point I taught him too well? I think he's proud for him. I do.
No question.
But he still wants to beat him. He wished that Kirby was second every year.
Let's say right now, okay, that you and I, and they could have done this over years, and they've chosen to stay with us, which we're thankful for. The guys here on the show go out and they start doing their own show.
Right.
And we have to admit that they reached a point that they're better than we are. They're bigger than we are. They're more popular than we are. They've got a bigger audience than we do. And so we would look at that as motivation to
come back
to return
and do better.
But we would be thrilled for them.
Yeah, we'd be happy for them, but not to the point we want to surrender.
Right. That's because you're not really a competitor. I mean, I don't think Saban is going, all right, good for you, Kirby. I'm out. I've done my part. He's sitting there thinking, man, when I go out, I want to go out and be back to where we were. And again, Alabama, it's like Georgia is 1 and Alabama's like 1A.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not talking about them sitting down there at the fifth best program or anything like that.
Right. No.
I mean, if you watch this playoff, Ohio State, Georgia, and Alabama, to me, were
very close.
Were better than TCU and Michigan.
Yeah, a lot better.
I mean, overall, I know Michigan beat Ohio State, and I give them props for that.
I don't even know that Ohio State needs to be in there either. Georgia didn't play.
Well, that's true.
I mean,
but they looked good in that game.
They did look good.
We got to give them
but
credit.
I think it had more to do with the way Georgia was playing than Ohio State.
But we have to say that Ohio State is a very good football team.
I think last night, too, is an example of why the 12-team playoff is going to be better because you won't have – you might luck up and beat a Michigan, but it'll catch up with you before you get to the national title game.
Yeah, we won't have you – I mean, everybody felt – I know I did – that if TCU were to beat Michigan, and we even said it on the show before we went on the break, here's what's going to happen. TCU is going to upset Michigan and get drilled by Georgia, and that's exactly what happened.
Right.
Because
the championship game was Ohio State and Georgia.
Right, because the Cinderella stories are cute and they're fun, and I love them as much as anybody.
But they usually strike midnight.
But when midnight hits, it's just ugly.
Yeah,
you know, I mean,
they get to the top of the heap a lot of times, but they never. It seems to me they never win the big one.
Yeah. The SEC has been in 16 of the last 17 national championship games.
See there.
All right. Alabama, no, not counting this year, was in the last 6 of 7. So I think they're all right.
They
just got to bounce back.
But see, Saban loves all this.
You can't win them all.
Yeah.
You just can't. No. The odds of the football gods, little g, if you want to call it that, just so many things get against you when you win. And it look, for Georgia fans, you know now you expect to win the national title.
I like
so any loss is devastating.
Speedy brought up that Georgia, the team you saw last night and last year, there were no transfer portal players.
That is amazing.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And they'll eventually do it if they need it. They just don't need it right now. Yeah. And the other thing that's impressive, and you know this, Bubba, we both know the personalities of the Sabans in all forms, where there's Sabans in every way to make a living.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
He is so thrilled that David Pollock said what he said. He has the same video we have.
Yeah, and he's going to show it.
And he's going to walk into
absolutely.
spring training, winter workouts. He ain't waiting to spring
He's
training.
probably rolling on their big TV this morning.
You know what that
replay,
is? That's Georgia rat poison.
Right. He's going to walk in and say, just so y'all know, and it's not some coach talk, I can play it for you. The sports world and all the experts say that we are no longer the kings of college football. So I just want y'all to know that. They say that Georgia has taken over college football, and that's not me saying it. Roll the video, and then and as you said, as they walk through the dressing room, it's going to be just looping and looping and looping. Winter workouts, spring training, summer workouts, loop. Best recruiting class they've ever had, or one of the best.
Yeah.
And then the players they still have, loop. I would not want to have Alabama on my schedule next year. They're going to come out like a crazed elephant.
Big red elephant.
We got a few more sound bites from the game last night that are worthy, I think.
All right, we'll play when we come back. 65-7, is that how it ended?
Yep. 65 to 7.
It was a cute little frog story while it lasted, wasn't it?
I'm worried about that little hand thing they do for the horned frog, too.
I know, it looks,
It's like something else.
Rick and Bubba.
They are confirming that the incident was contained, and the St. Mary's Sheriff's Office was on the scene. The school said on its website, Maryland State Police also told Fox News they're responding to the incident. Agents from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms were also headed to the scene. And it says there has been a shooting at Great Mills High School, and it has been contained, but they are on lockdown, and they're going to tell the parents what to do and all that. But they're not telling us much about it other than something has happened, but it's contained. So that's all we really know right now. So if we get anything else on that, we'll let you know. So we were kind of reviewing yesterday, and we had one thing we didn't know whether to review or not, but we have been kind of given the clearance to review it. And that it was fine. There was no issue with it at all. But, you know, we had Huckabee here last hour, and Bubba and I were, you know, in our home city where we live now in Birmingham, part of a rally and a meeting involving, you know, our friend running for governor, Scott Dawson. So we knew that there were 2 locations, and one was, you know, involved a smaller group of people, and then you had to get to the rally that anyone was invited to. And how far do you think those 2 places are from each other?
Oh, they're about, normally driving 20, plus minutes.
Yeah, and if you're in afternoon traffic, now
it could be 30 or 45. Yeah.
So we were told to meet at where the rally would be, which would be the last thing we're doing, and that we would get in a van, which we talked about, and we would go to the smaller venue and the smaller group, and we would talk with them, with Governor Huckabee and Dawson and all them. And then we were told you'll have a transportation back to the rally.
Right, the main event.
Well, I took that to mean that we'd be in the van,
right?
Going back.
I did admit the time frame in it looked a little tough.
It looked tight
at one point.
It looked tight
with afternoon traffic.
Of course, we ended up having plenty of time because there is a way to travel that really is extremely efficient, and that is if they put you in dark-colored windowed vehicles and have a police escort from one place to another. And there was a moment in all that when we were, being escorted by police through traffic and red lights and all that. And I looked at Bubba and I said, "Does Scott think he's already governor?" It was it was a moment that we because that wasn't that what we thought. I said, well, we're just running for this, and we found out that because of Huckabee being there and of course his daughter being press secretary, that they thought there, could be some sort of security risk involving this, and so they said they thought this was the appropriate way to do things, and this is normal.
Yeah, it was all done through proper channels.
It's all normal procedure, and
I just had never been in one of those before, and it's pretty impressive the way you make time.
Well, it was. The ride really was not very long at all.
No,
and it was.
I kind of enjoyed it. I wanted to go back and do it again.
I did too, and I loved the whole concept of us following the police, them not following us.
Right. It's a much different view
awesome.
when you see their tag instead of them looking at yours.
Right. And I did find out one thing. If they put you in a vehicle that is for security and it has dark-colored windows, you can wave at people all you want to, Rick. They can't see you in there.
Right.
And I kept seeing people trying to wave. I'm like, well, these people aren't even giving me anything. And find out I was told they can't see you, Mr. Burgess. They can't see the window. Please, stop waving at people. Because I wanted, that whole thing, hey, man, what's Burge and Bussy doing?
Yeah.
I
wanted to wave at some folks.
I'll tell you this. If you go from one location to another and never have to stop for a red light or be in traffic.
Not even slow down for one.
You can really get there in a hurry.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like,
impressive.
I guess we will have time to eat something before the rally.
Yeah.
Because we're going to make
a few phone calls.
Yeah.
Tool around a little bit.
What was it? It didn't seem like it was more than 5 minutes.
Rick, I won't speculate on that time, but if you're in a police escort, they move on.
I will tell all of you this: a police escort can get you somewhere much quicker.
I will have to say it was pretty fun, and I think my first time.
Yeah.
At least on that side of the lights.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. Now I've seen police lights before around me.
In the rearview mirror.
Right. And then you pull over hoping they're going to pass you with escorting other people.
Yeah. They're after some other guy.
Yeah. But we were the people this time that really a lot of people had to breathe a sigh of relief because they thought they were being pulled over.
Yeah.
And then when they pulled over, like, oh, good, it's somebody. So there you go.
You can say that we're all wrong.
Nine minutes to the top of the hour. Looking back at last night's college football national championship, it was over. It was over quickly, 65-7. The Bulldogs from Georgia. So let's flash back to last year. Coach Kirby Smart. Here's a flashback to last year. Him and celebrating after Georgia winning the national championship 364 days or so, or 65 days ago. Here he is with this comment.
After 41 years, the University of Georgia are national champions. How does that sound to you?
I hope it doesn't take that long again. Go Dogs.
It didn't take very long, 364 days, and then they got to do it again. So was Georgia ready to play last night? Yes. We saw this right out of the gate when Kirby Smart was interviewed Was this the coming onto the field interview?
Yeah,
when they were just getting started.
Yeah, they've already come on, and now they're going to each sideline.
All right, here we go. Hi-there-o.
What do you need to see from your team early, particularly as you start on defense right now?
Aggression.
That's it?
That's what we want to do. We're going to hunt tonight. We're going to do the best we can to hunt tonight.
We're going hunting tonight.
That scared me a little bit.
It did.
You could see.
Yes.
You could see. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I thought, wow.
Uh-oh. Oh, wait a minute. I smell pumpkin. Cinderella's going to need a ride.
That was a funny line.
Oh,
you're right.
We're going to hunt tonight.
We're going to hunt tonight. So then we have, let's see, we've got Stafford congratulating Smart. We have Kirby Smart talking about his son crying because of Bennett. That's a pretty good one. All right, how about video 5? All right, so here's video 5, Kirby Smart talking about Stetson Bennett leaving the team.
I'll tell you a quick story. I walked in they got a real nice head coach's office in that room over there. And I don't know if Stetson knows this, but I walked in and my 10-year-old son, Andrew's bawling. And I was like, oh no, somebody's hurt his feelings. Somebody's thrown him down. Somebody's done something to him. He said, why are you crying? You're going to ruin my moment. He said, Stetson's leaving. Stetson's gone. I said, he's 25 years old. He's got to go.
That's great. 25, he's got to go.
Got to go.
And, I didn't know this. Speedy was telling us that they're in California, that it was pouring rain outside when they left. If you're TCU or a TCU fan, you went through all that, and you walk out, and it's just like the whole world's crying with you. I mean, it's just pouring rain. You're in California. You can't even get in California and not get rain on. I would have made the whole team go stand out in it.
The weather is so perfect there. The stadium is even open air.
Right.
I like that setup. I like that.
That's a neat looking.
I've got a roof, but I'm open air. Now, if I wanted to tailgate, I wouldn't like it.
No, I can do that.
All the waterfalls outside. I was trying to get Betty to look at it when I kept showing clips of it last night.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really an impressive looking facility. I'd like to go see it. That's what I'm saying. That's the bottom line. I'd like to go see it.
So let's. Are you interested in seeing the only? Yeah, I was gonna say, are you interested in seeing the only touchdown TCU scored?
Yeah, we're rolling. We're rolling
Purple
it now.
got fired up. Right?
Yeah. Well, and right there, you go 14-10. You think? Do you realize when the first
you answered, you thought, hey, we can hang with Georgia.
When the first half
it took busted coverage on the play or two before for that to even be a possibility.
I saw that.
Yeah. This made it 10-7 here.
Yeah. But how about this? Georgia, when they ended the half, I think I have this right, 6 possessions, 5 touchdowns, and a field goal.
Yeah.
Good night, live.
That's how you do it.
UGLY. You ain't got no alibi. You ugly. Hey, you ugly. Do you have any interest in Matthew Stafford congratulating Kirby Smart and Stetson Bennett?
Sure, let's hear it.
All right, so here we go.
The Dog's Day in the sun.
The
Dog's
Video
Day.
4. Here we go.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Is a little spin action in there on you? Oh, I'm sorry. You know this. Go ahead.
This is actually just B-roll because they do say Matthew Stafford says that was good stuff, basically.
Oh, that's all he says.
Talking about how he was throwing missiles. So,
okay, all right.
But yeah, here's Kirby Smart giving Matthew Stafford a hug.
Oh, I see that. Yeah.
And they get a picture there with Bennett. And at this point, Kirby Smart's like, "Man, he was throwing missiles, wasn't he?" And Matthew Stafford said, "Yeah, it was good stuff."
Oh, I see.
Yeah, good stuff.
So how long did Bennett have to stand on the sideline before he could enjoy the celebration the whole fourth quarter?
Pretty much.
They take him out in the third. Is that right?
I think that
they give him a curtain call.
Again, I was sleeping.
Nobody knows. We're all in bed.
But I just heard the commentary this morning that he threw for 4 touchdowns, ran 2, and didn't even play the fourth quarter.
I've got to go.
There's no. That's all I heard.
Yeah, I got to go back and what were the 100 yards he threw for? I'm sorry.
304 yards.
How about when you go to the
what do we have on that?
I had 340. You had 325. Everybody else was below 300. So when you look at what was going on last night and us going to bed early, and I still have you ever had something happen? Because you're sound asleep and you think whenever I wake up and see my family again or see my wife again, I need to go back and revisit that because I don't know what happened. So I go, I give up. I go to bed just like all of y'all. Right? We all went to bed early in the third quarter or some at halftime. Okay. The latest any of us stayed was a little bit of the third quarter. Okay.
Right.
And so we all go to bed because we start saying that sleep is going to take priority to watching the end of this game.
Yeah,
we all
I can watch the highlights.
Yeah, we all made a wise decision on that. So anyway, for some reason I was out and my wife had not come to bed yet, and I just now remembered it, and I've got to go back and go. I got to ask her what happened because it really threw me. All of a sudden, I just wake up in the bed looking up, and I hear Sherry talking. I think asked me if I was asleep. You ever had that happen?
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's time to go to work. And I'm like, oh my God. I said, what time is it? And I don't hear anything back. And I look around in the room, and now the door's shut back and all this, and I just went back to sleep. I just now remembered that.
It just came to you?
I don't know why she came in there, and I mean, because
I want to tell you Georgia won.
I was in pitch black dark.
Yeah.
Okay, there's no lights on. I'm not sleeping in there with a lamp on or something.
Right.
And so I don't know why she asked me if I was asleep. I mean,
I'm in the bed. I'm asleep.
Right.
You sure this wasn't a dream?
And it might have been now. Now I'm looking back. I don't even know if that happened.
I love when you sleep so good you're totally disoriented when you wake up.
Like right now, I'm not sure whether that really happened. Did I dream
wake
that?
up well?
Because that didn't say. I don't know why she would do that. That didn't make much sense.
Yeah.
Now something did happen that I was like, and it's just one of those things where, and we talked about this. This thing God invented marriage, where He made man then made woman. It's a good one on His part. I mean, there's great blessings, but there had to be, because God does have a sense of humor about how equal we are, but how different we are.
Oh yeah.
But this thing with them, and we love them so much, but if they get something on their mind, I mean, we're going to talk about it. And it really doesn't matter what's going on. Yeah. I mean, God love them. If it's on their mind, we're going. But the problem I think they've got is we're not really listening if they pick a bad time, though.
Rick and Bubba.
We're hearing things now after different campaigns. An ex-Obama campaign director. Now they're saying this is a bombshell. Would you say it's a bombshell? I mean,
for people that ain't got a clue, maybe.
Right. He is saying that. Oh, by the way, Facebook was on our side and working with our campaign. Well, yeah.
And everybody knows that.
Well, I would just say when you have a raging left-wing liberal who has this kind of platform and this kind of access to this kind of people, he's probably going to use his platform to see if he can help the candidate he wants to win, right?
Rick, I would say, and
right.
And why this is a story is because now they're coming out and saying, well, the Trump people, they had these computer gurus that were mining data off of these websites and these social media things to try to market their message more appropriately to the right customers. You mean like everybody else that advertises on these social media sites?
You talking about like we do if we've got something we want our audience to hear about?
Sure.
We try to set up a way for you to see them. If you're one of our people and you've been part of what we're doing, and say like the devotional with Andy Blanks, well, you know what Iron Hill Press does? You'll start looking for something, and guess what'll pop up? Hey, have you got this devotion?
Yeah.
You know why? Because they know that you're tied to the show some way, and it might be something you're interested in.
And what you may find it hard to believe is Facebook and some of these other sites are selling your personal information anyway. It really doesn't matter what their privacy statement says. They work around it, and marketing, we need this data, we need that, and they make it available to customers. And there was two companies that the Trump administration was working with who they've now cut off. They said, well, we're not going to deal with them because this is not good, this is not ethical. But they were doing the same thing with the Obama administration. That's the point.
Well, the point is this, and they said this one even goes a little further than that, because it was Facebook themselves that knowingly allowed the Obama campaign to mine massive amounts of Facebook data, more than they would have allowed someone else to do. And they said because they were supporting the campaign. Well, that's why you, if you're a candidate and you got somebody like the folks that run Facebook on your side, that you got access to something.
That's an asset you try to maximize for your issues.
And so what they said they would do is they would have people who were part of Obama's campaign. He said there were 1 million Obama backers who signed up for a Facebook-based app. And then they gave the campaign permission to look at their Facebook friend list. And in an instant, the campaign had a way to see the hidden young voters. Roughly 85% of those without a listed phone number could be found and then uploaded to the friend list. And they offered them an ideal way to reach them. People don't trust campaigns. They don't even trust organizations, who do they trust? They trust their friends. So they gave them access through this app, and then they went into those people and went to their friends list and then grabbed them and pulled them back into the whole deal and let it generate.
And even with
Facebook let them do it because they were pro-Obama.
Yeah, so I don't think anybody would be surprised by that. Like I said, this thing goes on different levels. We know even without that access that Facebook sold ads to Russian agents who were trying to disrupt our election. We know they had a troll farm that went out there and acted like they were individuals spreading stuff. They know how – and look, Rick, they know how people, relay this stuff on social media. So they get a few seeds out there and they just sit back and watch it grow. The Russians were not trying to help Donald Trump per se. They were trying to disrupt the election, and they thought Hillary was going to win.
Right.
So they were trying to help the person behind. Well, just like after Trump won, they also helped to lead these protests against Trump in these other cities because they're just trying to disrupt our democracy. They've always done that. And to some degree, I'm sure we're doing it in their country and in other ways.
Well, and you're right, and it's pretty simple because they're showing the math right here.
I don't think that doesn't happen
right.
by either side.
Right,
okay? If you do, you're just not very wise.
Yeah, they think this is a story because they're saying Facebook, obviously, the creators of Facebook are pro, they're left, so they're going to do things they wouldn't do for other people. Well yeah. And the other thing, they talked about how it happened. They said they were able to, with one click, they were able to take more than 600,000 supporters. And then with one click, that turns into 5 million contacts asking their friends to register to vote, give money, to be sure you vote, all this kind of stuff. Just by taking it's that it's really it's the modern day version of the shampoo commercial.
Yes, the sheeple.
And
effect,
they told two friends, and they told two friends. But now it didn't go by twos; it goes by tens of thousands.
Yeah.
If you can find the right people, just you can add it up a lot quicker now.
Yeah. Well, they can, with these troll farms and bot farms, they can take just a few people and make it look like that it's tens of thousands of people. And then you add in real people who will agree with them somewhat or all the way or just relay what they're doing. And you've got a tidal wave of information on, working for you or against you.
Well, the one thing this tells me, too, and I hate to go back and upset Hillary again because I know I don't want her to lose it. It's more than she already has.
Or be mad at you.
But listen to this. So, do you know what this tells me? It's just what Dick Durbin, of all people, said the other day. Because, he's saying that this little campaign she's on right now keeps trying to cry about how she lost the election and trying to blame all these different things. He said 30% of the people that voted for Obama voted for Trump. Mm-hmm. She's conveniently leaving that out, and the Democratic Party does not deny that. So you think they didn't do the same thing for Hillary?
Yes.
Well, they did.
Yes.
So why didn't it work? It worked for Obama, but it didn't work for Hillary. I'll tell you why. Hillary.
Yeah.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Thank you, Johnny Donovan. A brand new hour of Rick and Bubba starting right now. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. 29 years we've been at this. And we are thankful that because of you and the grace of God that we're still here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us.
All right, I have a real count. I told you, and Bubba, you remember this on the tour when you're dealing with these venues. Sometimes it gets hard to figure out. The Man Church Conference, February 24th, 25th. Got the update going on the air today, and this is an accurate number as of the beginning of the show. 28 tickets left for it to be completely sold out. So 28 tickets left. If you're still wanting to go, you need to move on that. Just go to themanchurch.com, click on that logo right there, and where it says the conference, that'll take you there. Get these final reserved seats, and we will see you in February. Very excited about that. So you were talking about the game last night, and the whole thing. Marriage is a wonderful thing. It is a blessing from God. God deemed it holy, and I love my wife, and we all love our wives, and they, tolerate us as best they can with all of our shortcomings. But and there are times when My wife is excited about big football games if I can give her a background narrative that is interesting. Yeah. Or we have
some storylines.
Yeah, or the obvious, we have a child playing or a relative coaching or something like that. So anyway, this didn't have any of that. I thought the TCU Cinderella story might get her attention.
Right.
But TCU, I think, was so foreign to her, she couldn't even understand what I was talking about.
Right.
She was like, what does that mean? I said, Texas Christian University. She goes, they're in the national championship game? And I said, yeah. And she's like, well, I got too much going on. I said, well, she goes, I actually forgot about the game. And I said, so are you in? No, I got too much going on.
You know what I did, Rick? I asked Betty to watch the game with me and fake liking football like she did when we were dating.
You know what?
I just asked her to do that.
Is that too much to ask?
Go ahead.
That's good.
And she did sit in there for a little while.
Can I tell you, Bubba, how much it broke my little heart for the same thing that Sherry was not in on this big game? I'm not making this up, and this is kind of sad, but I just love her so dang much. I didn't even sit in her chair, and she gets the best chair.
Mm-hmm.
And I just sat next to it, and I'd look over at it empty, and I'd go, that's where she'd be. And it was a better chair. I could have propped my foot up better.
Right.
But it's like I had to leave it open because my little football buddy wasn't there. And so anyway, and I love pregame. Man, I love pregame.
I'm all about that.
And I don't know that we have a more glaring example that sometimes the pregame is better than the game.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It was glaring last night. So I was kind of wanting to, and I was watching the pregame, okay? And I got the pregame almost completed. And then, as every husband all across the world knows, and I'll do what we see now in modern time, and past times it would be another thing, I see my beautiful, loving wife, my number one earthly priority, coming down the steps into the setup where I've got the game on the big screen, and I think to myself, look at her coming to watch this with me. Mm-hmm. She's finally realized I miss my husband so dang much. I got to go down there.
Come and sit with
him and watch the game. And I thought, how sweet is this? And then I noticed she had her laptop. I thought, uh-oh. The odds of her coming down here and watching a football game with the laptop is not very high.
Well, see, I would even take Betty playing with her laptop in the same room the game's going on.
I would too, unless there's something on that laptop that she wants me to see.
No, not a discussion.
And have an in-depth discussion about it.
Oh,
no. Yeah. All of a sudden, she saddles up, and I notice when she sits down, she does not prop her feet, which means she's there for business. She's not there to watch the ball game. And I'm kind of like, and you ever know, there's a crucial moment, because there's a moment where you decide how well you want your life to go or how much you want to watch the football game.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It is.
And then these words, the words that every man sitting down to watch a Western, a war movie, or a sporting event, no one wants to hear the next statement. Are you ready for it? Can you mute that?
What?
Can you mute that?
No, I can't.
You're like, why?
And everything you say next.
Careful.
I mean, it's almost like the judge is looking at, he's got his gavel. What are you going to say? And I'm like, the defense rest? I don't know. I'm done. And I said, and let me tell you where we are so you know exactly where we are. We got national anthem coming up. Okay. And so I'm like,
last college football game of the year.
Yeah, and look, and so my eyes, it's like I wouldn't let my voice speak. My eyes just kind of cut to the screen, and she goes, "What are you looking at?"
Oh,
and I said,
she's being intense about this.
I said, the game. Just a minute. Now, and she goes into this very in-depth conversation about, Bubba, you were the first person that used the analogy about what we're going to plant in the spring.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, the first time you said that, I thought he must be in my house. You know what I mean? They'll start talking about stuff they want to do in the spring or whatever, and you're just like, now look, we need to decide what. And I'm just like, but I mean, not like right now.
Right
you know,
now,
and
we're talking about what's going to happen.
And before I know it, there's visuals, there's graphics, there's look right here. I want you to look right here. Now you see this. And I'm just like, and I'm almost panicked. All of a sudden, my eyes cut up, and I go, oh, I don't know who that is singing the national anthem. That's why I missed it.
Oh.
Okay, there's the national anthem, and so
that's one of my favorite parts of the game.
Unfortunately,
wait a minute, that was muted during the national anthem, and you were looking at a laptop about what y'all going to plant.
Never
in the
heard
spring.
it. So I heard it today on the Rick and Bubba show. Thank goodness. But anyway, so So I heard there was a lot of hype about it.
Yeah.
I've heard the Pentatonics Christmas album, but I didn't get to see the national anthem.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, and so all of a sudden it's like, and she's like, and then what I'm thinking about here, and then my eyes, you can't help it. Look, my eyes start going, and I start cutting them, and I'm cutting them over here. Are you listening? And you don't want to say no, even though that's the right answer. That's the correct answer, but it's not.
Here's a good answer.
It's not one of your choices.
I'm trying to see the game.
And so I did this, and I don't know what made me do it. And I think it made it worse is I did a body movement toward the screen as opposed to speaking. I did this.
Oh.
I did my head to the right. I tilted it toward the screen, like over there.
Like, check that out.
Over there's the game.
Something's happening over
there. And she goes, well, can you pay attention to this just for a minute? And I'm thinking, but you should have been down here like the game. And then all of a sudden, I'm sitting there. I can see the ball go in the air. Yeah, I see the kickoff.
Toe touching leather.
Toe
touches leather, and we're underway.
And then you make the mistake of this. So what do you think? And I said, well, the kickoff. And I start saying kickoff, and she goes, what are you talking about the kickoff? I said, it's the game just kicked off. Did you hear anything I just said?
Not really.
And then all I could think of, I started to say, does Charlie Brown hear the teacher? Here's what I'd like to know, okay? And we're going to do phones when we come back on the game or whatever. Here's what I would like to know, okay? Ladies, when y'all decide to do this, do y'all ever think probably not now? Is it uncontrollable? Is there no way to keep from like, hey, this is on my mind and I got to get some feedback from my husband, and no matter what's going on, it must be now? Do y'all not think, like, did anything ever go, oh, he's watching the game, this is a waste of my time? That's just the point I'm making.
Okay.
Not that, anything's more important or
Right.
whatever.
But
What about the thing of if I go right now, it won't be productive? What about that? That's probably not good. I do that. Do y'all?
We do. That's
probably
what I
not
was
good
saying.
timing.
I think men do that a lot.
I don't approach my wife when I think, not a good time for this.
I had this
Timing
moment
is
last
everything.
night.
Right, yeah, right. Yeah.
I'm waiting until about 6 or 7 today, by the
See
way.
there?
Did-
You
Rick,
thought
did
that
you-
through. Not a good time.
Was it muted when is it John Williams when he orchestrated the
No, I saw
intro?
that.
was pretty
Tony
good.
Dorsett.
the last
and all
thing I
that?
saw.
Okay, it is. So you got to
Dorsett's
see-
part was a little weird.
Do
But
you
yeah.
miss the Pentatonics? Huh?
Do you know when I finally joined the game?
What?
Do you know when I finally joined the game?
When?
10-7.
TCU's
Are you
first
serious?
touchdown.
If she only could have come to you in the second quarter, you wouldn't have mind muted it.
And here's what hurt me the most.
Probably preferred it.
Yeah, here's what hurt me the most is then she went on to text what she could have texted from the very beginning.
Oh,
From the other room. But anyway.
You know she's listening probably right now, watching.
No, probably not. She's still concentrating on what we were talking about last night. All right, we'll be back. Phone calls. All 10 lines are available. Your phone calls coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
Because there were people that actually thought, I'd like to support Obama. And then when they gave were given the same opportunity to support Hillary, 30% of them said, And they went to Trump. So Hillary doesn't have that in her book.
Right. Yeah, while not a big percentage, it was enough when it counted in the right places.
Yeah. So that's on Hillary.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can't even keep your base there.
And I think her continually complaining about it is not helping the Democratic cause either. And I think they're all kind of like, it's time,
obvious they feel the
it's
same
time
way.
we need to tie a bow on this and move on.
Adler wanted to ask us, he doesn't DJ much. You actually have kept him from going to retirement, Bubba, with him DJing tennis matches.
Oh, I know. He does a great job.
Yeah, he does. Got it bad. Well, I'm a teacher. Well, Eddie Van Adler, you've been doing this for how many years now?
A long time. Long time.
A little dance called Dance for Downs, and you'll be doing that this evening, is that correct?
That's right. Tonight, Dance for Down Syndrome. It's at Samford University. It's $5. Anybody can come, students, adults, kids, young kids, people with Down syndrome. Like, there's going to be a ton of different folks there. It's at Samford tonight. It's $5. All proceeds benefit Unless You. It's tonight at Samford University. And I need some advice, guys. This is actually going to be truly my last time to do this, so I want to go out with a bang. Yes.
Okay. What do you mean last time?
Okay. So I truly need to get rid of this DJ equipment.
Right.
Like, it's getting to the point where
after April 20-something you can.
Right. This is my last Dance for Downs. This is my last tennis season. This is it. I don't do weddings anymore. I'm strictly trying.
You don't write checks. You don't.
I don't. I'm trying to focus on
straight cash.
This kind of stuff, production, video production, specifically.
Got it. So, what you're saying, if this is going to be your last one, you feel like that you don't really know the funk era with proper. Today's dance music is not very good. I'm just going to tell you that right now. And there was a time we knew music that brings people to the floor.
Thank you. And so I figured I'd consult the masters of funk, Rick and Bubba.
Well, we got a hit list right now.
Two sexiest fat man alive.
Well, look, stand by, because just get ready. You got something to write with?
Okay, so this morning I noticed you played
the Daz Band.
The Daz Band.
Let It Whip is a standard.
And
Let It
Swoop.
Let
It
and
whip.
Swoop.
And then, which is pretty much Let It Swoop. It's the
Correct.
same song.
But it's got that same
I wish
funky
we were
beat.
listening right now as we're talking.
All right.
Okay, cool.
Bubba,
All right,
Bubba,
Daz Band. Got it.
Bubba's called for it, and this is an area I don't think you've ever gone. And this
Midnight Star Essentials.
Yeah,
Gotta have that.
If you don't ask the Freakazoids to get to the dance floor,
then how can they ever start dancing?
Midnight Star is a must.
Okay.
Freakazoids, robots, please report to the dance floor.
Oh,
and then
that is too good.
You got to have that one.
Yeah. I'm sitting here looking. That's playing now, Rick.
Is it really?
So you got Freakazoid.
Freakazoids, robots, please report to the dance floor.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Now we're coming.
Now we talk.
I love what you do uncontrollably with your hand.
I can't even stop it. I don't know what to do. Now you know you got something.
Okay, good. Thank you, guys.
That's an all-star list.
That's just a warm-up.
That's all-star.
And that's my old school playlist right here. I could just send it to you.
Okay,
if you want to put it on the groove train, you can too.
Yeah.
Heat Wave, Boogie Nights, it's leaving.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean, I hate for you to.
Why's Adler getting one?
He gets one every day, just so he can see what's going on.
Well, here, take it.
Rick Burgess. I do that to my wife all the time. Where I go to give her something and then I kind of pull back as she's reaching for it.
If you're just joining us,
get that from
if
you.
you're just joining us, what I'm doing is holding a piece of paper that Speedy is trying to reach for, and I keep moving it just out of reach as he keeps reaching for it.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
If you don't have RBTV,
that's an old Rick trick from way back.
Oh gosh, Greg, how long have I been doing
I quit reaching for stuff, Rick, in
You're the king of
1995.
Yeah, that's true. I still fall for it. I don't know what the deal is.
Hey, welcome back, baby brother. Good to see you again. Did you have a little tornado action up
Yeah,
your
we
way?
had a little tornado up in Jacksonville.
That's fun, wasn't it?
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. So, and
very powerful deal.
Yep. Speedy was there yesterday too, and so they sent out some pictures and video of some of the damage there, and those people are still putting everything back together. A lot of that'll be a long haul, but they'll get it done. And 21 minutes now. Phones. All 10 lines are available. We start with David out of Sweet Home, Alabama. There's a line available for you if you'll just dial right now. We got about half of them still open. So 866-WE-BE-BIG, and the real Greg Burgess standing by to get you lined up and ready to go. Let's start with David. David, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Tell you, I sent y'all a video. I tagged it on Twitter. This fan of, I guess he's a Mississippi State fan, but he's a fan of college football. But he is going livid. Like at first, the message, he's just talking about, hey, college football committee, blah, blah, blah. But he goes full throttle, nuclear warhead on us. But he's not cussing. But y'all have to check it out. I sent y'all the video on Twitter under the handle Davis Great Maybe, but y'all will enjoy it. It's about a minute long, but it is hilarious.
Okay, yeah, I think I see Adler playing it back here, so we may do that. Maybe we when we come back.
What's his take on it though? What's the bottom line?
He's probably talking about how you got a bad matchup for the championship game, the way you do it or whatever. We'll see. Let's go to John in Georgia. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Happy New Year, fellas.
Hey.
I had it just like I liked it. There was an early ladies' dinner. We're both Georgia graduates. She comes home and decides we're going to plan our summer vacation after
Oh, man. So but we do need some wives to call up and say, does it ever dawn on y'all?
Right. Timing
this isn't the best time to discuss this.
Not
is there
only-
something in you, in your womanness, if you've got something we got to talk about, then we got to talk about it.
Because the point being, not only it's bad timing, but there's certain times I'm not going to grasp what you're trying to tell me. It's just not productive time, and that's some of it.
Daniel in Auburn. Daniel, go ahead.
Guys, I got one question for you this morning. What is more annoying, Bama fans that complain that they should be in the game last night, or Camp Lejeune commercials? You tell me.
That's a toss-up.
That is a good one.
That's really good.
Delivery, too.
Alabama could have easily been in the game last night. Just beat either LSU or Tennessee in the regular season.
And how bad was the water at Camp Lejeune?
Oh, man. J-O-N, Bubba, out of Georgia.
Not J-O-N.
Hey, Georgia Bulldogs.
Hey.
Go, J-O-N.
Good morning, Rick. Good morning, Bubba.
J-O-N.
It's great to be a Georgia Bulldog, I guess. Hey, listen, I watched the game, and we all talk about the national anthem, and Pentatonic did such a great job. But could somebody get on board a pair of pants that fit?
I didn't see it.
High water zone, didn't you?
I didn't see it, J-O-N. That makes me want to see it. So high water.
When you go to he's predicting the rain. He is predicting the flood. He's got his Jim Thorpe socks on. It's not even a good look. I mean, they're up to his knees. It is ridiculous.
In the red, white, and blue.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that is.
Well, it was a lot of rain out there.
Caleb in Georgia. Caleb, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
How we doing, boys?
Good.
I swear, after the TCU touchdown, it always reminds me of Remember the Titans, where the defensive coordinator looks at his team and says, you ain't going to let them gain another yard.
Yep, I love
it.
it.
That's what happened last night. I mean, it was absolutely incredible.
It really was. Christine in Minnesota, total dominance. Christine, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a comment on good morning, everybody. Had a comment on the whole wife, asking the husband if he can talk thing.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is to flip it to you guys. Is there ever a good time to talk? Because anytime I say I want to talk, I get, I can't do this right now. Is there ever a good time?
It's a great question.
Yeah, I think there's better times than others. I can tell you this for sure. If the national championship game for college football is on, or the Super Bowl, or any playoff games thereof to get there, those are bad times.
I can think of one if we won't fall asleep.
You're going to say it.
Yeah, that's at least take a shot at that one.
Right.
Yeah. That's usually a pretty good one. You pretty much have our attention there. Or I hate to say it, as soon as we finish this conversation, if I can just have your attention for a minute, there's something that is waiting on the other side of this conversation you're really gonna like.
Yeah.
How about a car ride? We're in the car together.
That's good.
We're traveling.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Well, we might be listening again.
Well, that's true. And honestly, it doesn't even have to be an important one.
It really
just
doesn't.
if I'm locked into it.
That's right. Pamela, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hello?
Hey, Pamela.
Hey, Pamela.
Hey. Okay, I don't do everything right, but last night I recorded the game before my husband got home to make sure in case he got home late, he would have it already started. When he arrived, I made sure he had everything ready to watch the game on the big screen. I excused myself, went in the other room, and kept up with the score on my phone.
Wow.
That's a good night.
I didn't know unicorns could talk.
Yeah.
I mean, that's to Kathy.
I need to study her.
In Alabama. Kathy, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
I guess I'm another one of those talking unicorns because I was in that game from the time Pentatonics done the anthem to Georgia deferring to that last touchdown. So
Wow.
I was there.
I can't believe
my
you're.
kids know, leave Mama alone because the national championship is on.
There you go.
Okay.
There, how about that?
Wow.
Let's go to Casey in Alabama.
They do exist.
Yeah, Casey, go ahead.
Yes, I know. Last night Georgia TCU they play again. It could be a different story. But how much do y'all read?
No, it couldn't. No, not those two teams.
Well,
yeah.
Well, I agree with you there. But how much do y'all read into Alabama smoking Kansas State, who beat TCU, who got smoked by Georgia, and then they give the Big Ten 2 chances in the playoffs, and neither one of them can win and get there. So why would they put 2 teams from a conference? Wouldn't you think they would put 2 teams from the best conference in versus the Big Ten?
Well, don't forget about fatigue. There's some SEC fatigue.
Yeah, you got SEC burnout.
And in all fairness, Alabama didn't help by losing 2 regular season games.
Yeah.
They lose 1, I think they get in.
Yeah, I do too. I do too. And here's the good news. The 12-team thing is going to eliminate this. You're not going to have to worry about someone not deserving to be there getting that far through it. More than likely.
Yeah.
Because they can't just have a good game and go to the national championship. They got to win a couple of them.
As a football fan who wanted to watch a good football game last night, did I prefer to see Georgia play Alabama again? I did. But I understand by the way the seasons went why I didn't get that opportunity. Right. Would I have preferred to watch that game over what I saw? Yes. But I understand why I didn't get to. That's the reason why, like you said, I think the 12 team's going to solve all that.
Yeah, it should help.
Bottom of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG. So we'll come back in this video that David sent us. We'll look and see what that
and
was
we've got another sport that's really taking off we got to talk about.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Greg, I heard you were saying, even looking at it, that power for them should be days, not weeks. And
They'll knock that out.
Yeah, it won't be too bad. So
I was telling Greg,
full recovery underway, and they've got groups there that are handling, volunteers, and there's a ton of folks trying to get in to help. They've got people who are collecting money for those that are going to need that. So they're handling the situation, I think, as well as can be done.
I was telling Greg, he didn't like to hear this, but he's like the Saban of power workers.
You really making my
guys.
life miserable with that.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, I was walking the streets.
I know what you mean.
I was walking. Well, I mean, I know you don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
But when I walk every other poll they're putting in and they scream, "Where's Greg?" I mean, I hate for you to hear this, but some of the guys been in the golden ticket seats before that were screaming, "Stay in it," and because these guys, and Greg knows it, they come from all over the place to help. They kind of all attack one city to get it done.
Pause. Remind me to ask you something in the break about that. But go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, no, and so I heard a lot of "Stay in it's love Rick and Bubba." I'm like, hey, y'all getting after it, and then a lot of "Where's Greg?"
Yeah,
almost like they wanted to just see you, Greg.
If you want to feel invisible, just walk with Greg and Bubba, and somehow happen upon a group of people that love tennis and work for the power company.
Yeah.
I mean, you just disappear.
Yeah, you do.
I mean, you talk about feeling invisible.
Right. I have a lot of friends still there.
Right, and so anyway, but that is going to be a long haul. But like I say, we were discussing this in the break, and all across the country, it's different. And wherever you live, our country is so vast. You have different things. I mean, we don't have a lot of expertise when it comes to earthquakes.
Yeah.
Some people have expertise in hurricanes. Some people and we live in a place where tornadoes are just a part of your world. It's always been part of your life growing up, and it's always if you live in these parts of the country, that's always that's part of it.
And clearly, we don't have expertise in snow.
No,
that may be our worst case.
In the spring and the fall, people don't realize the fall is actually worse than spring.
Here goes Greg.
You have
November. November
really
is a
is.
bad month. Yep.
So
just saying.
Yeah, and if you live in the Northeast, you're an expert on snow, and you're going to get it again. So,
boy, they getting.
I love
Bubba. Easter needs to come and go.
I know. So we get away from these nor'easters.
Can I tell you what's funny? I love this. I love this headline. Winter storms make a mockery of spring.
Yeah.
So they're actually mocking spring.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you remember the groundhog saw a shadow because we had all that good weather in February, and then here you go.
So
we're
what
paying for it now.
So what is this?
Or the calendar's off on the
Is
other.
today the official day of spring? Is this the
Yesterday.
Yesterday. Was it yesterday? Okay.
Yeah, the 20th, I think. Today's 21st.
Yeah. How about in the history of
It's
New York?
one of them.
It'd be yesterday.
There's been a lot of snow. They're saying today it could be a record breaker.
Speedy. The only thing he likes better than that is a flood forecast.
Well, I don't like it.
What is the name of
I'll
this
say
storm?
intrigued by it.
They've named it. What was the name of it?
We don't need to name nor'easters.
Yeah.
I know,
that
but
was
it
Weather
is
Channel
named.
and makes fan mad.
I heard since it's coming there, they've named it Paulie.
Yeah.
Yeah, Paulie.
Hey, Paulie. Dropping a lot of snow on us there. So 15 minutes pass.
Where's Greg?
A lot of Rick and Bubba still to go.
Not here, buddy.
Our number today, 866-WE-BE-BIG, and I know it was mentioned because it was breaking in the kickoff hour, but we do need to talk again. The Austin Bomber, we think, is dead.
Yep.
Or at least one of them. If it's more than one, one's dead. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us. So we've discussed the national championship game last night, what there was to discuss. The Sports Star Trophy moves into my office today. It was such a blowout. Really, if you just had the biggest point margin and the highest score, you pretty much got it because that's how ugly it was. So anyway,
I tried to tell you.
You did great. Thank you, buddy. You were just trying to say that was my best chance to win. I understand that. Now Helmsy, it came from his heart.
I got caught up in it a little bit, too.
Oh, really? Helmsy, it came from Helmsy's heart. He admitted that. He said, look, and all that, and that's fine. You know what? That's fine.
I blame Michigan for what y'all did.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I blame.
I'm tired of Michigan acting like they're some juggernaut.
I blame my optimistic, positive views
Well, it was
on
a great
things that
story.
will never happen.
How about
a great story.
Hey,
That's what I blame.
Don't lose that optimism, though. Don't let this taint that.
Don't lose that childlike faith.
Now you're going to struggle to stay optimistic through what I'm going to talk about next, and that's our economy. Okay, so sorry about that. LearBubba.com. See if you can be optimistic about the stock market dropping 24% last year.
No, Rick, that's tough.
No, and now we've got some. Now here's where you can go. You can be optimistic and opportunistic at the same time. Easy for me to say. Believe it or not, gold prices right now are shockingly low. So that makes now a great time to invest in gold. CNBC expert predicted gold may go up 100% this year, hitting, you ready for this one, Bubba? $4,000 an ounce.
Wow.
So also Kevin Demerit, founder of Lear Capital, agreed with that, adding that during the recession of 2008, gold shot up to over 50% and helped investors secure their savings and retirement accounts against loss. So over 25 years of experience, exceptional Trustpilot rating, risk-free investors pledge, LearBubba.com is the choice to trust. So get your free wealth protection investor guide right now and receive up to $15,000 in free bonus gold based on the value of your purchase. Just go to LearBubba.com or you can call them 1-800-707-4575. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors. So, Bubba, we do have the video of the guy, and he's really speaking, I think, on behalf of the college football community. He does seem to be, as our caller said, a Mississippi State fan because he's got a state hat on.
Okay.
But he's just a football fan, and he is upset with the college football committee basically sitting down on a Monday night ready for a great evening of football, and he did not like the product that he got.
And that's what you got.
Yeah. So
65-7.
So here we go.
On the College Football Playoff Committee, congratulations. You need to pat yourself on the back because you have screwed every college football fan in this country tonight. That's what you have done. You have done that.
Man.
Look at this right here, 45-7. Okay? Now, look at this. They just. Luckily, he dropped the ball. What is this? What is this? What have you given us? This is a national championship game. That's what this is. It is 45-7. You thought TCU belonged in this game? What was the qualifications, College Football Playoff Committee? What was their qualifications? Getting beat by Kansas State. That qualifies you for this game, the biggest game of the year, the game that every college football fan, no matter what team they pull for, looks forward to. And this is the garbage that you gave us.
I love this guy.
Pathetic. You are pathetic. This is a disaster. This is a barn fire. And every one of you, not one of you deserves to be on that committee if this is what you think college football is supposed to look like. You owe us all an apology. Every one of you that's on that committee that pulled some crap like this deserves us all an apology. And I want it.
I want it.
This better not ever happen again. This committee needs to be redone, got done away with, whatever you want to call it. This is garbage.
That was way better than I thought it would be.
Okay, much better than I thought.
Yeah.
And I will say, I
kept it clean.
I thought he was going to try to do a character. He's really mad.
No,
he's
Very frustrated.
Probably listening to the show right now.
He claimed it better not happen again.
You know,
What's
Rick,
he going?
you made a good point when they say, and this is a big money-making event.
Oh, yeah.
When they sell those TV revenues, they promise the advertisers a certain number of people are going to see those ads, and they pay based on that, what they predict it's going to be. But they have a minimum, and if they don't meet that minimum, they have to go back and refund them money.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling that the second half people did not get their full quota of eyes on their commercial.
I know 6 that left.
Yeah.
And
I think Pollock even looked at Desmond Howard at halftime and said, you're supposed to keep people around. What are you going to say?
I mean, this is not, and he makes a good point. This is not what the championship, this looks like the old days when you had TCU for homecoming.
Right, yeah.
I mean, this looks like what we see Alabama do, too.
I will admit,
on homecoming.
in hindsight.
Here we go.
Of course, we were all, when they did pick them, I don't remember if we were for TCU or not. I can't remember being in it. But if you are TCU, unranked coming in, thought you were going to finish 7th in the league, you better run the table to get in. When they lost that game, that should have
Kansas State.
That should have been the tripwire. We go,
Well,
now you're out.
Now you're quoting this guy, except you're saying it calmly.
Yeah, but of course, don't forget. I mean, they run out on the field and beat Baylor on a kick while time's running out.
That's right.
And,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if you're in that role where you weren't ranked high and all this, and you surprised everybody, you have to be undefeated.
Do you feel the same way about Ohio State?
No, different team.
Yeah. And
different program,
different conference. I
mean,
I'm just asking. I agree with you. I'm just asking.
But
I kind of feel a little bit like
in the
Ohio
preseason
State, Michigan, both.
Yeah.
Of course, now I'm about to throw Michigan in that.
Yeah.
No, I'm just. But I never have a good feeling that Michigan's as great as they seem.
Tell me this: in their conference, other than playing Michigan or Ohio State, who's the big team in there that's supposed to really test everybody? Every now and then, Michigan State's pretty good.
Penn State.
Penn State's pretty good.
Penn State had a decent year this year.
Wisconsin usually has a little bit.
Penn
more
State can't get past them top two.
Yeah.
I mean, they just can't do it.
Yeah.
Ohio State and
those
Michigan.
are the only two losses this year. Was the tweet to them?
Yeah. I didn't realize the guy was going to be that mad.
Yeah, that's good. But it's a great point, though. It's funny.
I love when he referred to a loss to Kansas State. This is what it gets you. You get to play in the championship game.
Well, they did have to be.
Well, if you go to conference champions, that's gonna help take out a lot of people that shouldn't be there.
Well, it's Michigan's fault. They should have knocked TCU out, and then we wouldn't have had this.
Right.
We'd just seen Georgia beat Michigan 65-7.
Yeah, it may have only been 45-20.
Right. You're right. My pick would have been a little closer.
Yeah, mine would have been a lot closer.
Yeah, right.
Same.
So anyway, go ahead.
I have a stupid question. So when they go to 12, will Alabama and Georgia always be on the same side of the bracket?
No,
not necessarily.
It'll get changed up. Okay.
Yeah, they'll be seeded based on the conference champions will go in first, I think, or will it be based on their ranking going into it?
The great thing about the 12 is it will reveal and remove pretenders.
Well, the pretenders will have to fake it one more game than TCU did, and the chances of
you should weed them out by then.
So let me ask you this: let's just
because if that happens in the first round of the playoffs, we go, well, they didn't deserve to be there, but you still have a good national championship.
Because this was a disaster. This was a barn fire.
Alabama.
I love that.
The reason you're not in is because you had 2 losses.
That's right.
Yep.
Tennessee also had 2 losses.
That's true.
But they beat you. So have they been in there?
No, back to what you
can
guys
do this
said.
all day.
That's the point.
Their
Is you
loss
could
is
sit here.
So let's
because
go to 12, and it ain't gonna matter.
It's not. But for this to answer this guy's
You're right.
question, who would you rather see in there? And everybody in the room says Alabama because we're not blind to what we see every week in the SEC.
And plus, Tennessee's quarterback got hurt, which
he
made
did,
them,
and that does make a difference, and they factor that in when they're discussing it.
Right.
Penn State had 2 losses. Washington had 2 losses. Tulane, they had 2 losses. So Alabama is the answer, but then you're putting in. I mean, I
can't just hang on 2 losses. That's why we're talking about, like you talk about Ohio State as TCU. To me, it's just 2 different things. One, Ohio State came out ranked. What were they? Top 5.
Yeah.
But I think the point you're making, and I have to agree with it, and I said it so much so about last hour, is I understand this man's frustration completely.
I do too.
But there are teams that put the college football committee in a situation because they didn't get the job done in regular season games, and it would have solved this problem.
Yeah.
So based on what you're saying, and I actually agree with it. Didn't like the way last night was.
I did not either.
Whatever, but I don't. But I have to say, what other choice did the committee have?
Yeah. To y'all's point, if Tennessee doesn't let South Carolina put 63 on them, they're in.
Well, and if Hooker doesn't get hurt, they're probably could be in.
Yeah.
USC wins, they're in.
Yeah.
The final AP poll is out, and of course Georgia 1, TCU 2, Michigan 3, Ohio State 4, and then there's Alabama at 5 and Tennessee at 6.
Yeah. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. That video exceeded my expectations. That was good.
What are we doing?
More Rick and Bubba.
Barn fire!
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Well, the Austin serial bombing suspect, we believe, is now dead, killing himself in a dramatic confrontation, has been identified as a 24-year-old man. Undoubtedly, at some point, the pursuit began. The suspect, as we said, identified as this 24-year-old male, killed near a motel. He was traced to by authorities using surveillance footage from a Federal Express drop-off store, a cell phone. I guess they took the different
triangulation.
Yeah, and technology. So what? How would that help you?
Well, that can tell you where he's at. They use signal from 3 different towers, and they can tell which direction that signal come from, and you basically draw lines, and where they intersect, there you go.
And so they did that and closed in on him. And as they were closing in on him, he, it seems, blew himself up in a car.
Rick, it looks like, and we're still, some of these details are a little sketchy, said that as they were closing into him at the hotel, he actually fled the scene.
Right.
And there was some gunshots that were exchanged and then, or at least fired at him. And then I think, did his car go into a ditch? And then he blew himself up.
So one officer was blown back by the blast but was not seriously injured.
Right.
Meaning that it was a pretty good blast. Yeah. And I guess that's what he was trying to do, let them walk up to him and then blow them up.
Police followed the vehicle, and when it went off the road, SWAT team officials moved in. The suspect detonated at least one bomb inside the vehicle.
So, I love this line where they tried to basically let you know he blew himself to pieces. The suspect is deceased with significant injuries, adding they had not been able to positively identify them by a medical examiner.
Yeah.
So that means we got to gather what we can find.
Now here is the one problem with this. There may still be other bombs out there.
I hate that.
Yeah,
I hate that.
And they're saying that that is still going to be a problem right now. So they're going to have to be on high alert for at least a few days. Some of these may have some type of timing device set to go off. And so anyway, it's been scary. We really don't know much about him. I mean, they didn't release his name yet, did they?
No. All they're calling this person right now is a 24-year-old man.
And racial issues may have been an indicator in this. We don't know yet. I'm sure we'll know more in the next 48 hours or so.
Yeah, so hopefully this is the end of it. But as you said, we don't quite know yet. But undoubtedly, when you have these things going off, and now they were starting to go off at FedEx places and all that, even though that got it obviously more dangerous, is you start also realizing that at some point there's got to be some way to pick up on somebody doing this.
Right.
And undoubtedly they were able to get something going.
Did you see the surveillance footage of him mailing some of these?
I didn't.
He's got long blonde hair. He's wearing a baseball cap. They think that was probably a wig, but he also had rubber gloves on. And I don't know. I don't.
That might be
I've never. When I have been in these package stores, I don't recall ever seeing anybody mailing something with rubber gloves on. Can you tell? There's the shot right there.
Yeah.
You see he has like some very thin latex gloves on. That may be a sign. I don't know. I guess he was trying not to give any clues to those packages, keep fingerprints or DNA off of it.
Yeah.
But other than that, not a lot known yet so far about who he is and what the motivation was.
Yeah, and it seemed to me they were saying that it was, they think, random. That he is just sending them to wherever they end up and just blowing people up at random.
I mean, so he just put an address on it and let it go? Or
I don't know. I guess they said they don't think there's any pattern that these people were selected for any particular reason. At this point, they don't think that. I know there were some theories that came up at one time.
But because a couple of the victims were African American and one was Latino, they thought it might be that. But are they saying that's not the case now?
They are not following that lead anymore.
Okay.
Now, I don't know why, but they just haven't brought it up again.
Well, I'm sure we'll know in the next few days. They've kept all of it pretty.
They're supposed to be holding a press conference here in a couple hours.
Well, what we have now, we'll bust in his place and we'll figure out where he lived, and we'll go back there and we'll start looking at computers and we'll find all the stuff.
Online
we'll find all the stuff he had, and eventually they'll put together some sort of storyline about him and what might have motivated this person.
Yeah, but when they found out that it was a Federal Express.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. Thanks for being with us as we are making our way through another show and excited about it. Thank you guys for joining us today. We'll get more of your phone calls coming up briefly. Bubba, you were talking about and I remember we came back from vacation and this story was available to us. We never got to it, but sadly, I think it's still out there. No pun intended.
We had a discussion about had we discussed this before, and maybe we did, but it's obviously picking up steam. Rick, pickleball has been a topic here on the show. At one point, I was painted as a anti-pickleball person. That's not the case.
Well, then pickleball kind of got you back, didn't it?
Pickleball gave me, I think, the worst injury I've ever had.
Mm-hmm. You're talking about two.
And I know it was the worst injury for me to have that Michael Helms ever had to be around.
Yeah, oh yeah. You're talking about pickleball, too wealthy for ping pong, but not quite athletic enough for tennis.
Right. And no, my whole where I think I got painted on that was I was not anti-pickleball. I just didn't want them tearing up tennis assets to play pickleball.
Which means you're anti-pickleball.
If pickleball,
That's what they do.
pickleball is that popular, build pickleball facilities or assets, you know. So, but we had got an email on this, and I couldn't help but laugh. Now the popularity, and it is being promoted, nude pickleball.
Bubba, you need to try that.
But here's what I'm asking. But the question
well,
I'm
you're
asking.
about to get to see a picture of it.
The question I'm asking is why? Why? Why would anyone want to be nude playing pickleball?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Adler, do you have that picture I sent you?
Oh my!
Yeah.
Is there? I don't want to see this, do I?
Well,
I mean,
just like
I
just want
Rick,
you
it's
to,
like Naked and Afraid. Don't.
Yeah, I want you just to kind of get a general idea of what that would look like.
I don't know if we should show this, you guys.
Is it? Are these? I don't know.
They're not like physically fit people.
Isn't that always the case?
It always is that case.
Yeah.
It's always that way.
Well, I'm going to put it on the screen behind you. I'm not going to go full screen on YouTube. Just for everybody's sake.
Oh my
gracious!
Keep your eye on the ball.
Can I tell you what? Those are some pretty old.
It's always those people playing.
Yeah, he's naked with a knee brace on. That's weird.
Yeah, those are some pretty old people. It reminds me of the old joke about the retirement community, that two of the ladies in the retirement community thought they would try to be young and go streaking. And you ever heard this one? Mm-hmm. So they run past two of the old men that are sitting out there talking in some of the rocking chairs, and one said, "What in the world was that?" Another one said, "I don't know, but it needs to be ironed."
Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't understand. Is this some way to get a jolly? Is this? I don't understand this. I don't understand nudist colonies and all this stuff.
People are sick.
I've never understood what the draw to that is. It just seems.
Yeah, it's a little off.
Yeah, it doesn't seem necessary. You know, it's just the.
At least it's not basketball.
Oh boy,
then that's true. That is
You're
true.
right about that.
That is
that
true.
can cause injuries. Right.
Oh man! But we apparently have facilities that are promoting this that cater to the nudist groups that go out there.
A little pickleball. Come on.
And I just text you something that unfortunately, see, this is what happens. People start doing all kinds of things. Did y'all see by any chance the picture of Gary everybody sent us?
No.
With all your stuff in the back?
No.
Oh. Well, did you see everything fell out the back of his truck?
I did. I saw that.
I thought that's what you were referring to.
I told him that was driver error.
Yeah.
And he actually agreed with me, by the way.
Okay.
He let a big old pallet of feed fall out of the back of the truck. About
Well, I'd love seeing
50
his
bags.
Face. I'd love seeing his face.
So somebody sent this. See, this is what happens. So now
my God.
Gary he's out here hunting. You see
Where do they get this stuff?
Nice.
Gary.
Somebody
It's a bald Bigfoot.
Somebody sent me that and said it was
Golly, that's
is
funny.
Gary on the way to the pickleball tournament.
Oh,
is
goodness.
he going to hunt on the way? So anyway, I don't know why people would do that. Especially, it does give a whole uncomfortable feeling about pickleball. The name,
Yes,
Pickle and ball.
yeah.
Yes, if one thing to begin with that sport, I wish the name was different.
It's a terrible name. I know it's somebody's dog. That's been explained to me. That makes
I think that's not true. Though.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I think
because that makes it even more
I think
annoying.
that was
to
one
me.
of those stories that somebody ran with, and
well, it's as good as anything.
Yeah.
I think that originally was it, but I don't know why they named it pickleball. There have been some stories floating around recently I've seen that says things like it's not named after so-and-so's dog like we all thought it was.
Okay.
But I haven't gone deeper to see what it actually is.
Okay. All right. Well, that helps. That helps some. I'm going to also is pickleball because it seems to be people.
It's the craze right now.
Yeah,
in
people
America.
with clothing on. It seems to be the craze. I don't fully understand why, but I know. But there's been all kinds of things that were crazes I didn't understand why.
Keep them to myself.
Yeah. Okay. So there you go.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not saying them.
I saw.
Keep them right
I think it was a local news broadcast, but for some reason, in the background were people playing pickleball while they were reporting.
Yeah.
Did you see it?
I did.
That was the
I
most
saw that.
unathletic bunch I'd ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
One
Well,
guy, you
the
see the
time-
guy that was about 4 foot tall, and
touching
and then when they would score, he'd get all fired up. And they're just doing a news report right in front of it.
Well, the 5 to 10 minutes I played, I enjoyed, and
Bubba, you went out quick
It looked
on
like
that
a lot of fun. My biggest drawback is
5 to 10
that-
minutes is a big
And
number.
what'd you do? You just stepped to the right?
Well, I started running and pulled something, and
Good night.
but
you weren't running
painful.
far.
The funniest thing was how bad it was hurting, and everybody's going, "Hey, you want back in?" I'm like, "Mm-mm,
No.
mm-mm."
No.
I'm trying not to cry.
No. I've had that. It's just terrible.
But
if you could have started crying.
I'll be honest. I didn't think you were hurt as bad as you were. I really.
Helm started
I was,
crying when he saw he had to help me get in that high Jeep.
This was selfish on my part, but I was frustrated because we were having such a good time for the 60 seconds that we actually played.
Yeah.
And so when he went down, I'm like, I thought this was going to be like the next hour and a half, 2 hours. We were going to be in here.
Y'all ain't even got in the building.
And-
Will you ever try to?
And then when I
yeah,
saw
yeah,
him
I will.
try to get up and I had to help him, and then the car incident, I don't even want to talk about it. I won't be over it for years.
Right. Yeah.
You talking about cuffed and stuffed?
And I felt bad because I was like, wow, so you were in there just telling. I was wanting to go, hey, suck it up and get out here.
Yeah.
I didn't say that, but
Yeah,
that's what I
but
was
that's what
thinking.
In your mind, you were.
But I did not. Then a couple days later, when I saw the bruising, I thought, my gracious.
Did you
what
ever? Did
on
you have
earth?
that? Because some things hurt so bad. Did you ever have that moment where you get a little bit of a chill and you're nauseous?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, listen. Let me tell you. You forget Helms had to go put gas in my car for me because I
never
couldn't
forget
get
that,
back
will you?
out.
Yeah.
And
Then he had
then
to put
when
an ice
I'm
pack
driving
on.
down what's one of the busier roads in our city, Highway 280. I'm having to drive left-footed because I cannot pick my right foot up. And at one point, I thought I was going to pull over and call an ambulance. I mean, it was hurting that much.
I think asking Helms.
This is ridiculous.
Asking Helms for an ice pack was an over ask.
Rubbing icy hot on it.
When you tried to get out of your truck and you made him act like one of them dogs that breaks falls and lay under you and let you fall out on top so you could get out.
The biggest problem to me was picking the ball up because you have to bend over all the way to get it.
good
In
Lord.
tennis, I can flip it up. I don't even have
So
to
you
bend down.
were
to get
upset
it.
you had to bend over to get it?
It was more bending than tennis.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Office that he went into, and they kind of zoned in on him and got surveillance and then figured out what he was. They got a warrant for his Google searches and the phone and all that kind of good stuff. And they said what turned up was pretty disturbing as far as what he was researching.
I'm sure.
So I think we'll find out a lot about this guy.
It seems a little quick for me, but Nancy Pelosi said that this is probably Trump's fault, and I thought that was a little quick.
Right.
But we'll.
That's all she's got.
I'm kidding. She hadn't said that yet.
Yeah, well,
Right.
Yeah.
well, I mean,
Just not yet.
are we gonna have more regulation on boxes and packages?
I don't. You know, it's interesting.
Where's our package laws?
And you never know. I'd never spent any time at all in Austin, Texas, until last summer, and I was honored to be asked to come and speak at a men's conference there, and went in a day before and kind of spent some time there. And it's a great city. There's a lot going on there. Great food, great people, and really a beautiful place. But it's interesting that I'd just been there really for the first time in my life, and now I would start thinking when I looked up. I said, a couple of years ago, I was starting to picture different places and all that. Was just there this past summer, but and they also zeroed in on the fact that he was from in and around that area. Right. So
yeah,
so we'll see. Like I say, if they've already started finding things on the phone or whatever when they were trying to trace him down, I don't know where they. And then they'll get to his apartment or house or wherever he is, and then here we'll go.
But you're right. You don't know what he left behind, and as we brought up in the
You
kickoff
better be careful
hour,
approaching that house.
Yeah.
As we brought
apartment or whatever.
Yeah, as we brought up in the kickoff hour, was this a package that he was going to deliver and he just detonated it because he's a coward and blew himself up, or was this his plan all along? How he wanted to go out?
Well, it seems like to me. I mean, and this is total speculation on my part. I think he was obviously knew it was the end of the line, and was hoping to blow up the policeman as they got closer to the car, and he set it off quicker probably than he he was trying to time it, I think, to maybe kill some of them as he went out too.
Right.
Luckily, that didn't work. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He's a mighty good weatherman. He's the man, Rick and Bubba's biggest fan. He's the main weatherman. He's the mighty James.
Which is a strong tornado. EF3 or higher, that's considered strong. And the wind velocity would be in the range of about 150 miles per hour based on the enhanced Fujita scale. And this is going to be a long track tornado. We don't know yet. The weather, it's going to take them days to survey all this stuff because of the length of these paths. But more than likely, this one got down on the ground in East Alabama and then stayed on the ground well into Georgia. And this probably will be a 50-mile path at least, maybe longer than that. And there was extensive damage in parts of East Alabama and parts of western Georgia. And, of course, as you guys know, in Alabama, the most concentrated damage was in Jacksonville, which is a college town. And Speedy knows all about that. So his video and images from yesterday. But this thing went over into Haralson County, Georgia. And, again, it looks like there's some EF3 damage in Georgia from this. And let me just say this, fellas, the Weather Service in Atlanta, they're going to have to survey that part of it. And if they see any damage consistent with an EF4, the tornado becomes an EF4. Tornadoes rated based on the highest damage it produces at any point in that path. But for now, it's considered an EF3. Then we had other tornadoes in Georgia. We had other tornadoes in southern Tennessee and extreme north Alabama. And I would imagine we had one kind of hugging the Alabama-Tennessee state line that's going to be an EF3. And let's not forget, fellas, in addition to the tornado damage and heartbreak, we also had catastrophic hail that came down in parts of Alabama and Georgia. We had a lady that basically had a concussion, and she had an open wound on her head from these hailstones that were in some cases 4 inches in diameter. That's basically the size of a grapefruit or a softball. And this lady was running from her car to a shelter when she was being pelted by this, grapefruit-sized hail, and she was injured and had to be taken to a hospital. So understand, when you've got 4-inch diameter hail falling, the vertical velocity those hailstones can achieve, it's dangerous. It's life-threatening. And, you could be stoned. You could be stoned to death out there.
You see those cars. It looked like somebody took a baseball bat and pounded some of those cars.
James, one of the things too that I'm interested in seeing, and the area there around Jacksonville, that storm came down, basically followed Highway 204, jumped across 21, did some damage on the northeast part of Jacksonville. But it runs right into a mountain range there known as Chimney Peak, which is like the third highest mountain peak in the state. And it went over that. But did it cut over the mountain, or did it actually jump over the mountain? Do you know?
No, it stayed down. It stayed down
it?
the whole time. In fact, I was actually in Jacksonville yesterday. About the time Speedy was in Jacksonville, we originated some of the television newscast over there. And I talked with a lot of people, and we had, we got the TV station drone up, and I asked them to kind of take a look at that, but it stayed down. And it came down on the other side of Chimney Peak and came down into Nance's Creek and Rabbit Town, which is east of Jacksonville. And it kept on trucking. And again, and even in northern Cleveland County, you've got some terrain features, and then it stayed down into Georgia. So the Weather Service is going to continue their work over in Cleveland County today to look at the damage there, but it stayed down. Which is a reminder,
Let's go. 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussett.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It's the little party we like to call Rick and Bubba.
Politics. So, Bubba, you know, if you want to be consistent, and this show has asked on so many occasions, when it comes to politics, we've given up on football fans, but maybe in politics, is it possible that we could find things that we actually all agree are either right or wrong? Not, it's wrong if your party does it, I either don't mention it or it's okay if my party does it.
Yeah, and
we can't do that.
And I suggested we start with presidents who play golf.
Yeah, right.
Is it okay for Barack Obama to play golf? If it is, it's okay for Trump. If it's okay for Trump, it's okay for Barack Obama or Biden or whoever.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay, so we go through that. We see this thing play out. And, Rick, we've pointed out many times on here, when you go and you pin the other side against the wall, be careful. Because guess what? It's going to come back around. At some point in time, you never know.
And what I would say, when it comes back around, have the same exact attitude about your candidate or your party if they do it.
Yeah, don't chew your tongue off.
And if you do that, if you do that, I find you to be principled and consistent.
Right. Yep. So we have a long and distinguished list of people who shared their thoughts on Donald Trump having documents that were classified at Mar-a-Lago, even though the president does have the ability to declassify some of that. The one person who cannot do that is the vice president. And yesterday, Rick, it was acknowledged that documents that were classified had been found at Joe Biden's office when he was vice president at a think tank. And the name of the think tank is the Penn Biden Center for Diplomacy and Global Engagement.
I'm sorry.
That's sweet, isn't it?
I can't. No, I'm back at think tank. I can't associate the phrase think tank with Joe Biden.
Yeah, I know. I know. So they have found classified documents. DOJ has been advised to this. He has appointed an independent investigator to look into it from Chicago, who is a Trump appointee, by the way. And so the questions abound now, and it's all over the news and the social media. People are going, okay, that's fine, but when is the FBI going to raid Joe Biden's home?
By the way, that's never. But that is.
But wait a minute.
That is inconsistent.
Wait a minute. When we had rumor of this, we raided Donald Trump's home.
We did.
We have evidence of this. Joe Biden's home needs to be raided. That's how you do it fair. And that's what we said all along. When you start raiding ex-presidents or presidents' personal homes on these hunts for classified documents, you got to do it for everybody.
Or don't do it at all.
Or don't do it at all.
Right.
It's one or the other. You cannot have it the way it is.
You can't raid one and not raid the other.
So many people are tweeting today when, and even Donald Trump Jr., when will the FBI hostage rescue team storm one of Biden's many vacation homes bought and paid for by a lifetime of being a humble public servant?
That's hilarious. By the way, the answer, Junior, is, and you know it too, is never. That's not going to happen. If it does, I'll acknowledge that I was wrong. But I would be surprised if his private homes were raided the way Trump's were. That would surprise me.
Well,
and that makes that inconsistent.
What possible defense can the FBI and the Department of Justice have? We have an identical situation, but worse. You have a VP that could not declassify it.
Right.
Trump could declassify it, and they're still hashing that out legally. We'll see how all that plays out. But we know Biden didn't even have that power. So him having classified documents at that location is illegal. He has broken the law.
It seems straightforward.
So shouldn't we investigate that?
Yes. Right. Yes. Or
because we all know classified documents is the end of the world if you've got a few at the house.
Oh, yes.
Huh?
Well, it looked like it was.
Well, we spent no telling how much money on a big-time raid.
Right.
So roll out the Raiders again. What are we waiting on? I feel like the guy watching college football. What's the holdup? We going tonight?
Right.
Huh? Let's get the trucks rolling, boys. SWAT. Let's go.
Yeah,
Here we go.
Get
your night goggles on. Get the Black Hawk helicopters. Let's go.
Let's go. I don't know. I mean, you got them laying around. You haven't raided anybody with the Trump administration in 6-7 weeks.
Yeah, I know.
So,
I know they run out of people there.
Right,
they got Trump and all of his close associates. So, what's good for the goose, good for the gander. Come on, Merrick. You're supposed to be above politics. Show us.
You
talk is cheap.
Yeah. And I know that we're being facetious right now because we know nothing's going to happen.
No.
When was the last time that we pinned a Democrat on anything?
Well, you never do because they have friends that cover for them.
Well, when was the last time?
I can't really name anybody. Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, but he wouldn't. But he's a private citizen. But
yeah, but you know what I mean.
But it was still
one of their associates.
Can I say this? I know. I know that you're being funny, and you are.
Right.
But have you noticed the only people that are in trouble are the people who are not politicians?
Right.
The leftists who are involved in that are the left's favorite people. They're not. They all. You can't lay a hand on them.
Nope.
You see anybody getting on Bill Clinton for his participation on that?
No.
He's still a hero for women.
We got people we lining them up in federal pen, but the people who were flying with them, they're still speaking.
So
getting paid royally for doing it.
Well, it sounds
Thanks, Bubba, for mentioning that.
Well, I mean, I was very kind to ask anybody, but but it really, honestly, this thing with Biden, I didn't know this had happened. I am confused if it's not treated the same way. Yeah,
well,
I would even be somewhat.
Former President Trump has chimed in on it.
Oh, of course he
knew he was not going to just let other people say something.
Yeah.
He has put out this morning, when is the FBI going to raid the many homes of Joe Biden, perhaps even the White House? These documents were definitely not declassified. And he quotes a CBS News report.
All right, so you're in the Biden administration right now, and you're already really tired because you rarely sleep, and you're terrified every time he speaks. What are you saying right now to each other? What's the plan? We just don't say anything? I mean, honestly, if
you're Jean-Pierre, it's I don't have anything.
Yeah,
that's what she says. Let me get back to you.
So Jean-Pierre will give us the I don't have anything. Fox News will go wall to wall with it. CNN and all and everybody else, that's the rest of the media. Will they ignore it? Now, what's that other one? This conservative that says
Newsmax?
Yeah, they'll cover it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So, will anybody else? I mean, will there be across? Because here's what should happen right now, and you've already said it, but just in a nutshell, one or two things should happen if people are principled. A, we're not raiding Biden's anything because we should not have raided Trump's. Okay. B, we're raiding Biden because we raided Trump, and that's the way it ought to be. Both of those are one somewhat principled because it's a convenient pass out. Mm-hmm. The other one's very principled.
Right.
And if you are on the side that Trump's residence should not have been raided, then you probably don't think that the president's residence should be raided either.
Yeah, I'm just saying do the same on both sides of the aisle. Adler, kind of be looking for any of the clips of the many, many Democrats who shared their opinion on mishandling of classified documents, because there's mounds of it out there.
Well, what you'll have is you'll have
even more cynical about this.
You'll have the networks spend about a minute, maybe 30 seconds on it and fly by it, not wall-to-wall coverage.
Rick, these documents were discovered November the 2nd. Right before the midterm election.
Oh, yeah.
And it was kept under wraps until now.
Okay? Oh, wait a minute. I want to be fair. Adler said he just sent me an audio clip from all the mainstream media, CNN included, that are covering this. I mean, that's it. I mean, there's...
So they were discovered November 2nd. The midterms were November the 8th. November the 18th, the Justice Department announces that Jack Smith, former chief prosecutor for the special court in The Hague, will lead an investigation into Trump's storage of classified documents at his Florida home. January the 9th, the Justice Department announces an investigation has been launched into how classified documents ended up at Biden's think tank. Biden says he was unaware there were any classified documents being held there.
Well, now, in all fairness, that probably is true.
Yeah, that is, but it's still illegal.
Right.
That's true.
Right.
Negligence of the law is not a defense. And we learned that in 8th grade.
Yeah, and I'm also quoting a judge in Panama City.
Right. I'm sorry. Hey, look, we know how you guys feel about classified documents, so we're on board with you. We need to investigate Joe Biden completely and thoroughly in this.
All 10 lines are open. We'll go phone trolling. Lines available for you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
people have this idea that if they have a mountain ridge south and west of where they live, they'll never have tornadoes. But for these stronger tornadoes, terrain has nothing to do with what happens. EF3s and higher, it stays down no matter what, even if you've got a 4,000-foot mountain there. Now, it might have an effect on small tornadoes, no doubt about that. But for these big ones, it didn't affect it at all.
Wow.
Well, James, I want to say my family was affected by it, and we were listening to you. Y'all did an outstanding job. We were in our safe place in plenty of time. And like I say, this thing came probably within 3 miles of my home. And at one time, you even mentioned Pleasant Valley High School, which I live right next to. So we were hunkered down. Y'all did an outstanding job like you always do. And I think a lot of the reason is, as far as injuries, I think a lot of people, we got enough warning and people got to a safe place.
Isn't that amazing, James, that there wasn't more injuries and deaths tied to this?
Yeah, and that's the thing, fellas. The system worked, and what's happened over the years is that we've learned that physical science is not enough. And for all of us that do what we do, that's our background. My first major in college was electrical engineering, and I finished in meteorology. I've not taken any training in human behavior or social science. So what good is it if you have warnings and yet we don't know how to really get people to take action? So the social scientists have really helped us over the last 7 years since this horrible generational outbreak in 2011. And the fact that nobody died in the Alabama and Georgia tornadoes, it's stunning. And it's a testament to the fact that the improvements have really worked. Now, it is true, there was spring break, and the question is whether there had been loss of life if the college kids would be on campus. Nobody can answer that question, but there were some college kids still there and some younger people. But I think the message is starting to get across as we use more platforms. We understand better messaging for risk communication. And again, we can really, really celebrate that. I was very energized. We were hearing rumors. And I bet you guys probably heard the same rumors soon after this happened.
We did.
That we had a death over here and a death over here.
Right.
And, this person, but that was not true. And again, we did have. And let me say this too: we had some serious injuries, and I know that there was one serious injury involving somebody in a car, and that's one serious injury too much. You don't. And as I look at a lot of the video from what we're seeing here, we still had a lot of people driving. We've still got work to do. We all have work to do in the weather enterprise and, Joe Q public on this. But I think we've come a long way in the last 7 years. And the fact that nobody died in this, we can really feel good about that. So the warnings were timely. I think it was spread across through the media, and the emergency management partners did a great job. In fact, I saw the emergency manager for Calhoun County, Alabama yesterday during our 4 o'clock news, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He hadn't been to sleep yet. But they just did a fantastic job. And again, you had these marvelous people that came in and helped their neighbors.
Yeah, they did.
They were the first responders.
If you want to feel good about how good we've done compared to the past, my mom and dad were also in the path of the storm, 77 and 76. They had on helmets, including my mom wearing my grandfather's coal miner's helmet, all in their safe place.
Love it.
And trust me, if you can get them turned around, you can do it. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How bizarre.
Eating what appears to be a spoonful of mayonnaise at a basketball game. She's at a basketball game, and her choice of snack is just straight mayonnaise.
Ah!
Bubba,
She brought her own jar.
That's absolutely straight mayonnaise. Bubba, you okay? I told you you didn't have to look. Why are you looking at it?
Turn it off.
I told you not to look.
Why?
Well, she likes mayonnaise, Greg.
I don't hate it on a sandwich lightly.
Hey, man, who you to judge?
Well, I guess you're right.
Do you think that's really mayonnaise, or she's put something in there like vanilla pudding or something?
But
I don't know why mayonnaise just grosses me out. No end, man. I mean, good night.
Well, it's funny you say that because there are the doubters out there that think maybe this isn't mayonnaise. They feel like maybe
some banana pudding.
Yeah, she might be having some type of
tartar sauce.
Yeah, something that looks
Could
like
it be whipped
mayonnaise.
cream? Could it just be whipped cream?
That's good.
That would
Thank
work.
you, Rick.
Now that'd work.
Ice cream.
Yeah.
You like
ice
a whipped cream, don't you?
If it
Greg?
was
I
ice
like
cream.
some Cool Whip.
It can't be
Buy
ice
some
cream.
yogurt.
They think it might be vanilla
Yogurt.
pudding or
Could
something
be just
like
straight,
that.
just straight. You ever had old straight yogurt?
Oh yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
now if it's that good kind of
You start putting enough honey in it where it works.
Yeah.
I've done that before. 22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. Lines are available. What's the phone troll? Well, the phone troll is unlike a normal phone segment. It's limiting you to 30 seconds. So at the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program goes. But the good news is the old buzzer moves the line. It moves the line. So if you're you're waiting to talk, you won't have to wait so long. Room available if you want to try to get in right now. Steven's in Kentucky. Steven, you got 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Hey, gentlemen. Just wanted to tell you guys thank you for what you do. In November, I was had double pneumonia, and I just wasn't getting better. In December, went back and was diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia and spent a month in Vanderbilt Cancer Unit.
Yeah.
And for 5 hours a day, you guys just picked up my spirits. So I really appreciate what you guys do.
Well,
thank you so much. That's awful kind of you to share. How are you doing?
Doing better. Still got some, long road ahead. Got some more chemo treatments, and the end result is hopefully going to be a stem cell transplant. If find a donor, but kind of feel like I'm cancer buddy with Bubba now.
Yeah.
But praise God, it's been recovering well to the chemo so far, and just praying that it continues.
Amen. And thanks.
Hang in there.
Yeah, and we have some friends that stem cell worked out beautifully for them, and I hope that it does for you, and to let us know that what we do was used in some small way to make a tough situation a little less tough. That motivates us, encourages us too, so thank you. We continue. One timeout gone, only one remains. Corey, Montgomery, I-92. Corey, 30 seconds, go.
Good morning, Biggin.
Hey, Corey.
Hey, I would just like to make a suggestion, y'all. I was listening yesterday on the predictions, who would ever win the game. I think there should be some creative repercussions on whoever picked TCU to win.
No, I mean, look, all they did was learn that, emotions can mislead you and feelings.
Yeah.
That's a good lesson. Helms and Greg both have admitted they learned it. So I think that's plenty.
Is that the man that did the rant on the video?
Might have been.
Yeah, should we do this though? I mean, should we penalize the committee for picking the
now
team?
That's that guy. I think
their credibility somewhat in jeopardy.
I think playing him today may have been that for them.
Yeah.
Amanda,
line them up and make them bend over and hit tennis balls. Something.
Amanda in Tennessee, go ahead.
Hey guys, just an update on guys watching television and interrupting women. I only watch television for a couple of days a week, and my husband wants to come in and ask questions about what's going on the show. And I'm like, don't do that to me, because I can't follow the show and tell you what's going on at the same time.
I've been guilty of that. I've been guilty of that. Sherry started a movie without me, which she has no reservation about, by the way.
Oh.
And I'll come in and go, well, wait a minute, you've already started watching it, so what's going on? And she'll be like, well, I'm now missing it.
Although that is different, you would have appreciated Sherry coming in and asking you what was going on with the game last night
so
versus
true.
what you were discussing.
Oh, that's
See,
true.
This is two different things we were
That's
discussing.
a great point.
I hear her point, and she's right.
Yep.
But that is two different scenarios.
It is. Let's go to Joe in Virginia. 30 seconds. Joe, go ahead.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good. Hey, President. How you doing, President Joe Biden?
Good.
Okay.
It wasn't that good.
It just wasn't that good. I'm so sorry. Yeah. It was. Anytime an impression is even better than what is worse than what we attempt, it has to go.
Yeah,
you have to at least be better than us.
in.
Don't you agree? You have to at least be better than us.
Yes.
And that's not a very high goal.
No.
That standard's pretty low. We continue. Let's go to John. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I usually listen to the show on the radio, and I appreciate when y'all show videos. Sometimes I feel like I'm really missing out, and I thinking about that video you showed earlier, the guy talking about the game last night, and I got to be honest, I'm really at a loss about how he really feels about the whole thing.
Yeah, I wish he'd make his point.
Yeah, that's one of the videos, whether you're listening to audio only or not, you got his point, didn't you? Oh,
yeah, for sure.
That was great. Josh in Alabama. Josh, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
I'm good. I think last night proved that God is a Southern Baptist and an SEC fan.
Well, yeah, I mean that's.
Now, is there a follow up? Should we say now? Why do you say that?
Right. Let's go to Dylan. Dylan in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Dylan, go ahead.
Hey guys, I was just going to see if y'all seen where Alabama basketball is projected number 1 seed for the NCAA tournament this year.
Yeah, they're having a really good year. They got a really good team. Put a whopping on Kentucky this past weekend. One of the worst losses they've ever had. I think it was 26 points. So they've got a very good basketball team this year.
Right.
Yeah,
yeah.
And a roll tide.
I'm telling you what.
Yeah. Well, and
all right, Dan.
them taking over in the off season.
Where's the president impersonation?
Funny.
Get him back. Right?
Well, in the off season, I thought a brilliant move on Alabama's part. Saban is coaching the basketball and football team.
Right.
And
he's sharing some NIL money with it.
I thought to myself, what a great idea. Yeah, that's I did not know that. That's
yeah, they're doing very good. They're top 5 team right now.
Isn't John Oates their coach?
They are number 4, I think, Bubba.
Nate Oates.
Does he look like
John
Oates? This is John Oates.
I thought it was Hall and Oates.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on with basketball.
I think they're number 4. They are ranked number 4. I think.
I'm not even going to pretend.
Well, that's yeah.
And UAB, not to be a plug here, they have the number 1 scorer in the nation right now.
How about that?
Eating a grape.
Having a good meal there?
Yeah, I was having a grape. It caught me when I threw that out.
Have y'all seen the Adam Sandler movie on Netflix where he is a pro basketball scout?
Yeah, that's a good movie. Have you not seen it?
What's the name of it?
I saw it over the weekend.
Yeah,
what's the name of it?
I forget the name.
Rick, help me.
I can't think of the name of it.
But did you like it?
I did.
Yeah, it's good.
I did. It was, what's the name of it, Adam?
Was it Hustle?
Yes,
that's it.
That's it.
Yeah, yeah. It's a Netflix original.
Yeah,
and it's a pretty good movie.
Yeah,
it is. And if you're looking for something,
can I read your quote when we come back?
Yeah, sure.
Bottom of the video too.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And all suddenly, the whole reason you need it is gone.
Sure.
Yeah.
Why would anybody sit there with a jar? How did she get a jar of mayonnaise in the game to begin with?
Who leaves the house and says, "Let me get my mayonnaise"?
Somebody grab the Hellmans.
It is not good.
Yeah, get the Hellmans now. Let's don't leave it.
This was a spectator as the Detroit Pistons were taking on the Sacramento Kings. Well, my God, if I had to watch the Sacramento Kings play, I might eat mayonnaise too. I mean, it's but this was Monday night. It went. They put it up on the jumbotron, and then people just went crazy.
Yeah.
People were saying, here's some of the Twitter posts. You can put food with that. Someone said, "I just threw up." Bubba, that's you. People putting up, that's disgusting. Oh my gosh, I don't know why. But some people were saying it's most likely some sort of pudding, and they're trying to be sharp. I don't know. But guys, here's what I don't get.
Guys, but I'm having to hold my throat right now. That is.
I'll tell you what we won't do is take phone calls because you don't want to see that.
No.
But let me go to this. Here's what I don't understand. Just like I said the other day when I was talking about these animal documentaries that I love and watching Blue Planet, when, of course, the guy always makes a turn and talks about how evil we are. At one point, he's told us that everything we know is life and how complicated we are all came from little micro nothings at the bottom of the ocean. But yet this very same Earth that he claimed evolved from all this into what we have now cannot circumvent past plastic. I mean, it just seems inconsistent. People are acting like that there's no way this could be real. But look at the things that are real.
Yeah.
What do you mean that somebody eating mayonnaise at a basketball game is not even a reach compared to the things we have going on now? How is this considered? I'll tell you what, no way this is real. Well, what? Do you realize how many real things we have you can't believe? Mayonnaise doesn't even make the top 10.
I agree.
Somebody eating mayonnaise out of a jar. It didn't make the top 10. We got people.
Why, if you do that, why would you do it in public so people could see it?
Well, Bubba, because I want to be sharp. I want to be seen.
That ain't the way to be sharp.
No, it's not.
Ugh. Rick, seriously, let's talk about something else.
You don't want to talk to the guy who said his mom eats mayonnaise out of a jar?
Oh,
sure we do,
oh,
Rick.
yeah, we do.
Hey, Scott, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, brothers?
I'm good.
So, as a kid, I grew up thinking that was normal because my mom would go to the silverware drawer, grab a spoon, and not one of the little ones, but one of the big ones, and she'd just get a huge mountain of mayonnaise right out of the Duke's mayonnaise jar and just start sitting there in the kitchen eating on it. And I was like, okay, well, I guess that's what Mom likes to do.
Good to see you, Bubba.
Bubba's got his headphones
Good to
on.
see you, buddy.
Yeah, I can't. That's just bothering me.
You realize how yuckified mayonnaise is? It is the kryptonite of Bubba.
It is.
You know, it's like he's the eating monster, and somebody says, "How can we stop him?" Somebody says, "Put mayonnaise on it. He can't eat it."
You seen me starving to death, and somebody will give me a sandwich that's got mayonnaise on it. I
I've
can't
seen
eat.
you work past
I had to
things.
eat something this weekend that had mayonnaise on it.
Had
It was
to?
tough. Yeah, I hadn't. I was way behind.
When
on
used
the old-
properly, it's all right.
Way behind.
I scraped as much of it as I could off with a potato chip.
You must have been in a bind.
I was hurting, and I took about 3 bites, and I said, I can't do this. I can sense it in there. I can, if I ever see it squeeze out on the side, I am done. I'll just throw it away.
Yeah.
Good night.
Destination unknowing as I pulled in for some guys.
I ordered something somewhere. I can't even remember where it was, and it came, and it was just covered in mayonnaise.
Would you rather eat mayonnaise or have a snake in the room?
Well, that's good.
Golly, I'm going with a snake.
What?
Yeah.
Do I have my gun with me? Do I have a gun?
No,
you
you got a large spoon.
Yeah, and it's in the room. I mean, it's not on top of you. You just know it's in here.
Is it poisonous?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it is. Sure.
We just don't know.
A
looks
sandwich,
poisonous.
a sandwich
It does.
won't bite you, but
Yeah.
It's got a diamond-shaped head.
It'd still
Oh,
be
no.
snake one
No,
and then mayonnaise two.
Well, I mean, it's not a sandwich. I mean, you're taking a spoon.
Yeah,
You got to do a spoonful of mayonnaise, or you got to deal with that snake.
Where you at?
No, I just quit. I don't play.
No, you got to pick one.
No, I wouldn't.
So you just get bit and have mayonnaise on you.
I'd be fighting somebody. I'd be brawling whoever put me in that
Now,
scenario.
this one's easy for you.
Slinging wrist,
This
man.
one, in my mind, I think this is easy because I don't think they're even in the same world. But you would eat a piece of strawberry cake before you'd eat mayonnaise, right?
I don't care for that either, but yeah.
Yeah, that one's not.
Yeah, strawberry cake. I mean, I don't like it, but I don't. It's not gross to me.
Yeah, I understand. All right, let's go to Jackie. Again, I don't understand why people are trying to explain this way as if in the world we're living in, there's no way somebody's eating mayonnaise out of a spoon. My gosh, guys, we have people walking. Bruce Jenner thinks he's a woman. Yeah. Mayonnaise is not even a stretch. But anyway, Jeff, I'm sorry, Jackie. Jackie, go ahead.
Hey.
Hey, Jackie.
It could be that two-wheeled
President of the United States. Not even
35 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show.
Nonetheless,
Thanks for being with us today. Much to do as we continue to go forward. We'll continue to chat with you. Looking forward to that. We've had some great conversations already. And want to point you to carshield.com/Bubba. Has warranty expired on your vehicle? You had a caller call up and tell us first show we came back, that, boy, everybody keeps trying to call you, don't they? Hey, what about your warranty? What about your warranty? Well, why don't you just get a protection plan from carshield.com/Bubba and be done with all of that? When you're under one of their protection plans, 24/7 roadside assistance, you deal with the mechanic of your choice. They pay them directly on a covered repair, and you also get a rental car at no cost to you. So why don't you maybe right now, or at least jot this down when you have a chance to do it later, carshield.com/Bubba. Get a free quote, carshield.com/Bubba, and we're going to save you 20% on your plan. 20% on your protection plan. That's the best offer we've ever had, so this is really going to help. Also, find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, or call CarShield, 1-800-451-7776. You know, all you need right now with everything that's going on with the high price of everything is have some car repair that you got to pay for. So take care of that. So, Bubba, you are our journalist following the story of classified documents found in Biden's what? In
his vice president office at the think tank that he's involved in.
At the think tank.
One of his many.
And you're asking the question, will we be responding to this the way we did the same allegation against Trump?
Yeah, well, we've had a lot of local and recent documentation of that, Rick, and we'll hear from Nancy Pelosi here. I want to give you what she's going to say, and in here in her own words. We believe in the rule of law. That's what our country is about. She said this on NBC's Today Show. No person is above the law, not even the President of the United States, not even a former President of the United States. And let's hear it from Nancy.
Nonetheless, we believe in the rule of law, and that's what our country is about, and no person is above the law, not even the President of the United States, not even a former President of the United States.
I wonder if Nancy feels the same way today. Let's just use Nancy. I'm going to go with the Speaker of the House. You know, she's a historic Speaker of the House, former Speaker of the House.
Right.
Her words there. And I would say the DOJ needs to treat this the same as they did the Trump case.
Yeah, I do too. I don't know.
The only difference is Joe Biden's case is more serious because he couldn't declassify them, and he had them out in the open for a longer amount of time.
Now, we do have a story today that Speedy laid out that he has refused himself. He will not answer any questions about it.
Well, no.
He's been asked
about it. He probably
about
doesn't know the answer to
it. Yeah, well, right. And you know, when he says he doesn't know, now, honestly, we have to give him benefit.
Yeah, he really doesn't know.
Right. And then I didn't think they made any headway at all. The next person they asked about it was Lee Corso. And I thought, well, that was kind of a walk down the wrong trail. But I mean, it's it was like
I did think of President Biden
watching, and I don't know what we're doing on that.
I don't either
because
frustrating.
I think there comes a point, and Greg and I, you know, with the the state that Dad is in now, we have these discussions with Mom and all that, and the difficulty of when someone is, starting to their cognitive skills are now not what they once were, and there, we actually kind of have a one portion of our game plan is to protect the person's dignity as best you can. So, do we care about Lee Corso's dignity at all? I mean, couldn't we at least the president? Do we care about his dignity at all? Could we at some point start caring about these people that maybe they shouldn't be put in? See, they think we put them in these situations, showing they can still do it, but you got to at some point stop and say, do I care about the person's dignity? Yeah. Like y'all said last night when Lee Corso's picking the frogs while screaming "Go Dogs." Mm-hmm. Okay, we don't need that. I mean, that's not protecting his dignity. Yeah. No. And that part of it, I think, is sadly missed in all this under the best of intentions. But Bubba, I'm waiting on. Now I know she's not the speaker anymore, but I would just like for somebody. I don't know who that would be. Maybe. It could be Tucker Carlson. Maybe we might have the kind of person that would ask this. I think that Ducey's boy might ask.
Yeah.
But somebody needs to ask Nancy Pelosi and play the clip we just played and say, now, do you feel the same way about President Biden? Do we need to do that?
I hope we're warming the helicopters up over at Quantico. I mean, let's get it ready to go.
Right. So we'll continue to follow that. Now, and I must prepare you, Bill Bubba Bussey, old radio partner for 29 years. I must prepare you that if this is going to bother you, if there's inconsistency on this, if that bothers you, prepare to be bothered because it's coming. It's going to be crazy inconsistent.
What's so good about this? There's so many comments from so many people, and they're so fresh that they're readily available. You know, it isn't like you ain't got to go back in the archives. All of this was last year.
Right. It's not like we go back and play Biden clips when he was, cognitively strong.
And you remember what I said all along with this, too. And I'm trying to do what I think is the right thing. Mm-hmm. If Trump broke the law, charge him, have his day in court. Charge him, have his day in court. If Biden did the same thing, charge him, have his day in court. Don't make a circus out of it by just dragging it on. If with all the investigative muscle you have, the FBI, which is unlimited, if you can't come up with the goods in a reasonable amount of time, drop the case and move on. Because you can't just leave it open-ended for years trying to, sniff out something that ain't there, or come up with some procedural law that's been broke. If you are going to go to this extreme to raid somebody's house, present the evidence, give them due process, let them have their day in court. If Trump did it, put him in court. If Biden did it, put him in court. Same for everybody.
Right.
And if you ain't got the goods and it's just a political witch hunt, drop it and move on to something else.
Right. Let it be. Well, we will see how that goes. Let me tell you, I'm gonna call for video 7 here too, because I think if I can give Bubba what he's going to get, I think this is probably what he's going to get. Do you remember the world famous? Let me circle back to you on that. Do you remember when that?
Yeah.
was,
Let me circle back to you. And her
with Peppermint Patty.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it looks like that maybe she was. You can tell who her mentor was.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that her version of circle back is going to be this. So get ready for it. Okay. All right. Here we go.
I know you guys are always excited to hear what I got to say. I don't have anything to preview for you at this time. I don't have anything to share right now, so I'm not going to get ahead of the president on that. I don't have anything to share on that either, but I don't have any updates on that. As soon as we have something, we will share that. Can't speak to anything more besides, we would refer you to the IRS on that specific thing. So look. Again, I don't have anything to preview or announce at this time. I just don't have anything to read out. I can't speak to that from here. I'm not going to get ahead of the president. I actually don't have anything for you. I'm not going to get ahead of the president's decision. I'm not going to speak to it. I don't have anything for you at this time to.
That's what you're going to get. That's her.
Have much of anything?
That's her. Let me circle back up to you.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you something. Circle back actually sounds almost like there's hope. I will say that Karine Jean-Pierre is just frankly, very frank. I don't have anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that's, you know what?
I'm not telling you.
I don't think that can be understated.
Now,
I think they just really tell her to go out there and say, "Hey, look, just say you don't have anything," and just keep repeating that.
Yeah.
Keep repeating.
Well, you're going to hear a lot of that, and I just want to get you ready for it because it's going to upset you. It's going to bother you.
Shouldn't you just say no press briefing today? We don't have anything.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, save everybody the time.
So, Greg, I know how you love this. Our president, and this is going to be a doozy here. You're going to hear him get confused on the Secret Service of Poland and Ukraine and the Salvation Army.
Wow, what a combination.
Yeah, and so, Adler, tell me what's going on here.
Yeah, you're going to hear Biden's handler introduce these people as being from the Salvation Army. And here we have folks from the Salvation Army. Biden is going to then say, I spent some time with the Secret Service in Poland and Ukraine.
What? And here we have folks from the Salvation Army. You also have individuals who were only.
Why is he talking about that with them?
Look at the guy's
know what to
face.
say. Yeah.
Look at the Salvation Army guy's face.
He doesn't know.
Greg, we've seen those faces.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of them around the president. Audio a little hard to hear there in the background.
But
I
could make it out. Yeah.
But let me. You saw what happened.
And you saw that guy's face.
And the handler says, just so you know who you're meeting next, Speedy, you're very good at this. Hey guys, these are
First of all, you know
we
this
appreciate
person.
it.
And of course, you know the uniform is Salvation Army. That helps. And he says these are the people from the Salvation Army. And our president walks over and says, I spent some time with the Secret Service in Poland and the Ukraine. And the guy just looks at him like,
what has that got to do with the price of rice?
I'm the Salvation Army. I'm
not really an army.
Yeah,
Do you think he would have had it if somebody had been ringing a bell?
That's what Biden needs to be doing.
I don't think so. I think he would have said an angel just got their wings.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, it's. I don't know. I really don't.
Wow.
That's all extremely concerning.
Leader of the free world.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
Well, there were a lot of emotional picks last night for TCU and the Horned Frogs. We had a caller suggest there should be some punishment for that. I think Shaq you're not the only one, Helms, that let their emotions get away from them. Shaq did as well. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Phone troll. Hello, Andrew. Go right ahead.
Hey, I used to work with a guy for about 2 years, and this is no lie. Every single week, he would buy a big pack of corn dogs, and he would bring a jug of mayonnaise. And he would literally eat 2 corn dogs a day and dip them down in that Bama mayonnaise. And that was the hardest thing to watch. Like I couldn't even eat my lunch in there. You know, I had to go somewhere else outside or something. I just couldn't do it.
Well, see, now we're just doing things that are really, if you look at the food standard, that's a sin. I mean, you can't take something like a corn dog, that wonderful, wonderful, underappreciated corn dog, and you take, you know, if you go over and somebody says, I've got a bacon, tomato, BLT, and I put a little mayonnaise on it. It's not our thing, but you go, okay, that's kind of, mayonnaise is not offending that setup because it's almost considered part of that setup a little bit. Let's keep it light, though, not get it on there too thick. But you take something like a corn dog that's strictly supposed to be dipped in ketchup or mustard, and that's it, and you go over to that controversial condiment and bring a corn dog into that. I mean,
I tell you that none of my friends could eat that.
No,
but you know the corn dog.
You wouldn't have eaten that food and that condiment and grown.
Oh,
good night.
Around the people I grew up with.
No.
You couldn't have done that in Road Bus 65. I'll tell you that. No way.
No, sir.
Nope.
No.
I couldn't eat. What do you say? They did that every day?
Every day.
Corn dogs is one of those things I can't eat 2 days in a row. If I eat a corn dog, it's going to be a while before I eat another one. That's just, they have an effect on me.
Really?
Yeah, they make me almost nauseous, even though I like them.
Really?
All right, here it is. Let me ask you this.
I couldn't eat them 2
I
days
like the
in a
one
row.
that's good and crunchy, too.
Oh, I want them overdone.
Man,
overdone.
Yeah.
You go to trade day and they'll paint one side with ketchup and one side with mustard. I'm telling you what.
What's that place
I'd speed to get there just thinking about it.
The place in Gatlinburg that you told me about. It's like the corn dog's 2 feet long.
Yeah, some lady's name.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Look, there's nothing better than a carny dog.
No.
You're at a carnival and you get one out of one of those trucks.
But you may be sick, but it's worth it.
You got botulism. It's going to
But
happen.
here's the thing that I was worried about. And
Left out a little
corn
long.
dogs came up yesterday at practice. I was coaching your state. Somehow corn dogs came up.
Interesting.
And I was surprised that there was a bit of a pushback with these teenage guys about corn dogs.
That ain't the thing.
Well, because to me, if I
We grew up on corn dogs.
if I roll up to a concession stand food trailer type deal.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Uh-huh.
And I look and there is no option. It's hamburger, hot dogs, da. Most of the time, I'll just go with a hot dog.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if I roll up and there's a choice of a corn dog or a hot dog, I'll pick the corn dog every time.
Yeah.
I'll pick a corn dog over a hot dog.
I can say that.
And now,
I like them both, Rick. Why not have one of each?
but you know what? I got a huge pushback on that yesterday.
What did
were
they
like,
get?
You picking a corn dog over a hot dog? No way. Corn dogs are gross. I'm like,
No,
what?
they're not.
And
Gross.
you know,
They're not.
And here's where it got me. This is how two sophisticated people will come. You know what one of them said to me? That's carny food. I'm like, yeah.
That's the point.
What's your point? Carny food is phenomenal. I mean, what are you talking about?
I mean, you're shaking hands with danger, but it's worth
you are. I think there's a certain, thrill
It's
seeker.
worth it.
There's a thrill seeker a little bit in there too.
Yeah, you don't know what you get.
You don't know what.
Rick, I'm gonna test my stomach. Watch this.
You don't know what.
I'm
might
up to the
happen.
challenge.
I'll tell you one thing. I survived this. I'm going to go to an obscure place in Mexico and get a taco out of a trailer.
Watch it.
By the way, watch out for that.
Oh boy.
Fanny Farkles, by the way.
Speaking for.
Fanny Farkles. That's it.
Oh yeah. Let's continue. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Adam in Madison, Alabama. Listen to us on 100.3 The River. Go ahead, Adam.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Look, I'm a new listener to the show, and I was talking to my girlfriend over the weekend, and I was asking about these code words of monkey grass and green acres and all that. So she explained what they were. Are there any others that us new listeners need to know about?
Oh, sure. The matter of fact, the Rick and Bubba dictionary, Helmsy, where can it be found?
It's in the goodies section at rickandbubba.com.
Go to rickandbubba.com and click on, you'll see up the top where it says goodies. And there's all sorts of, educational things for the new listeners there. And there's a Rick and Bubba dictionary, and you need to learn those phrases, and you need to learn them quickly.
Okay, I'll do it.
Thank you. Welcome to the show. Glad you're here.
Thank you very much.
We continue. I just didn't.
By the way, I did not realize that bringing it from Piedmont was actually in the dictionary.
What? Who put that in?
It is in the Rick and Bubba dictionary.
I think a great segment would be
I
to
want to know
start
the definition.
Rick, to start at the top.
Dancing hard.
Rick,
I'm with you, Greg. I was going to say,
We got like those words that have two meanings.
Rick, we need to start at the top and do a segment and just go through the whole thing.
We could. That would be fun. Because there's some we've forgotten about. 'Cause it is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Everybody, somebody say cowbell, please. Okay, so I've been updating you today, and got a new update from the venue in my hometown of Oxford, Alabama, where the first ever Man Church Conference will be at the end of February. And if you want to be with us, 28 tickets remained as the show began today. So if you're listening live, that was a few hours ago. If you're on an archive, it might have been earlier today. But anyway, so 28 tickets remain before the sellout. If you want to move on those, do so, and I'll keep you updated as best I can. And how do I make a move on that, Rick? Just simply go to themanchurch.com, click on the logo, and the remaining seats are available there. If you want to order more than 10, and we did have because we had 58 yesterday, and then we had a group who's going to come and bring 21 men. Call the box office. You won't be able to do a number that big online, but if you need more than 10, you need to call the box office, and they'll take care of you. And remember, all the seats will be together, so your group will get to sit together. At this point, I don't know how many they can group together with only 28 left, but if you're wanting to move on that, do so. So, Bubba, we talk about step-outs. When your emotions lead you, you get caught up in a Cinderella story. You're already picturing the major motion picture that'll be made. It'll be based on the story, and then Greg will ruin it and tell you when the movie comes out that that's not really what happened in the game. It was actually a blowout on Remember the Titans and ruined the entire movie.
Yeah.
But anyway,
thanks, Greg.
Gary Bertier didn't get.
Apparently, Shaq got caught up in the hype of the Cinderella TCU story. It was a pumpkin last night, 65-7. And the Basketball Hall of Famer made a bet on the college football national title game. If Georgia defeated TCU last night, they did, that he had to eat a horned frog.
Wow.
Yikes.
So
who did he make this bet with, and what was the other side of this bet?
Yeah,
we've got it here for you.
Oh, we do? Okay, here it is. All right.
Yes, what's the
It's
bet?
on the basketball game.
If Georgia beats TCU, I'll eat some frogs. Well, I'll eat a horned frog.
I'd love to see it.
All right, deal.
Like that's
Wow, step out.
Ernie gave me 17 points.
And the line is what? 14. You got it. I'm confident.
Victoria.
What's that coming down the track? It's a
Slides.
red
Find out what it
and
said.
black.
He said it had to be.
So Ernie was Georgia.
Yeah.
Did Charles get on? Did Charles get in on this too? Because he said he gave me 17 points. Is Charles? Did he pick TCU as well?
He
I mean, I was talking to Ernie. Gave me 17 points. Chat.
Whoever was running the Georgia bed under that was that was
way
terrible.
too loud.
It was a little hot.
Who's running the broadcast?
Can I tell you this, Adler? I have noticed, and Bubba's brought it up too. The youngsters out there, they run the bed music and they run the underneath music too loud.
What are they doing?
We got to be able to hear the audio.
Yes.
I don't like when they mix songs that way where I can't hear the singer.
Yes.
He's too far back in the music.
Plus with Shaq's voice, like, hey, man,
Did you hear him say it had to be cooked though?
Well, that's all right.
Yeah.
But
That'd be cool.
I think it might be poisonous if you don't.
right. So,
I don't even know if you can eat them. Is it legal to eat one of those things?
They're just gonna give some regular fries.
Somebody
shot if it's
Google
fried.
can you eat a horned frog?
Okay, this is just my
How
experience.
about the bullfrog?
This is just my experience growing up in
Can you eat a
Texas.
horned frog?
They were protected.
Here's the Texas thing.
He said they were protected.
They were protected.
Well,
growing
then,
up in
Rick, that
Texas.
means you can't eat them.
We also called them horny toads too.
Yeah, I've always
Yeah,
heard of
I've
that. In
heard
fact,
that.
there was a great gag gift based on that.
When did we? That's great, Greg. When did we stop calling them horny toads and start calling them horned frogs? Because when I grew up, horny toads.
Horny toads.
Okay, you just keep saying it
Well,
for some reason.
I think
TCU
you can-
horny toads don't sound that good.
I think you
Greg.
can walk that out.
Yeah, I think you can.
I
horns
don't.
on it.
I don't
Greg-
care for it as much.
What's
You
that
remember
little
the gag
hand
gift?
signal they do with it? They got some kind
The
of
reason why they
Yeah.
changed
Corso
it.
gave it to that
Corso-
to us last night as he was screaming "Go Dogs!"
Yeah,
for
he's
some
doing
reason.
go dogs. He was-
Do you think Corso thought he picked Georgia?
He could possibly.
No, I think he did so he could say he picked whichever one won.
That's
That's
ugly,
why he said
that's an
both of them.
ugly little animal.
It says here, horned frogs are not dangerous to people.
Does that mean like
I'm sure if you eat it
What
raw,
about
it's going to
eating
make
it?
you
Can
sick.
you eat
I'm
'em?
looking.
talking about cooking it? I'm talking about cooking.
No, I get that.
Can you just cut the legs
Why-
off? Like
why
Fry it
are
up. I'll
they-
give it a shot.
What is their big defense thing? I mean, why are they a mascot as opposed to just
they're
a
protected.
green frog?
Do
they have some
meaner? Because they look meaner.
Well, they look meaner, but do they stab you with those horns or what?
That's how it protects itself.
Oh yeah.
Do they spit on you with acid? What's the deal?
They're sharp. They're sharp. I picked one up one time after I shot it on accident, and yeah, you don't want to mess with horny toads. Trust me.
You don't want to do it.
You know what?
Horned frogs.
And everyone in the Me Too movement said yes. So we need to get down to this. Will he use this as an out? It's a protected frog. Now I can't eat it. I think you get it. You cut off his little legs. You fry them up like we do with bullfrogs.
Yeah.
And he eats the legs of a horned toad.
Tastes like chicken.
Yeah, and they fry it. You know, as Bubba said, you can really eat anything if you fry it.
I'll do that.
But thank you, man, of 1,000 voices. Would any of you in here eat a horned frog?
Yeah,
if
it's fried, I'll take a bite of
You
it.
talking about just his legs or the whole frog?
Whatever you eat of this.
The legs. I've eaten frog legs before. They're not bad.
Yeah, me too.
Now horned frog, they got little bitty legs. That's not a lot.
The old bullfrogs got
Is this
some
like
legs.
mystery meat? Is that what we're doing here? Are we being
No, we know
served
we know it.
something?
No, we know it's a horned frog.
Okay,
because we stepped out like Shaq.
but you gave me a little piece.
There's not much leg there, Bubba.
No,
There's not.
They don't have legs. I mean, they have legs.
I don't know about that.
You'd have to eat some of the tail too.
What is that? What do you have? Frog on the half shell? What is
That's
that?
an ugly little frog.
Well, I would
Orange
say
tail.
go ahead and gut it, and then
Just eat it.
and then we'll
Hit it, gut it.
and let's
Eat
just
it, get it.
let's
eat
just
it.
fry the whole thing.
Deep fry the whole thing. Crunch down.
Right, and let's watch Big Shaq eat it. So, do y'all think Shaq will have to eat a frog?
Barkley will hold his feet to the fire on that, and know Kenny the Jet will too.
No, sure.
They're much more toad-like than frog-like.
I
agree.
That's why
You're
I
right.
call them horny toad.
That's what we call it.
They're really a horned toad. They're not really a horned frog.
Look at that.
Are they?
Yeah, they're much
They don't
more
Interesting
really look
creature,
like-
isn't it?
They look more like a lizard.
Yeah, they look like they made it through the dinosaur run.
Yes.
That's, I got to say that's a toad. That's not a frog.
Yeah, they're much more
Hence the name
toad-like.
horny.
Just think about it, that's what dinosaurs look like, except they were big as school buses.
Right. Exactly.
What was y'all's favorite dinosaur growing up?
Oh,
That one with the big
Tyrannosaurus Rex.
T-Rex.
T-Rex.
mastodon.
Triceratops.
You just never know what's going to come out.
Do you
of
like
his mouth.
Triceratops?
Or Stegosaurus, or the little the thing that looked like it had like a mace on its tail. It was smaller.
So you like the little one?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah. You make fun of that. Make fun of that, buddy. Make fun of that.
What about that raptor?
Oh,
I didn't know about raptors when I was a kid.
I didn't know about raptors to the movie.
I wish I could eat like limbs and stuff from a
You
tall
wish you
tree.
could eat limbs.
Brontosaurus. You want a
Like
brontosaurus?
up there and I'm like eating top of the tree.
I wish I was a horny toad.
There it is again.
I heard you were.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Like bringing it from Piedmont.
Some of them, you know, had a lifespan. You know, you could almost put it the day.
I knew that would destroy that right there.
You know what I'm talking about? Some of them have a lifespan like the day they were born, and you look on their tombstone, it's already got the day they died.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But they're still there because they're part of history.
Dadgummit. All right, I'm printing it. It's getting printed right now. I can't print it quick enough.
Oh boy.
Let's go to Jeff in Auburn. Jeff,
Well, it's just some of the lingo we all brought into the show from growing up.
and then we made up some.
We still use that term around the house.
We brought them from our different cultures, and then we had some that just became, they got hodgepodge and became their own word, you know, just original sort of kind.
Sure.
All right, go ahead, Jeff. 30 seconds. Jeff, go ahead.
Yes, my grandmother made me a ham sandwich with mayonnaise on it when I was about 3 or 4 years old. And she, I guess you could say she forced me to eat it. And I wound up having a mayonnaise phobia. And I'm 42 years old, and I won't even allow it in my refrigerator. I don't want it in my house. My ex-wife used to eat it with off of her finger, just sticking her finger in the jar, and that ruined the entire evening.
Well, I get it on the ex-wife thing. If that
Notice the word ex got in front of that.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
there's very few segments that I'm gagging in, and this is one of them. Golly.
Well, it's almost like these mayonnaise people want to taunt people with it. I mean, if that's your thing, leave the rest of us alone.
But somebody wants to know if you put ketchup on mayonnaise when you eat it.
No. But I have mixed it in to try to water it down.
Yeah, watch it. Now you're getting into a cocktail sauce now.
Yep.
'cause they're on the street.
We've been watching for a while.
Strange.
And look, we all love Walmart, and it certainly has served a great purpose for for our communities, and unless you're a local business that ran out, but that's the free market, and they've put together something that people like, and they've been very successful, and they're even adapting to the times, but liking Walmart for its wonderful prices and its massive selection is one thing. To get married at Walmart, and we've seen this before, but now they say there's a new one where people are getting married in the garden section. But I see the people standing here, and in this case, it's even more interesting. But this is two women marrying each other here at the Walmart Garden Center. But
good.
But the
I couldn't either.
I at first I didn't. I thought that may have been her son or something. But but anyway, I mean that's
just from afar. You couldn't tell. You really can't.
No. I was really. I'm not really focused on the gender of the couple as much as I am as they're getting married in the Walmart Garden Center.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, thank you.
As if it wasn't weird enough.
Well, because here's the thing.
Oh, wow.
It's a store. Okay, can I say that again?
Well, they wanted their friends to be there,
memory.
Rick, and they couldn't get off. So, there's something, though, about the smell of peat moss that really just doesn't scream wedding.
No, it doesn't.
Is this one of those things where somebody says, we can't get our friends to come to our wedding, so we're taking our wedding to where our friends are?
I guess so.
But in this case, like, here's a guy, he looks like he's trying to be part of the wedding, and right next to him, now they've pulled up the chairs that are for sale for people to sit in. These are like pool chairs or outside chairs. And there's a guy just standing there, and right behind him, we know that table's $294.
Right.
I mean, it's got the price tag right there on it.
That is funny.
And can you imagine, like you said, Bubba, all you need is some peat moss, and you roll back there, and
that and a little 888 fertilizer, and you're ready to go.
And it's right back there in the Walmart garden section. I just, there's Barnett Shady Lane, and there's Walmart garden section.
Right.
It just doesn't.
You got options there.
It just doesn't. I just can't see that being the memory we're looking for. Can you? Look, it's nice. I mean, they've got nice stuff there at the garden center.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
my wife's drugged me through there many times, but I never once when she drugged me through there did I say get some information from them about the one day when we have a wedding we need to do. I want to know kind of what the going rate is here and how it sets up. Have you ever thought of that? Ever?
No.
See, Greg, has Chandler made her decision?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, I got an idea now.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show coming to you from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, and Bill Bubba Bussey. All here
Rick,
today.
glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day.
Well, Bubba, we have other stories today. I would like to ask you where you are on sesame seeds.
Sesame seeds.
Mm-hmm. Where are we on sesame seeds?
I thought you were going to say Sesame Street.
Yeah, I like sesame seeds.
Greg still likes it.
Can you
like
tell
them on,
me how to get some sesame seeds?
You know, on a bun. I'm not
bun?
anti-sesame seeds at all.
Major food brands are adding sesame to items in a shortcut after the FDA declares the seed a major allergen.
Really?
Oh, Bubba.
Sesame has been named the 9th,
Sesame.
which has got to make them feel kind of bad that they're not ranked higher, the 9th major allergen in the U.S. by the FDA. But some companies have created a workaround that allows them to avoid removing sesame from their products. The tiny seeds can cause a big reaction in some people who are highly allergic.
It took them this long to get there.
Yeah, it says, watch out for sesame seeds on bagels. No issue there for Bubba. Sesame flour and baked goods.
Ooh.
And also, you got to watch
a sesame seed bun.
They're saying it's in so many foods, it's often a subtle allergen that many people may not realize, but now they're realizing that it could be life-threatening to some people. I did not know the nearly 2-year wait allowed food brands and manufacturers the time to comply with the new law. It says all that they're requiring is clear labeling of sesame in food items, as well as any resulting fixes needed regarding existing manufacturing the process. So I didn't know. It looks like now, you remember, now think about it, because this is the important part about this, and we can have fun with, sesame and all that, but open sesame. But this is another thing that is perplexing us, because I know that peanut allergies have existed for a long time, but not to the level they do now.
Right. I think something we've done has aggravated that.
And that's the road I'm on. And I've talked about this many times. We even had Trace Atkins on the show talking about this when he was trying to use his platform to bring attention to it. If you've ever dealt with small children, like over decades, and you've heard me use this example before. So when Sherry and I were working with the children at our church, when Blake and Brandy were little, there might be, and they're 33 and about to be 32, there might be one sticky note. Caution, right. This child here is allergic to peanuts or allergic to some sort of food thing. By the time that Brooks, Brody, and Bronner were in the nursery or in children's church, the whole wall had sticky notes on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so what happened? And now I see this as another example. All of a sudden we're realizing there's people that are deathly allergic to sesame seeds. Well, does anybody remember ever hearing that before?
Never.
I mean,
Rick, you mentioned in that story they were put on a list of 8 or 9 other allergens.
Yeah.
What are the others? Did it mention them?
They said they had them at number 9. Let me see if I can find the other 8. Peanuts are going to be on there, but I know dairy is one. We went through that.
But I mean, what are they classifying as these major allergens?
It doesn't say I bet we can Google it, but it does.
It's got milk. Then we got eggs, peanuts, tree nuts, fish. Let's see, shellfish, wheat, soy, sesame.
Well, that's a large amount of our food groups there.
Yes. But food allergies.
That's called the Big 9, is what they're called.
But food allergies and our inability to deal with them, and I honestly think, because it's not big. This is Greg. Not a huge stretch here, because it seems pretty logical to me. I think what we're learning more and more, and it's one of the things that unfortunately that we inherit in our family's genetics is sometimes you really struggle with your digestive health. You have to address it, and we've had some of this with our kids, with me, whatever. And you address it, but I think what we're discovering is digestive health is huge for your overall mental health as far as clarity in your mind. You know, we know when people age and when they get old that even a urinary tract infection sends them into, I don't know where I am, I don't know who I am. Well, it doesn't do that to you when you're younger, but so we know. I remember one time dealing with one family member of ours, and everybody was worried about, oh no, Alzheimer's has kicked in, kicked in, and we said make sure that the emergency room they check them for a urinary tract infection. Yeah. Well, they had one, and then when they addressed it, that stopped. So we know that more and more research is saying gut health is big. And so what I'm wondering, is it in processed foods, an overindulgence in those? I'm not saying that's it. I'm saying that's a hypothesis. Is there something that we're eating or taking in or being exposed to that throughout the generations is now breeding all these food allergies, digestive problems? An increase in the autism spectrum could be in there too because of the way it affects the mind. And we've seen some children in the spectrum get treatments that address gut health, and then some who had never spoke before begin to speak. So there seems to be a light that comes on, not with all, but with some. So is it possible that that's where we need to be spending? And I'm sure people are spending time there because, my goodness, if an idiot like me is sitting around and talking about that, because it seems so obvious, I'm sure much more intelligent people are looking into that. And the problem is where we can't get in science, which is where we've gotten. If there are people looking into it and they come out and say, I think it's tied here, then they're not allowed to speak.
Yeah.
You know, if just like we found out with the vaccines, if we had any climate change, if we have any scientists that don't get on board with a preferred narrative, they're not allowed to speak. See, we can't really have that. Now, we can certainly take people and say their hypothesis, we went through the scientific method and it doesn't seem to have any standing. Right. I got no problem with that. But this silencing voices, if it's not the preferred narrative, that's not going to help us.
Yeah.
We got to have what do they used to say, put your big girl panties on?
Yeah.
We got to have some pretty important discussions about this because it might help people. We may not like what we find, but it might be helpful.
Rick, there was a study from 1997 to 2008 about the rise of peanut allergies, and it tripled during that time.
Yeah.
And the story's really long, but basically they're like lifestyle, diet choices, genetics all seem to play a role in the increase.
Well, it's usually a complicated problem we don't see adding up. Like there's some environmental issues, maybe some of the corn or something that's being manipulated now to grow better, and you add that with something else and a vaccination or some other stimulation or something, and it all falls together, and hey, it equals peanut allergy, and we never saw it.
Well, let's talk about this, and this is also another thing. I'm pro-antibiotic. Don't misunderstand me. Don't hear me saying that.
Yeah.
But we did discover we were just throwing antibiotics at everything because they were effective, and praise God for that. But then all of a sudden, what do we realize? We're killing the good flora in the gut. So then what became popular? Probiotics. Yeah. Oh, if you're taking antibiotics, you better take some probiotics to offset the damage to the good flora, right? So we know that took place. Well, it could be that. Could be that we've ingested so many antibiotics, and just because they were told to take probiotics didn't mean they did. And maybe now their gut health has been compromised by an overindulgence in antibiotics. Could be that.
Yeah.
But the rise in food allergies, it's concerning because it is new, and now sesame seeds have come onto the scene. Yeah. So there you go. 16 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. Phone calls next, and we got plenty of lines for you. You can talk about what you just heard, talk about what you heard earlier in the show, bring up something you haven't heard or don't think you've heard or don't think we've talked about. Any questions?
Misheard.
Bring them in. We'll talk to you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
man to his knees. Ain't no doubt about it.
Yeah, we see it every day.
How about you can tell that that must have been written not far away from the great Young Gun series?
Yes.
What do you kids want to talk about now? I made enough to make a Young Gun proud. So anyway, we got a lot to do going forward on the program. We'll unpack. We're getting to know the Austin bomber a little more. We've been inside the house, and we've how about the fact your roommate? When I heard the term, right now the roommates are not being considered to be anything other than just roommates, but we got a room over here with a lot of bomb stuff in it.
That's crazy,
right?
Isn't it?
So and they think on the good news, they think according to his confession that they now found on his phone.
Yeah, 25 minutes worth.
Now, how does the phone survive the blast? Where was the phone?
I don't know.
I mean, it couldn't have been in the car, could it? I mean, when the car exploded?
It may have stuck it out of the seat or
something,
left it behind. I'm not sure. I really don't know.
Yeah, and I don't know the size of what he killed himself with. Who knows? Yeah. But anyway, and in that he is saying that they think he spoke of 7 different explosives, and they think if it's 7 that they got them all. But they said be alert. Be aware.
Yeah.
We hope we got them all.
You just don't know if there's one still in the system somewhere.
Right. So anyway,
have we zeroed in on motivation on this yet?
I don't want to get out ahead of this because just as soon as I say something that's been reported, they'll come back and hours later or the next day and say, well, that wasn't right. But because the information flies out there at a rate that's you love the rate of it. It's just most of it's not right, and they have to go back and get it. But there seemed to be that he. And it's going to be good for the left. He had a little bit of, but he was not consistent in his views. He was a little bent on, he was upset about the state of the country and some of the things that were going on. Some of the immorality of the country, he seemed to be upset about. But then all of a sudden
he blows people up.
But then he would swing the other way and then have a view that was a little more left. It was kind of a hodgepodge. Well, Rick, I guess it would be because he's no way he's stable, buddy.
Well,
no, he ain't right.
Yeah. It appeared, too, the people around him had no idea, right? At least some of the early stories, has that changed? I'm a little out of the loop on that story.
These are the things that always amaze me, whether it be a crazed shooter or a bomber, fill in the blank. When somebody does something that you go, well, that's just wicked. And you can, like in this case, they're saying they interviewed his roommates, and they're not considering them to be suspects, as far as being, part of this in any way, shape, or form. But your roommate has bomb materials all in his part of the house, in his room, and you don't know about it? I mean, that just seems, this is the parents that, back to Columbine, you're like, no red flags went off with anybody. I mean, there's a lot going on here in your whatever room, in your house. It just seems.
Or his alias, Kelly Kilmore?
Is that what it is?
That's what he mailed the packages
Did he?
under.
See,
Kelly Kilmore.
Yeah, I didn't hear that yesterday. So
Killmore.
An idiot.
I know.
Say that again.
Kelly Kilmore.
And how do you spell it?
Killmore.
Kilmore. That's Killymore.
Kill more.
That's Kill.
Killmore.
Yeah. I see what y'all saying, but you'd actually pronounce that Killy, not Kelly.
No, the last name was Kilmore, right?
Yeah.
Kelly Kilmore.
Kelly Kilmore.
Oh, I see. Okay. I thought y'all were saying his first name was spelled Killy.
No,
and I'm like, no,
the last name Kilmore.
No, just exactly like what he was doing, Kilmore.
I was like, that's not. But anyway, so okay. Well, we'll unpack that more as we get more information. But again, keep in mind sometimes the information that comes out first has to be corrected, and we're trying to handle this best we can, but we don't want to ignore what they are saying. They think they've discovered. But yesterday when they were doing stuff they thought they'd found on his, Facebook and all, and then of course now we got, Facebook's in trouble. Now we've got all that going on with them, and we've got now Zuckerberg's out there saying that they were crazy, irresponsible, and he's trying to throwing himself on the sword.
Well, it was funny when the Obama administration was doing this. They were portrayed as genius. Now that Trump's done it, they think it's criminal.
Well, they're going to be sure it can't happen again.
That's right. I will say one thing: if that we can all safely say coming out of this, the Trump administration has helped the Democrats to get their moral compass in shape.
Right? Yes, they have. I tell you what was funny too is hearing him. I heard him being interviewed by somebody who we did an interview with. And it was kind of funny because I can relate to it, and I hate to use the example of Helms here, but I'm going to have to. It's like they asked him, would he go before Congress, because Congress wanted to talk about it to him. He goes, well, Something we never got to hear in the real deal. 21 minutes past the hour. Phone calls now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you want to join us, just pick up the phone and dial. It looks like based on the board, since we got big 10 lines, there's plenty. Try to get in before they all fill up. All right, so let's start with Muscle Shoals, WLAY. Shane standing by. Hey, Shane, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Monkey grass and green acres.
Well, thank you very much, sir. Yeah. Go ahead.
Food for thought. It's not what has been introduced into the supply. It's what's been taken out. Moms don't breastfeed as much anymore.
Well,
I'd
have to disagree. It seems like that there was a whole decade. It started out that breastfeeding was preferred, and then the women's lib movement started in the 70s, and women did go to formula. But then it became mod to go back off formula, back to the health of breastfeeding, and that now is more of the norm. I don't see as much formula use as there was in the 70s. So I'm not sure I would agree with that.
Well, here's the thing: it can't be taken off the table till we can prove otherwise,
right?
Because that is
that's
a key part of our, our ability to fight off things and our immune system. So you got to look at that. You got to look at this genetically modified food that we're having. The corn we eat today is nothing like what the Pilgrims ate, and some of it probably better for a reason. But did it have consequences when they did that?
And I do think, too, to your point, though, sir, another thing and what Bubba's saying, too, I think sometimes there's the best of intentions on something. Yeah. Soy milk is better. And then you come back and go, wow, soy milk was a mess up. We shouldn't have done that. You got sometimes there's things that we get fired up about and we don't think about. That turns out actually not. You really been better off if you just drank regular milk in moderation versus piling on a bunch of soy milk, that kind of stuff. So, Johnny in Wetumpka. Johnny, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
I was that Lee Corso comment. Y'all got it wrong on that. He was picking the loser instead of the winner. If you listen to his comments right before that, he says, well, I picked Michigan and they lost. I picked Ohio State and they lost. Well, here we go again. And he put the TCU hat on and said, go Dogs.
Yeah, but I see what you're saying, but he did pick those other teams to win and they lost. So I guess he was saying if I pick this team to win.
That's what he was joking.
Yeah, I see what
he
you're
basically muddied the water enough. You can't.
Who knows what he was saying?
Yeah, I don't know that he knows.
Thank you for trying to bring some clarity to it, sir. Lee in Huntsville.
But you may be right.
Yeah, 100.3 The River. Lee, go ahead.
Hey, I just come out of the doctor's office and I heard somebody talking about the dinosaurs, and somebody mentioned that they would love to eat leaves and limbs and stuff like a brontosaurus.
That was Speedy.
Well, I hate for y'all to spread misinformation, but there was no such thing as a brontosaurus.
On Fred Flintstone,
there was. If you look at the history of that, it was they found a skeleton, and about 100 yards away they found a skull. So they put that skull on that skeleton body. Well, years later they dug up a whole pit of skeletons, and they found out that was the same as the other skeleton, but it had a bunch of different had a different skull that went with it. So the brontosaurus is no more. There's no such thing as a brontosaurus.
Well, whatever the large plant-eating dinosaur was that could reach up to the top of the trees.
The one that we see all
By the way,
and as a matter of fact, it's even mentioned in the Bible.
Yeah, didn't they change it to Brachiosaurus? I think they really did. I'm serious.
Or the behemoth, as it is. In
from the Bible, from Bubba's thing. Just Brontosaurus to Brachiosaurus.
But you're right. It did bother me when I realized that a lot of what we see in all these dinosaur movies and the toys that we play with, there's a little creative freedom there.
There is. There is some, but there obviously was some very large reptiles. Yeah. And, you can look at what's left over today and kind of put two and two together on some of this. Of course, when the Brachiosaurus, Brontosaurus roamed the earth, nobody called it that anyway, either one of them.
Right.
They just went on.
Let's go to Kay in Decatur, 100.3 The River. Kay, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for having me on the show.
It's our pleasure.
I was calling about the portion of the show about gut health and wanted to relay a book that I've been reading called Food Forensics. And it's essentially a book from a whistleblower who is responsible for looking at the foods that we eat and basically disclosing that all the foods that we eat, the processed foods, are laden with heavy metals, and the industry is just being paid off to allow these foods to be processed and distributed to the consumers. And I do believe that has a lot to do with our gut health. I've been reading a lot about seed oils and how those are bad for you. And I have an inside source who has worked in the seed oil industry for years and years at a plant. And the reason why palm oil wasn't initially distributed and processed is because it cost too much to make it. But they touted the line for years and years that it was bad for your heart. And that was palm oil, I believe. So
I'm not in the.
I just wanted to call and let you know about that.
Well, thank you. It's called food forensics. Is that right?
Food forensics, and I can't recall the name of the author off the top of my head.
But that's enough. If people get that title, they can Google that
They'll
and find
find
that.
it, yeah.
So thank you for bringing that to the table, and I think Adler's found it too. He's put it up on the screen. So thanks. Appreciate that very much. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to David in Wilsonville. David, go ahead.
Hey, that girl sounds pretty smart, but I tell you what I think. I think the kids don't let their folks, their kids don't, they ain't in the yard eating that dirt like we was when we were kids, you know. Your mom and dad just let you out in the yard, you just play and all. Parents don't do that these days.
You know what?
Keep up little rooms and keep them all in front of the TV screen and stuff. That ain't right. They need to be outside.
So really, David, so we have Kay from Huntsville, who talks really with a lot of depth about food forensics and processed foods and heavy metals. David from Wilsonville says we should still be eating dirt. So that's two ends of the spectrum. You take a look in there.
Probably somewhere in the middle.
Right. Yeah.
And I say it had no effect on him at all.
I have heard about
turned out really well.
Mm-hmm.
I have heard about letting your kids play in the dirt is actually pretty important for their
immune system.
Yeah.
It is.
Well, China is learning right now the hard way. You cannot wall people off from the world and their immune system not have to work. When your immune system has to work, it gets in better shape, and therefore every little thing doesn't make you sick. Exactly. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. More Rick and Bubba to come, and we'll try and maybe even get some more of your phone calls before we're done this hour. When we come back, stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm doing this interview because I'm taking responsibility as the CEO and the face of the company. But if Congress wants to talk about the finer details of this, I'm actually going to have to send somebody else. And so what he was saying is, it's like, yeah, I'll talk to you about the Rick and Bubba show, but if you want to know about our IT stuff, I got to send him. You know what I mean? He's like, I understand what we're doing in general, but the guys who do all this behind the scenes, I need to send one of those to Congress because he or she will actually be able to answer their questions. I probably won't be able to. You know, he said, I'm not dodging it. I just need to send the person that can give them the information they actually need.
Yeah, I'm management. I'm the clipboard guy.
Right. So 16 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. Our website is Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Stay updated with everything you need to know right there. Look at those upcoming events, as I mentioned. You can join the Rick and Bubba Extreme Club. Follow us on all the social platforms. It's all right there. Shop the Rick and Bubba store. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Speedy's leaving. He will be. He's headed out, and Speedy, you're going to Special Olympics today.
Yes, in Pelham, Alabama, at Pelham High School. That's the hosting site, and looking forward to that. Did that last year. Had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I didn't bring enough clothes. I'll be cold.
So did you? Well, do you need to put on like a Rick and Bubba University sweatshirt on top of that? Because it's a little chilly out there.
Yeah, I didn't plan for it.
Okay. Probably didn't remember you were going until you got here. But hey,
I'm honored to be invited back.
Of course you are.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
No, I'm honored to be at everything we go. But sometimes with our schedules, we will forget something's on the calendar, and then you get there and it's that day.
Yeah, naturally.
You know, you just said something that is true that I don't give enough to. It's one thing that they ask you the first time, but when they ask you back, that's the true honor.
Yeah.
Well, thanks.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Now I'm thinking about how many people.
I'm thinking about all the things that I've only been asked to once and never asked back.
But there's a reason why.
I know. That's the whole point. It's truly an honor. You get asked twice.
Yeah. I made the point yesterday that our pastor must be getting close to retirement because he has me preaching on Father's Day this year.
Whoa!
And I thought, well, he must be getting close to wrapping it up.
Well, I hope they're ready for that.
But anyway, so you are. What do you do today?
I'll be
you the
emceeing it,
MC?
which is y'all's favorite, and I'll be looking for Ryan Greenwood to be hiding behind like trees and bushes to see if he can hear what I'm saying, because I'll be on the big PA through the system.
Oh wow!
Through the stadium?
emceeing it and walking around and hosting some of the events and quit laughing, Greg.
No.
And I'll be talking about the flag. No, I'm kidding.
But that's what I was going to say. Once Speedy was the voice of the flag,
Oh,
I think everything's down.
hard.
I think everything's downhill.
It was hard to
Right.
beat there.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
was
so,
tough.
So I'll be there.
I am the flag.
Yeah. So I'll be hopping around. Got to bring the energy and have fun and announce the teams and the contestants and athletes that are there to be in the Special Olympics. It's
Well,
going to be a lot of fun.
Right,
It's always fun to get out, and last year it was really kind of cool. It's here and now it's real.
Yeah.
So you got to go.
Well, it's so real. You're leaving like
In
after this
7
segment.
minutes,
Yeah.
Just quit looking at me like that, Greg.
Bubba, you and I have talked about these.
I'm just talking about you getting some words mixed up. I can just hear
I know.
it.
I'll do it. I'm going to pronounce the name in a second.
Ryan, whatever you're doing, just drop it and go over there and call us tomorrow and let us know how it went. Because you'll get tongue-tied and you'll mess up.
Oh, yeah, I know. And I'll just have to keep moving. It'll be on a PA, so I'm thinking if I do mess up, just keep going.
Yeah.
And then maybe nobody will catch it except the parents.
But that we're counting on you saying their kid's name right.
Yeah,
recording.
They've been waiting forever for
Yeah.
it.
Trust me. Being a guy who did the PA, for football the last couple of years, people really want their kid's name said right.
Yeah, and they'll have me a wireless mic, so I'll be like roaming. So I'll be.
Oh my goodness.
I'll be in the mix.
Especially if they're cheerleaders, they really want their name right.
Yeah, they do.
But anyway, so you have these certain wake up calls that'll happen in your life. Where you think
Maybe you need to make a change.
Maybe I need to make a change. Hoarders are just these people who hoard and don't throw things away. I can't really watch the specials on it. Something about hoarding
gives me a rash.
Yeah, I can't watch it. It bothers me big time, and I think it's because I'm not a big clutter guy. And so I can't watch this if I'm not a big clutter guy.
All right, so check the headline out of this story alone, okay?
Hoarder lived with mother's dead body.
Now, Rick, that's not the headline I've got, but you are correct.
Well, there's buried under mountain of rubbish for 4 years.
Yeah.
So you've been hoarding to the point that when your mother died, you hoarded her body as well and buried it under a mountain of rubbish.
Well, did you know she was dead? Was that?
She lost her.
I don't.
Gaynor Jones, 87, had been dead for up to 4 years in the 19th century stone cottage full of hoarded possessions.
All right, hold on.
Okay, hold on.
There's
real
two
quick.
hoarding stories
You're
today.
reading. There's two hoarding. He's on this story right here, and the other one is the obsessive hoarder that was buried and they found him dead. This one here, Rick's reading.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. SimplySafeBubba.com is our sponsor. SimplySafeBubba.com, and they do an incredible job. This is a security system like no other. It really has taken the industry to a whole new place. And that's because, things have changed. We now have, stable Wi-Fi. It isn't necessary any longer for you to be sitting around the house all day, sometime between 8 and 3 or 8 and 5 or 7 and 4 and waiting on somebody to come install it. You install it yourself, so that's a cost you don't have. You then also, because you can put a sensor anywhere in your home or small business, which would be an entry point for someone. You're not limited to, I can protect some of it. No, you can protect all of it, and also the video verification technology, which is that's their own. They invented this, and it helps all of law enforcement to know this is not a false alarm. When they, you can verify I've got a break-in going on, but then of course you're monitored 24/7, and their professional monitoring also is there with sensors that alert them to flooding. We just had that Arctic blast. If your pipes were to burst, then Simply Safe would know, and they would tell you, even if you were visiting family while it happened, or you have an apartment in Atlanta and you're at home with your folks, and like what happened to Big Love. But anyway, so you can go to simplysafebubba.com right now. We're going to get you 40% off the system, 40% off. And the monitoring is less than $1 a day, about half what ADT wants to charge you. So simplysafebubba.com. There is no safe like Simply Safe, and we are glad to have them again in 2023 as one of our sponsors. So speaking of this, all right, now I want everybody to know on the Brontosaurus front, I've now been sent an article in email saying the Brontosaurus is back. Decades after scientists decided that the famed dinosaur never actually existed, new research says yes, it did. Yeah. So the Brontosaurus is now back, according to one.
So I
article
can eat out of the top of a tree
from
again?
Scientific American, whatever Scientific American is. This was actually sent. The article is from April 7, 2015. So,
Rick, it's like Pluto. It's been a planet,
Thank
not
you.
a planet.
Thank
been
you.
a planet.
So the
Or the egg.
So the Brontosaurus
good.
deal is ongoing, and I really. It's a toy now to me. I'm not worried about one, being in the backyard. I've got more problems with armadillos. So, which also I think came from the dinosaurs. The other thing is, Bubba, have you seen this? Adler's had this for the last couple of days, and we hadn't had a chance to look at it. Speaking of creatures, that some fisherman has caught some sort of sea creature that nobody seems to know what it is. Wow. Have you seen this?
I think it's an alien. Is that what they think?
Yeah,
that's what everybody thinks.
So what, Bubba?
Please look at that.
It looks like a bug that has come out and is transparent or translucent.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that little face there.
Oh, look at his face.
Bubba, is that a shrimp that's gone rogue, or I mean,
it may be something. A lot of the stuff real deep in the water takes on that.
Oh yes, it
translucent
does.
thing.
Yeah.
Did y'all see The Matrix?
No.
That looks like it came out of Keanu Reeves' belly button. Is all I'm gonna say.
Can you believe I've never seen The Matrix? Isn't that odd?
Well, I don't
Just
think
stay
it's,
away from
I don't
it.
think it's your kind of thing.
No, it's definitely not.
Here's what I
So
don't.
so it's actually appropriate.
I think so.
It's so weird.
Why are we touching things we don't know?
Yeah,
Thank
I'd be
you.
careful.
I mean, that could kill you.
That's clearly an alien.
I mean, there are jellyfish out there that can kill you. We all know what happened to Irwin. I mean,
the
what?
stingray.
Yeah,
That's a good point.
What? I mean, we don't know what it is, and we're just fondling it like
Oh,
you
that's
know.
an
What if he started,
odd-
like, skin started melting?
Yeah.
Somebody
needs to stop
said
fondling.
That guy's probably. I did. Hey, well, it's better than what you've said today.
really, you're somebody's dad now.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I did do some Googling, and I think it is a phronema, if I'm saying that right.
Is that in the jellyfish family?
It's kind of in the jellyfish family, and it eats plankton down in the.
Oh wow! Look at that.
Yeah.
So that's a full grown.
That's down in that world.
And
That's
it
a
makes,
monster.
It makes this barrel around it by eating other animals, and then it helps them form this barrel around themselves.
That's amazing.
Shaq said if Alabama runs the table in basketball and wins March Madness, that he'll eat one.
Okay. I wouldn't suggest it.
No, I wouldn't either.
How much to eat one?
One of those?
Yeah.
Well, Greg, we don't know.
Do we
enough
know it's
about
not going
it.
to kill me?
Yeah, we know.
I do know
It
that.
could sting you.
The whole thing or just a bite?
Well, Greg,
The whole thing.
where does it sting me? Inside me?
Inside you. But you survive.
That was my question. So I am allowed to Google and know
did
whether
750.
it's poison.
Yeah.
So it's not poison?
No.
I'm going to be fine.
He
it's
said
probably
it'll
gonna
sting your gut inside you.
I mean, it might.
How long's my discomfort?
You don't feel good for about 3 hours.
Ooh.
Well, you're okay.
3,500.
I don't know about that.
I do it for 1,200.
12.
Where you get
I
these
love
numbers?
trying to get Greg's number.
Yeah.
I love those.
Do y'all remember that story, just speaking of eating crazy stuff, of that Australian rugby player kid that just trying to be funny, he ate a slug?
Yeah,
and then
and
the
it made him like a vegetable.
Yes, the slug had a
Oh,
parasite.
I remember that.
Ooh, I remember that.
Yeah.
It's a terrible
We
story.
shouldn't be eating
Thank you.
things
Oh,
that-
so you're going to
you're not going to show that.
Well,
Why would you
what
do
happened.
that?
It's
I
all-
Why
remember
would
that.
you do that?
never mind.
You're
Never mind.
reckless today.
It's
Horrible
like he's
story.
screaming from inside.
Horrible story.
I'm saying, Greg, you should up your price.
I'm up to 10,000.
Yes.
There you
That's what I said. Greg.
Here's an idea, Greg.
That's a
10 grand.
But think about it. What am I?
22.
Am I more likely to eat something from the darkness of the greatest depths, or something that was under a brick?
I don't know. It ain't good.
I think coming out of the water, I feel better than under a brick.
Yeah.
I'm not eating any of it.
Right,
it's like
well, the scenario though, Bubba, was one of the two.
What about them big fuzzy caterpillars?
No way.
Are you just putting it in your mouth and chomping down on it?
Keep in mind, Greg, here's the
Am I
thing.
starving?
Y'all need to find a hobby.
Greg, Greg, remember the way the mind thinks. And I know y'all feel the same way. My number always is going to be associated with, is there anything else that I know I can do to get paid this amount of money that would not require these things? That is also relatively easy. So it had to be a number that goes, well, there's nothing really that I can do that can get me that number. You know, so
then I'll do it.
Yeah, so I would be like, oh wow, I can't think of anybody right now that's going to give me $15,000 to do something simple. So
I'll eat a slug.
Yeah. But now if somebody says, well, about $1,200, I go, I think I can get $1,500 doing something that's not near as bad.
Right.
Maybe
a little tax returns.
Well, tax return.
Yeah, all that's coming up.
Right. It is, by the way.
Mm-hmm. No, don't bring it up.
Well, that's all right. I mean,
that was a little weird little thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I didn't like his little face on it.
It's almost like he was trying to talk to
and
him.
those little tentacles.
That's straight up alien line.
It looked very predator-like.
Yes.
Yeah, put me down.
Oh, Speedy's got
Wait till I'm
pressure.
full grown.
Y'all got voices for it.
Well, I'd like to see you try one, Greg. I'm participating.
We come in peace.
Can I tell you? Can you tell? I did this talk about. It has nothing to do with this except it reminded me of it, and it's somewhat related, but but it's a stretch. But it
has
just
nothing to do.
Y'all
with
making weird noises reminding me of. That's all I'm saying. That's the only connection.
What am I doing?
That's the only connection. But you ever had something?
I'm clear.
You have something come out and it start making you, and you kind of loved it. But anyway, so Sherry and I cut up. Sherry's very much a bookworm, so
are you.
Yeah. So I call her. I'll call her. Straight up. I'll call her a geek and all this kind of stuff. So anyway, and I'm like. She goes, no, I'm going to be. I said, well, you over? Are you geeking out over there again? What are you reading? So anyway, she told me the other night. I said, hey, I'm going to do this. You want this? She goes, no, I think I'm actually got something that, and it just hit me. I don't know how it hit me. She goes, no, I'm going to do this, and I'm reading this book, and I need to get this finished. And all of a sudden, I said, Geekazoids, please report to the bookstore. Like that. And I started doing robots, Geekazoids instead of Freakazoids. Geekazoids.
She like it?
She laughed a little bit.
Oh, but if you could have went too far with it and kept doing it too long.
Yeah. Well, I gave her, it's first of all, I text it, and then I begin to sing it from the bottom of the steps.
Yeah.
Geekazoids, please report to the bookstore. Yeah. So and break it down. So to me, think about it, there's a whole generation don't even know what robots and freakazoids need to get in the transforming.
Everything comes back around though. They'll be doing it before you know it.
They'll think they're new. They'll think they're invented it.
Like Dad, look, watch this.
Does it make you mad when they think they've invented something that we used to do? Yeah, that's not new. We did that, man. That's our stuff.
You're rolling your jeans. We did that in the 80s.
Come on.
What's going on?
You kidding me?
I don't like his mullets.
Phone calls at 866 We Be Big. Oh, I got a mullet picture of me, by the way, yesterday, and it is smoking.
I remember it.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Is that there was a hoarder that was living with their dead mom in there?
No, this is the same.
It's
thing.
the same story.
Is it really?
It's the same woman. Yeah, it's the same woman.
What the?
Yeah.
One of them.
Valerie Jones is the daughter, and she's lucky to be alive after being discovered in the nick of time. As police worked their way through huge piles of clutter and hoarded possessions in their home, they found the mother's body, who had been dead for 4 years.
Oh, I see.
Does it not stink at some point?
I see.
It's a confusing story, and we have two confusing reports about the confusing story.
I'll tell you why it's confusing. I'm about to clarify right here. One story wrote it from the point of the dead person.
Right. Yes.
The other one wrote it from the point of the daughter. Who the dead person was in the house.
That's what it is, yeah.
Yeah. So it's two different points of view, but they were both hoarders. So one hoarder was such a hoarder they died in the rubbish. The other hoarder was such a hoarder when the person who was their mother died, they just buried them under the hoarding that continued.
Right.
Good.
That is correct.
So we have
a lot of hoarding.
Let me tell you something. If there were probably people saying you really need to get a handle on this hoarding, and somebody said, I think I'm good. When you have died and your body is buried underneath all the garbage that you're accumulating for 4 years. or you're the person who is the daughter whose mother died and you've had her buried under, you got real problems.
Yeah.
I mean, that's got to be the biggest hoarding wake-up call in the history of hoarding. Would you agree?
Rick, with 3 exclamation points.
Yeah.
This is in West Wales. Where is that at?
Well, we know it's in the
UK,
it's in the UK, and I know where Wales. By the way, do you know what one of the most famous citizens of Wales is? Robert Plant of Led Zeppelin.
Really?
Yeah. So you know how I know that? Sadly, I watched him be interviewed by Dan Rather, which was so strange.
Yeah, that's a weird pair.
It was so very strange. So anyway, they hoarded to the point that one died, and the other kept hoarding, and that body has been under this stuff for 4 years. A presidential, an entire term, somebody's body was under that. I hoarded to the point of death, and we were such over-the-top hoarders. When I died, I was just under the rubble. Did the daughter ever think, I wonder what happened to Mom?
Yeah, I haven't seen her in this mess in a long time. I mean, what did she think?
Do you have a lot of stuff
Mom
in your
sure is
house
quiet.
that for 4 years you've come to the conclusion that maybe I just can't see you anymore?
Rick, I need to clean my basement out right now and part of my closet, but it's not to that point that I could lose a person in it.
No. And now
This makes me feel better about my mess.
Yeah, I'm actually too far the other way. I throw everything away.
Yeah.
But because I'm so anti-clutter. Sometimes if I just look at clutter and I'll say, well, there's things here I probably need, but my hate of clutter will overcome my desire to hang on to even a keepsake.
Right.
I mean, how about even keepsakes are in trouble? They better mean a lot to me. I mean, it better be, or it's gone. Because this is just over the top. Can you imagine? Was there ever a point that, I mean, I don't want to be gross here, but I mean, when the human body starts to go away, it doesn't go away quietly.
No.
We have another story on that.
Yeah,
please don't even do that.
I can't do that story. It's too much. But I'm like you, Greg. Mom, you sure have been quiet for the last 4 years.
Hey, Mom.
You know when all
got
those
a lot to say.
You know when all those hoarding shows were on for a while, I thought that was going to be real neat to kind of check that out, but it was so gross. It was kind of like people eating mayonnaise out of a jar at a basketball game. I couldn't watch it.
It is.
I
It's
could
hard
not
to
watch
watch.
it.
I was watching it over the weekend. It's hard to watch.
I can't watch my 600-pound life, and I cannot watch hoarding. I can't do it. And I also can't watch shows on like food channels about look how gross I can eat. I can't do that either. I got real issues in that hoarding, eating. I'm completely rotund and I'm not covered up. I can't go down that road. Speedy, have a good day, buddy. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Hope it goes well today. If you're going to the Special Olympics there in Alabama, in Pelham, Alabama, outside of Birmingham, Speedy's on the way. For everybody else, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 10 minutes now to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And we have a few updates that we haven't got to today. I know the kickoff hour told you, but the big show we haven't mentioned, Damar Hamlin, has taken another step in his recovery. And so he's been sent back to Buffalo, right?
Yeah, he's still in the hospital, but got to go home to Buffalo Hospital, which will obviously be easier on him and his family.
Oh, yeah. So that's
good. I mean, that's 1 week from the incident.
That's
incredible.
Fantastic news. I noticed, and you guys were asking in the kickoff hour, and I agree, I think when it first happened, we were all the speculation, well, what happened here? Was it the blunt force to the chest? Was it, a pre-existing condition, didn't know he had, whatever. It's does no one know? It's like no one's telling us.
It's not being reported.
No one's telling us why Damar Hamlin went into cardiac arrest and had to be revived on the field. Nope. So what was wrong with his heart?
And it may be
because if I'm at the hospital, I really don't want to leave until somebody says, "Well, I'll tell you what happened," and you might want to avoid that situation.
Yeah.
And it may be this rare occurrence.
Yeah, it could be.
1 in a million chance of this happening again, and you're free to go play football. But I feel like somebody would have said that already.
No, I think I'd skip that.
Well, here's the thing. Here, let me ask you this, because we talked about this in the kickoff hour. For us who watched it unfold and him nearly die, it's easy for us to go, well, I'm never doing that again.
Right.
But he just wakes up and they tell him he's hurt and they had to bring him back, and he doesn't have almost the trauma that we had.
Yeah,
or maybe he does. I'd like to hear from him.
He's probably and we will, I guess, at some point. But surely they've shown
He's
it to
seen
him
it, I'm sure.
if he wanted to see it. But to your point, remember he asked what the score was.
Right.
Did we win the game?
Yeah.
His love for the sport may trump all of this.
Because I also heard from a doctor yesterday on an interview that the fact that he hit or got hit or and tackled and then was able to stand up and then fell, that doesn't fall in line with blunt trauma to the heart, that condition or whatever that the name of it is, the medical term. And there's a lot of speculation, and
you're saying it's something more severe than just
that doctors felt like it was, but again, that's just that doctor. Again, that's just what I'm hearing.
Well,
I just feel like they could put a lot of this to rest, and maybe his family does know, and I'm sure he has been consulted, and they are very aware of what happened.
Like if it was,
it just seems like somebody could come out and say something.
If he had blockages, that would be an easy fine.
Yeah, usually they'll say it was blockage or it was a timing issue, and 10% of his heart was damaged because of it. You hear that. They always give those kind of numbers.
But if they go, we don't know why it happened.
Yeah,
and it's one of those things, everything fell into place like getting struck by lightning. I still don't think I could go back there and play, because what if for some reason I'm more susceptible to that than everybody else is? I don't know that.
Correct.
You know how it is when something happens and they can't tell you why? That's scary.
And they haven't addressed, did he have fluid around his heart? Did that help to make the situation worse or amplify the hit? Which would lead to, was he vaccinated? Because we've had documented cases of that.
Yeah.
So, it's strange. I mean, I'm glad he's doing good, but I think everybody wants to know a little more about what's actually happening.
He's under no obligation or his family to tell me what's going on, but I want to know.
That's me.
Selfishly, I want to know. And plus, it would put a lot of the speculation and rumors and conspiracy theories and all that to rest if they just came out and said, all right, here's the deal.
Is he laying in the hospital bed right now, back in Buffalo, going, man, I can't wait to get back with the team and start practice? Or is he like, I'm completely done with this. I'm going to move on. I got a great future ahead of me without football?
It would have to be for him to get approved by the medical staff. I mean, I imagine there's going to be a long drug.
Sure.
If he did want to play, they're not going to just throw him out there. He'll have to go through evaluations and all this.
Yeah, and who knows? But I tell you what, it's just what all of you have said. I mean, we've all had in our own families. I mean, Greg, you and I, with having a heart disease in our family, we go periodically to the cardiologist who gives us an assessment. Bubba, you've done that too, of where our heart is right now. If you go and have a stent, there is a way to check and see if you have blockage. They know that. To all of your points, here's the state of your heart. Here's what we think happened. And the reason why getting that information out, and I know because of HIPAA and all that, it's their call to put it out.
Right.
But if they decide to put it out, and y'all have all said it, but it needs to be reemphasized, it really will squelch all of the conspiracy theories and this and that.
Just get ahead of it.
Because if somebody says, well, I tell you what happened, you're like, no, that's not true. They actually told us what happened. It'd be, this is what they think happened. And so that is odd that we're not hearing the diagnosis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Maybe one of the things where they go, we see no physical reason why this happened.
And that's a diagnosis. Yeah. We can't tell you.
I'm reading right here, he just tweeted out, guys, I'm doing great. Brought to you by Pfizer and Moderna.
Oh, you're awful. You're really.
I thought Rick was out of control.
Goodness gracious. Am I causing this? Are you?
I think your influence is stirring the pot a little bit.
Trying to draft with me a little bit.
Yeah, sorry.
So that is.
Find myself getting.
Well, because
I know. I think it's all this stuff is contagious.
Think about really this kind of expanded a lot further than sports. I mean, it was.
Yeah.
I mean, there was outlets that don't even cover sports.
Yeah.
Covering this, it was in every household. It was all over the place. It was
guys,
stopping,
and
because of that, I feel like if they, you would think they would say, okay, here's what we've learned.
Because they could help bring attention to this, whatever it is, to have people get screened and maybe avoid this.
Right. And if it is a situation where it was that blunt force trauma to his chest, then that's, I guess, something to talk about too, if that's what the speculation is.
Well, even The View just once again just so intelligently weighed in on it. One told us that their son's hamstring injury made him realize how much brain damage he could get in football.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm missing that.
And then the other was Joey Behar said that heterosexual conservative men caused his heart attack.
Right.
And so there's been some some great some great pontificating on this.
Yes, sir.
Every idiot in the world weighed in on it.
So there's definitely the Joy Behars that want this to be tied to football so bad they can taste it.
Yeah.
And then over here you got the people that have been trying to warn. I saw somebody play a clip, and I forget who the player played for. It was an eerie clip. And it's not. I'm not saying this is what happened, but it doesn't matter whether it was tied to this or not. The point he was making still stands. And he was a player, and I can't remember who he was, when they were doing the mandated vaccines. Mm-hmm. And he said, I'm trying to speak on behalf of the young guys. He said, y'all may try to scare some of us that have made our money. We may decide that we don't want to do this anymore. But there's a lot of young guys that you're basically saying if they don't take the vaccine, they're going to be traded, or they're not going to be picked, or they're not going to be renewed. And you're scaring them into taking this vaccine by really holding the way they make their living over their head.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And he said, and if this thing turns out to be a negative, you're going to be held accountable for that. Now, I don't know whether that was a situation Damar Hamlin was in, right. but that was a narrative that some of the players were discussing. We're basically being blackmailed to take the vaccine. Our life will be made miserable, or some teams won't pick us or trade us or, whatever.
I believe that was Cole Beasley in 2020, Rick?
Yeah,
Is that what you're talking
about? Yeah, that was it. Yeah,
yeah, and he was saying that in 2020.
Yeah, that's him, 2020.
It's crazy.
And
it's good, though.
And the comment that he said, I'm really speaking on behalf of the young players because they haven't made enough money yet. They're easier to manipulate because they think they're not going to get their shot if they don't go in there and fall in line, even if it makes them uncomfortable.
And maybe they're still doing lots of tests and, they don't really know the end result, and they won't know that till everything is fully vetted out as far as the testing and all that goes. And that's okay, too. It just seems like we'd get more of an update here or there.
We now know that safe and effective, which we were told by a lot of people, that was just a lie because of science. You can't say that it was safe and effective because at the time we didn't know, but we were told that. And that's not against the vaccine. That's just against words and facts and truth.
Well, that violates the scientific method. There was no way to know that.
Yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Very far. Rick and Bubba, Rick and